Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into pounds in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today, and pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst, and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for giving the time to give evidence today. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Leon Maskell, Manager City Standards and Compliance at Campbelltown City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Jim Baldwin, Director of Planning and Environment, Campbelltown City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mary Ann Priest. I'm the Manager of City Rangers at the City of Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Clover Moore, Lord Mayor of Sydney. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kerry Robinson, CEO, Blacktown City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Rosalie Horton, Senior Coordinator of Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre for Blacktown City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We now have a short amount of time for some opening statements. I assume that there may be one from each organisation. If I could start with Campbelltown. Do either of you have a short opening statement you'd like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the inquiry. We are concerned about resourcing for councils collectively, funding, welfare, not just animals, but also our staff. This requires regulatory and administrative reform. Each year we continue to commit recurrent operational funding from and support of capital and upgrades to our pound. We attempt to do the best for our animals. We attempt to make sure we have a safe environment for our staff as well. It is an issue that is difficult to manage for councils by themselves. We need the assistance of the state government, and we think strongly that in fact this is a state issue and not a borderless LGA issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Does someone from the City of Sydney have an opening statement? Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Pets give pleasure and they create joy. They teach responsibility and they love and are loved in return. Both dogs and cats help to improve owners' physical and mental well-being, which was particularly felt through the COVID lockdown. For decades, I've advocated for and supported changes to improve the welfare of companion animals and the rights of pet owners. We've seen positive reforms for strata laws which prevent corporations establishing blanket bans on pets, and there are plans to make it easier for renters in New South Wales to have pets, both of which are necessary to help reduce the number of abandoned pets. In Parliament, as a member for Bligh, I led the efforts to end the sale of companion animals in pet shops and markets, and pushed for greater rights for renters with pets and raised the importance of balancing responsible pet ownership with education and humane animal management practices. Due to the high cost of land in the inner city, the cost of building and operating our own pound is prohibitive. So since 2009, we've partnered with Sutherland Animal Shelter, which cares for the city's lost and abandoned pets. The shelter has the lowest euthanasia rate in Australia, provides a high level of care and aims to rehome every suitable animal. Volunteers also walk and help care for their pets, for these pets. The city pays Sutherland Council an annual service fee which covers the cost of housing 16 cats and 13 dogs in the shelter at any one time. Larger shared facilities work well for metropolitan councils. When located on the fringes of metropolitan areas, they are more economical to build and operate. Animal shelters and rehoming organisations are facing increasing staffing and financial pressures, impacting on their ability to provide regular exercise, enrichment and social interactions, adequate cleaning, quarantine control and veterinary care. Veterinary fees for desexing and vaccination have risen significantly in the past 2 years. The decline in volunteering after the pandemic, together with an increase in the number of impounded animals, has significantly impacted the level of care provided to animals, particularly the exercise and enrichment offered by volunteers, which is essential to animal welfare, and keeping the animals socialised, which is vital if they're to be adopted. Last year, the city impounded 81 dogs and 64 cats, which was a significant increase on the 50 dogs and 29 cats impounded the year before. COVID-19, the current cost of living crisis, declining volunteering rates, restrictions on pets in rentals, together with the continued availability of dogs and cats from pet shops and markets, means that most shelters are at or near capacity. Low rates of adoption are a significant contributor to animal shelters being over capacity. People are still buying pets from pet shops instead of adopting animals from shelters or rescue and rehoming organisations. Fashionable breeds of dogs are still in high demand. People continue to breed and sell dogs while there is a market for it. The government needs to take action to limit the sale of bred companion animals and the sale of animals in pet shops and markets. This was one of the reasons why in 2007, as Member for Bligh, I introduced the Animal Regulation Sale Bill, which aimed to reduce the number of abandoned pets by prohibiting the sale of pets in markets or shops. And I support your bill, Madam Chair, the Companion Animals Amendment Puppy Farms Bill, which aims to regulate business breeding companion animals and other companion animal businesses. The City of Sydney and Sutherland Shire Council Animal Shelter have a low-kill policy, meaning only animals assessed to be a danger or who have an illness that affects the quality of their life are euthanased. Last year, 5 out of 81 dogs impounded by the city were euthanased, and only 1 of 64 impounded cats was euthanased. In terms of cats, on the surface, cat curfews make sense, and we encourage all owners to keep their cats indoors. But we don't support calls to make curfews mandatory, as this requires councils to trap cats, increases the likelihood of cats being euthanased. Such changes would have a devastating impact on companion cats, homeless cats, council staff and those tasked to do the killing. The city's approach is to support responsible pet ownership, and we work to educate pet owners about their responsibilities, including desexing their pets and keeping cats indoors. We encourage owners to keep cats indoors, particularly overnight. We heavily subsidise desexing fees for pets owned by pensioners, including free microchipping. We host annual pet days where social housing residents can access free pet health checks, microchipping, flea and worming treatments, and book free desexing. Since 2015, our cat rehoming program has rescued and homed 260 kittens from the city streets. Our glebe cat management program involved trapping, desexing, vaccinating and microchipping cats from a colony that was being cared for by glebe residents, showing it is possible to manage homeless cat populations humanely. It's time to prioritise the welfare of companion animals and take action to reduce the number of unwanted pets in a humane way. And I call on the government to better regulate breeding practices of companion animals, limit the sale of companion animals, as you proposed in your bill, and my earlier animals bill. Increase funding opportunities for animal shelters, animal rescue and rehoming organisations, and fund more regional facilities in more densely populated areas. Increase support for people on low incomes and experiencing financial hardship to cover or subsidise animals' basic needs, including free or subsidised desexing and veterinary services. Promote and support volunteering in animal shelters. Fund desexing programs targeted at feral, colony and ownerless cat populations, and introduce mandatory desexing of companion animals to help reduce the euthanasia rates for these animals.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Blacktown City Council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I commence by acknowledging the Darug people as the traditional custodians of the land on which Blacktown City is located. I tender an apology for my Mayor, Tony Bleasdale OAM, who was unable to be here today. I've been the CEO of Blacktown Council for a decade, and I'm joined more importantly by the acting manager of animal rehoming, Rose, who is a qualified animal scientist, animal behaviourist, teacher, zookeeper, vet nurse and educator. Rose was the former manager of the RSPCA Blue Mountain Shelter and also has worked with the Animal Welfare League and continues to teach at TAFE. Firstly, we thank the many volunteers and volunteer organisations which assist us and other councils with rehoming. We could not deliver to the community's expectations without them. So some comments on the scale of the challenge. Blacktown City is the largest council in New South Wales, and we serve a resident population of 415,000 and 30,000 businesses. There's a presumption in the community that all councils, especially in Sydney, are the same size. Hunters Hill has a population of 13,600 people, while Blacktown has a population of 415,000 people. So Blacktown has about 400,000 people more than Hunters Hill. If the map of Blacktown is overlain on the eastern suburbs of Sydney, it stretches from Vaucluse to Cronulla and Bondi Beach to the Olympic Stadium. It covers or touches 14 councils. I mention that only to make the point that league tables of data related to animal welfare are useless unless they take into account and are correlated to the number of households in each council area. In the past year, our animal rehoming team has dealt with 1,777 animals, 1,017 dogs, 639 cats and 121 livestock. We rehomed 548 of those animals, we returned 339 to their owners, and 136 were rehomed by rescue organisations. I now touch on Blacktown City's investment in animal rehoming, and that has been focused on a new facility at Owen Street, Glendenning, called Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre, otherwise known as BARC. It opened in March of this year, and Blacktown City has invested some $36 million to create a state-of-the-art facility that boasts best practice located on underutilised land which we owned adjacent to the Eastern Creek Corridor. We'd welcome the opportunity to host the committee at BARC and show them the great work that the 26 of our staff who work from that facility do day in, day out. At BARC, Blacktown City Council looks after the companion animals of 7 councils: Canada Bay, Fairfield, Hunters Hill, Parramatta, Ryde, Willoughby and Wallara. We also have alliances with Sydney University, Western Sydney University and New South Wales TAFE, which allows the BARC facility to be used for the training of veterinarians and allied professionals. BARC was funded through Council's entrepreneurial property development activities, which have resulted from conversion of vacant land parcels wisely invested in by prior councils, and from the redevelopment of the older animal homing facility, which has now been demolished and which is zoned for employment land. We acknowledge that other councils don't have those funding sources, and we have been the benefit of a set of unique circumstances. BARC adheres to the Getting to Zero and other initiatives to prevent animals from becoming impounded through education and free microchipping. And now some observations on the work of the committee. Desexing. Notwithstanding nearly doubling our capacity through the new BARC facility, we are currently experiencing overcapacity. We believe that the high incidence of animals in pounds and shelters is a direct result of animals not being desexed. We feel that the reason for animals not being desexed is due to owners not being able to afford it. Cost of living pressures, which are cited by all at Commonwealth and state levels. If mandatory desexing was to be mandated, this would have a direct impact on the amount of unwanted animals and reduce rates of euthanasia. However, as we observe directly, every day, owners simply cannot afford this necessary remedy. Only if it was affordable would it then be effective. We would love to offer free desexing service at BARC, however, this would require funding. In relation to cats, we recommend that the Companion Animals Act is amended to mandate that cats not be able to roam. As with dogs, cats must be within the owner's property or under effective control. The massive issue of semi-owned cats in the community, and particularly feral cats in the broader environment, is greatly enhanced by the lack of legislation to prevent breeding and overpopulation. In relation to the creation of new best practice facilities, there is a role for the Department of Planning's Office of Local Government to be funded to collate design information and provide this to councils to aid in their design processes for new facilities. This would avoid a start-from-scratch design inefficiency and the costs which come with that. I note in relation to safety that councils have strict WHS obligations under the Work Health and Safety Act and regime. There are many circumstances where animals, and especially caged animals, are very dangerous. In those circumstances, euthanasia is absolutely necessary to protect our staff where other measures cannot reasonably, practically be guaranteed as required under the WHS Act. I now don't turn to the budget in relation to managing companion animals. Every conversation in local government management starts and finishes with budget pressures. Rate capping at less than the cost of inflation, the shift of FAGS grants, financial assistance grants, from metropolitan areas to rural areas, reducing metropolitan councils' budgets, shortfalls in developer contributions, which don't cover the costs of growth. All of these things see our council with a declining per head of population budget. IPART rate pegging makes no provision for enhancement of services to meet the changing demands of the community. If you, as a committee, make any recommendations for local government to do more, you must also ensure that the Minister for Local Government directs IPART to make a specific allowance by way of an increase in the rate capper to cover the cost of those enhanced services. In conclusion, I commend our written submission to the committee and this verbal submission and would welcome the members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all again for attending today. We will now move to questionings from the committee, and we're going to use a more relaxed sort of questioning process. I might actually start with some questions myself. Lord Mayor Clover Moore, I was wondering what your thoughts were around trap, neuter, release programs and funding for desexing programs and how they could potentially reduce burden on council pounds.
Oh, I think they're critical, and as Kerry Robinson has just pointed out, many councils can't afford this, and they need funding. The state government gets councils to do a lot of its work, but doesn't provide adequate funds to do it. It cost shifts, rate pegs, and yet tells councils to carry out this incredibly important work. I mean, talk to anyone about their pet, and they'll say it's very important in their life. This is particularly in the city. A lot of people live on their own. Their pet's their major companion, and they're very important. And at the same time, our social housing tenants, for example, can't afford high vet fees, and so that's why we run pet days, and we can afford to do that, as Blacktown can afford to do some of the things that we've heard about. But a lot of councils can't, and it's absolutely critical. It's about education. It's about and reducing the supply of pets. We know that a lot of people increased their pet ownership during COVID. They were lonely. They saw a dear little pet in the shop or online, and they bought it. And now they've gone back to work, and some workplaces don't allow pets to go to work, and the pets get abandoned, and it's a really shocking thing, and I think all our pounds are seeing that, but I prefer to call them rehoming centres than pounds. We're really proud of the work that we can do with Sutherland Council. It's a very good partnership.
Thank you. I also wanted to get an idea, and I know that everyone sort of mentioned a few things in their opening statements, but obviously funding is one major part, particularly if there's going to be extra changes on councils. But I wanted to get an understanding as well about what sort of changes need to happen from the state level in regards to legislation, and also if there was funding, what changes people would like to see on that council level as well. And I might start with you, Lord Mayor, if that's okay.
Well, I think it's really a matter of councils being able to explain their needs in terms of responsible management. We provide desexing and veterinary services for our public housing tenants. We do it 2 or 3 times a year now, and it's critical. And the desexing is an absolutely critical to the whole thing. We know how cats can multiply if they're not desexed, and we know they get abandoned, we know they become feral, and we know they're really impacting terribly on our native wildlife. So it's enabling councils to have the funds to be able to do the desexing first of all, and then encouraging and then enabling them to be able to give the support to low-income people who need to have veterinary services and who need to be able to do all the things that a person who has adequate funding can do. It's just people need to understand, and there's a lot of education involved, that with companion animal ownership goes, education and responsibility. And I think councils have a very important role to play in terms of that education and support, but they need funding to be able to take it further and help people with desexing and other veterinary needs. But I think there's a real role for council to do that.
Thank you. I might go to Campbelltown as well, and I also wanted to also hear from Campbelltown as well. I know you mentioned in your opening statement about staffing and the impact on them. I've read a lot of the submissions that are talking about a crisis within pounds, about them being overfilling, and I wanted to hear about the human impact of that as well, of the people that are actually working on the ground with this situation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might address the adequacy of the legislation to start with, Chair. As a local government body, we're committed to upholding both the Companion Animals Act and the current New South Wales Animal Welfare Code of Practice set by the Department of Primary Industry. Both acts are critical and provide a vital legislative bedrock of benchmarking within our industry. Across the state. There is a bit of disconnect between the needs of metropolitan councils and also the regional councils under some of the legislative guidelines that have been recently introduced around the period of stay pending the registration period of a registered and unregistered animal. There is obviously obligations on us as councils and other entities to ensure that there's the well-being and proper care of animals, and that should be our foremost objective in any legislative requirement. Whilst there are existing guidelines, we need to have a further stronger foundation. We recognise that there have been some recent reviews, but I think the reviews have missed the mark, and the consultation in those reviews needed to be more broader and come to the coalface rather than just to the agencies. The landscape of animal management, pound management, is continually evolving. It is changing at a rapid pace, and we've seen that post-COVID with the amount of animals coming into our facilities. The existing duality of both the two government agencies, the Office of Local Government and the Department of Primary Industry, one overseeing the animal welfare programs and guidelines, and the other overseeing the registration program and microchipping, makes it difficult and counterproductive in the governments of the holistic approach of animal welfare and management of legislation across this state. Moving to a more responsible animal welfare and care for all animals under one agency, we believe, would be a far better outcome for not just the councils administering these processes, but also the animal owners and animals themselves across the 128 local councils. Concurrently, regular assessment and strong enforcement of these guidelines and compliance framework would prove to be indispensable and ensure that we don't end up in the problems that we end up now. In relation to the staff at the pounds and the impact on them at the moment, we are seeing that there has been a high impact on the mental health and well-being of our staff, managing the huge numbers of influx into our facilities. The numbers of animals with poor health, not maintained by their owners, merely pushed out on the street or abandoned and ending up in our facilities has been heartbreaking. I manage a team at Campbelltown of 18 full-time staff and about 10 to 12 part-time staff. This is having a severe impact on those staff at that level. Local government and council pounds are one of the highest risk areas in the country as far as lost time for injuries. We heard from Blacktown City Council their concerns around that. I echo those concerns. We are far more, it's a far more dangerous industry than even the mining industry, which has to be alarming for this committee to consider. We have recently undertaken a significant work health and safety audit, an independent audit outside council, which made a number of recommendations to our council to strengthen the work health and safety of not just our pound and our facility, but also from our staff operational point of view. I believe that there can be more done through this inquiry. I call on the inquiry to look strongly at the recommendations that we have put forward, to looking at one agency running both animal welfare and the registration of microchipping within New South Wales. It can't be sustained under two agencies. We can't have agencies fighting for funding. There is not enough funding to go around, and I echo the support and the submissions from the Mayor from Sydney City and Blacktown. Thank you.
Can I just take up one point just to clarify? I'm looking at page 4 of the submission by the Australian Institute of Local Government Ranges.
Yes.
And you've spoken about guidelines and codes of practice. They say that there are essentially under the Act minimum holding requirements, but, and I quote, there are no Australian standards for pound design and there are no New South Wales guidelines or codes of practice for the realistic management of companion animals in pounds for local government to benchmark against or drive the improvements necessary in this space and to meet local community expectations. If you could comment on that, please.
Look, I will table that. I am one of the executive committee members on the Australian Institute of Animal Management. I'm the Vice President for Metro, and I believe they are sitting later this morning. So I chose to sit with my employee rather than that committee this morning. Look, the only industry standard in the country that is set is by the RSPCA, and it is around the keeping of animals in pounds. It is not a standard. It is not a legislative requirement, but there is a code of practice there. It doesn't set the standard for all facilities. So if you're talking about, some of the Western region councils, Wedden Council, Wentworth Council, Broken Hill, Dubbo, Canamble, and you're comparing them against our wonderful facility that we've just seen opened over at Blacktown, it's chalk and cheese. The conditions there are horrendous. We need to get some formal standard placed through an agency that is going to take control of it, but also not come in as a dictator. We're finding that we have one agency, Department of Primary Industry, through the RSPCA, coming in and dictating to councils, saying that we're not doing enough. And on the other hand, we've got local government, our Office of Local Government, saying we need to do this, and we're going well. I think the joint having those two agencies combat each other, it hasn't been conducive to good legislation or reform. And I'm calling, I think that we can get to a standard of practice here in New South Wales in the near future.
May I just ask if any other witnesses have any comments on that?
I'd just like to say that it underlines the importance of what this committee is doing, that you do establish standards and code of practice and identify that councils need the funding to be able to do it. And I mean, go and talk to anyone on the street about their pets. They're really, really important. But if they knew what was going on in pounds or rehoming centres, they would be quite shocked.
Mr Primrose, the question in terms of design I will take. In going through the exercise for the design of bark, because there's no standards, everything needs to come from scratch and contemplate what future standards might be and try and facilitate flexibility in that. That is incredibly inefficient. One of the things that we did do was send our designers and some council staff to the US to look at rehoming facilities on the west coast of the US. And we did that because that's the largest area of philanthropy in relation to animals in the world. And so we brought back a lot of best practice from the US in relation to that. And in relation to other matters, I might just ask Rose to make some comments.
Sorry, we use the code of practice that does exist in Victoria. So nothing exists in New South Wales, and we would welcome that. And sorry to interrupt that, Mr. Robinson, but yeah, that was really important. So that is how we designed, and we continue to operate under that code of practice.
And do you find the Victorian Code adequate?
I do. Of course, it would be wonderful if everyone had as much space. The kennels are only 1.2 metres wide. Everyone would love to see that doubled. Not everyone has the luxury of that, but it's a start. And if we had something in New South Wales, then we could certainly be proud of knowing that all pounds and shelters adhere to that.
Thank you.
Ms. Abigail.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, perhaps I could direct it to you, Ms. Horton. I know that in Blacktown's submission, there's mention of the idea of trap neuter release in relation to semi-owned cats. Are you able to explain why? Because I think some members of the public say, well, if you've already got them, why aren't you keeping them for adoption, or why would you be releasing them again? Can you explain what the sort of
Most
basis
definitely.
of that is?
The reason why we have to try something is because at the moment nothing is working, and first of all, I think one of the most important things would be to amend the Companion Animals Act to prevent cats from being able to roam. Created in 1998, things have changed. We've also seen the outcome of what happens when cats are in the environment. We would call those feral cats an ecological disaster, but in urban areas we don't refer to them as feral, we call them urban strays or semi-owned cats. And they're when someone has a cat, they don't consider it theirs, but they feed it. And those are the cats that are out there breeding, and we're seeing it every day at the moment because it's kitten season, so there are cats everywhere. Now, if we were to have our recommendations accepted and to improve what we see as unbridled cat breeding, so whether or not that's mandated desexing or free desexing clinics, or of course an amendment to the Act so that people don't have their pet cats straying, then we think that the best way, and based on research that we have been privy to, that a niche area that has feral cats in it, and sorry, I'll update my terms because we don't want to use feral anymore, so we're going to call them semi-owned strays. And those ones will, if we can target these areas, have them desexed, take those breeding females and hopefully reverse the overpopulation of cats, that these niche areas that hold these cats will stop introducing more cats in. I know that the sound trap sounds awful, and release, people say, well, it's not wildlife and it's just going to go out and kill everything. The research shows that if we can have managed colonies, and that's what Blacktown City Council certainly wants to endorse, which is having a cat management strategy for urban areas, that we'd be able to at least do something, because at the moment nothing is happening and we can see that there are cats everywhere. We do intend to take in as many cats as we can and rehome them. We have a really robust foster care system which we hope to endorse with all councils, that they can take in as many cats, kittens, pregnant queens as possible, desex the queens and rehome all of them. Some of these cats, however, are not rehomeable, and they have already made the impact onto the environment. So releasing them back into an area, sometimes these are in unit blocks, sometimes these are at universities, sometimes these are in supermarkets. If you can have a managed colony, and that would have a task member to be able to manage the colony, we think that we can actually prevent the breeding of these cats and at least tackle something that we think is a major issue.
Thank you. Just a final question, if I may. There's been a lot of discussion about whether we should be doing a statewide approach or whether we should be allowing each council to go it alone. And I know that there's been a campaign from the Invasive Species Council to allow each council to introduce their own curfew. Do you have a view on what would be preferable? Would it be preferable for the state government to do an entire plan like they've done in the ACT, where we have desexing and microchipping and an education campaign and everything else, or should we be allowing each council to make up their own curfew?
I'll take that if you don't mind. The challenge of having a variety of different controls across the state is very problematic. The community won't understand what applies. The community generally doesn't understand what level of government provides services or has responsibility. And opening it up to each of the councils having different approaches, I would suggest from a community perspective, would be very problematic. There's also a challenge in terms of, I'll call it the challenge of reputational impact of introducing controls into the community where some people are opposed and some people are not opposed. And from a local government perspective, a state mandate that is consulted on broadly would be preferable to individual councils going it alone.
Thank you.
I agree too. I think education and a state mandate and funding are just critical.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. There's a, if we're serious about putting our mind to the welfare of animals and equity to animals, our domestic pets particularly, the experience that we have, and I don't think it's any different to any other council, is that an animal found in a different LGA, the animal does not understand a border, but we do. And then at our door, we say to that good person who's found that animal, trying to rescue, to their best to rescue, no, we can't take it because it belongs over there. That person has put themselves out at that moment to do something. The motivation of that person to go the next step, to go how many miles, wherever they need to go to actually rehome that animal, reduces. And only because of our rules, we miss an opportunity to rehome that animal equitably and successfully anywhere in the state.
Thank you.
The Honourable Aileen McDonald. Sorry.
You go first. Can I just jump in here and ask a couple of questions?
Oh, sorry. I might actually. Sorry. I know it's hard when you're online, but I just want to go to the opposition because they haven't asked any questions yet, and then I'll come back to you. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Rachel Merton.
Sorry. Just to look, reading with interest in some of the efforts made in terms of rehoming, I guess I was just wanting to ask about sort of identifying owners and microchipping and registration. How is that managed, and in terms of any sort of reflections on what the rate might be, or if there's more that needs to be done in this space?
Do you want me to?
Yes, I might take that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Look, it is a challenge. We have well over 700 cats and dogs coming into Campbelltown facility from just Campbelltown LGA. We're rated, I think we're about fourth highest in the state for dogs, second for cats in the state. It is very challenging. The surge of backyard breeding hasn't assisted through COVID. It's actually been a very difficult challenge where majority of these animals weren't microchipped, weren't registered, so they're coming into our facility without a known owner. They're becoming an expendable commodity within our communities, which is really challenging. And I think again, coming back to the legislation, the two-step registration program just does not work in New South Wales, nor does the lifetime registration. When we I've been in the industry for a long time. It's my 37th year in local government, predominantly dealing with animals and all the other legislation. But previously we had annual registration. We had better compliance than what we do now under our lifetime registration. Microchipping and registration we need to come up with a better solution to be a one-stop shop and managed appropriately. I know the Office of Local Government are doing a tremendous amount of work at the moment with the pet registry, and they're about to relaunch that very soon, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens there. But it is a major challenge. We work with well over 100 rescue and rehoming groups at Campbelltown across the state and around the country to get these animals home. Our length of stay for cats and dogs has tripled since COVID, and it's a challenge. I have two full-time staff working at Campbelltown. They work additional hours, they work on weekend, we're on social media, we're in the newspaper, we do open days, we do events, we're pushing boundaries as much as we can, Again, we've got very limited resources to be able to do that, and if we're limited by the amount of money that we get through our registration programs, so we're looking at around about 85,000 animals currently microchipped in Campbelltown. Out of that, we've got around about the 50,000 that are registered. We have no more income coming in. Where do we get income to improve our facilities, get our microchipping done, get the desexing, and get these animals back home to their owners if they are impounded?
We've had an experience in Glebe of dealing with a colony. There were 260 kittens, and they were trapped, they were desexed, they were vaccinated and microchipped, and then looked after as a colony by Glebe residents, and some of them were rehomed by individual families.
Thank you.
Could I respond to just in relation to the reclaim rate and when it comes to animals coming in? So we find, excuse me, that only about 50% of the dogs that come into Blacktown City Council's pound or bark, only about 50% are actually microchipped, and of those 50%, of those would be another 50% that actually have current, up-to-date details where we can contact an owner. Sometimes old, out-of-date phone numbers, sometimes still in the breeder's name. And that will lead to very low reclaim rates. We still try everything to contact the owners, breeders, friends, everything that's on there. But sometimes people simply don't come forward. And we think by being the largest impounding facility in New South Wales, that you would think that you would call us if you've lost your pet. And we would say that everyone here in this room would, but a lot of people aren't actually reclaiming, sometimes can't pay the release fees. Less than 2% of cats historically through Blacktown City Council are ever reclaimed. So there's a very high chance that a cat's going to come in without a microchip. And even though we give them out for free, sometimes people are just not following through. It's an expense that people just simply can't afford.
Thank you.
The Honourable Emily Savard.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, so I'll just, if you could keep your answers brief, that would be very helpful in terms of being able to get through them all. I wanted to ask each council how many animal behaviour specialists and how many veterinarians you employ each.
Campbelltown City Council. We have one vet on staff that comes in 2 days a week to do our duties and on call. We also call on our local vet community for our externals. So we have in-house vet come in to our facility, but also we have the availability of 3 or 4 vets in our area that we use for out services, so medical treatments, emergency, desexing. We also have
animal behaviour specialists.
Now we have 2 members of staff that have qualifications in animal behaviourists, and unfortunately we've just had one of those move on to another organisation, but we will be looking at getting another more staff trained in that area.
Awesome. City of Sydney?
We don't have any on staff at the city. We partner with Sutherland Council, and they would have those. I think they're going to give evidence too, and it'd be good to ask them for that detail.
Okay, well, I might put it on notice to them. Thank you. Blacktown?
Blacktown has one employee who is a qualified behaviourist as our adoptions officer, and of course I am a qualified behaviourist myself, but I'm not in the role. We also have one veterinarian, a full-time veterinarian, and one full-time veterinary nurse who's on staff.
Wonderful. Could I also ask you all if you could just provide brief comment on whether the RSPCA are providing appropriate and unbiased compliance on behalf of the state government?
So our staff work well. The advice I have is that our staff work well with the RSPCA. That is also my personal experience.
Yes, look, there are some challenges. The RSPCA do a wonderful job. We actually partner with the RSPCA in a number of our outreach programs for cats in our community. and the inspectorate have a very, very challenging role. What I would say is there is disconnect between the two government departments in some of the animal welfare and animal registration matters that come across our table. And it is around RSPCA is having adequate resource to respond to some of these animal welfare matters. I do know that they are looking at addressing their resourcing issues. However, they have their challenges as well. So we may get called to a job that we believe is an animal welfare matter that RSPCA should be dealing with, and vice versa. We do work very closely with our local RSPCA inspectors, and we're even to the point that recently we've had our CUPS group have Steve Coleman come and talk and work on that relationship with RSPCA, but also with AWL. So I think we can do a little bit more to work with both, with all of our agencies.
Blacktown City Council works really closely with the RSPCA, and we're definitely big supporters of them, and we'd like to believe that they're big supporters of ours. We have a number of initiatives that we work closely on, and we hope to continue that in the future.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We have run out of time, but I am going to go to the Honourable Aileen McDonald, who just has a short, quick question, I believe.
Yep. I was just going to, with the Blacktown Council, just congratulate you on your facility. I hope the committee does take you up on visiting, because 36 million is quite a significant investment in that. And you mentioned your total number, but on any given day, how many pets, as in the breakdown of dogs and cats, can be honed on any given day?
The facility can accommodate 135 dogs and 230 cats.
Wow. And you said you're over capacity already? Wow.
From day one.
From day
So
one.
we doubled, we literally, or just short of doubled our capacity moving from an old facility to the new facility. And on day one, and from that point, it has been full, if not oversubscribed.
And that's only within, like, other councils don't take up your service as well?
So I mentioned the 7 other councils
Yep,
that we
you
partner
did,
with.
yeah.
Some of those are contracted, and so which means that they have a guaranteed allocation of space within our facility.
Yep.
And some are on a casual provision basis.
So you've basically become a regional centre for Western Sydney without
Yes.
that being. And then the other question was, if there are no standards with the planning of this facility, was it harder to get through planning or easier?
The Statutory Environmental Planning Assessment Act process wasn't problematic. It was more challenging in terms of deciding the standards for the construction and the design of an operation of the facility. Mm-hmm. Because we're moving from a dysfunctional 50-year-old facility with ATCO sheds and all sorts of imperfections, and trying to come up with the ideal and best that we can do. And that's why we've suggested that the Office of Local Government could, if it's provided with funding, be a keeper of best practice, if you like, for design of new facilities, because what we've learnt will be lost, the consultant team will disperse, and where we can, we should be using some resource, possibly the government architect, to hold on to that knowledge to be able to hand it down for others.
Yep. Okay. That was
Thank you. Thank you all for your evidence today. I take that there might be some questions on notice, in which case the Secretariat will be in contact with you about those follow-up questions. But thank you all for your time this morning.
Thank you. Look at your pound.
I now welcome our next witnesses. Thank you for joining us here today to give evidence on the Pound inquiry. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name's Gina Verica. I'm the Director of Livable Communities with Tamworth Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Helen Eyre. I'm the Manager of Environmental Compliance at Dubbo Regional Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Christy Forrest from Dubbo Regional Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Craig Martin, and Manager of Environmental Compliance, Blue Mountain City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We now have a small amount of time for some short opening statements. Is there one from Tamworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tamworth Regional Council welcomes the inquiry into New South Wales pounds and appreciates the opportunity to give evidence. I'd start by saying that Council fully supports the 2019 changes to the Companion Animals Act, the mandate for rehoming, and Council is fully supportive of what that means and has been working very hard to implement it. For Tamworth, this has led to a lot of positive changes. Reduced euthanasia rates, enhanced reputation, the image for the pound, which we now call the Companion Animals Centre, has really made a difference with our community. Improved mental health, I heard that mentioned earlier. There's been improved mental health for staff because they're now focused on rehoming and rescuing instead of complying with a minimum period and then getting rid of the animals as soon as possible by way of euthanasia. We attract better staff. We attract veterinary nurses applying, so it's not just a compliance role. But yes, we're struggling as everyone else is with a huge influx of stray, banded, surrendered, dumped animals coming into our facility. Yet we can't blame this influx on the change to the legislation. As I heard mentioned previously, there are multiple factors. COVID, the end of COVID, the cost of living increases, the housing crisis. Out in Tamworth, we now have homeless, a lot more homeless people than we ever had before. They have to give up their pets. Rental laws that still don't allow anyone to have a pet, just anyone to have a pet in their rental. So I'd suggest that we need to accept that these numbers are the new norm. They're not going to go back to the way it used to be. And what's the answer? It's not going back to the old ways. We can't go back. Our community won't accept it. Our purpose has now changed and it's become definitely more focused on animal welfare and the rescue of animals and the rehoming of animals. And therefore, what we need is funding. Funding to deliver better pounds, better design pounds, newer, larger, funding for adequate staff with better qualifications, access to behavioural experts and access to funding for desexing and vaccination programs, because that's the only way we are going to address the problem. So please, in looking at the inquiry, consider the options for providing the funding that local government needs to actually deliver what we want to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Dubbo Regional Council?
Yes, just a brief one. As everyone else has mentioned, the COVID, the rising cost of living is certainly impacting the amount of animals that are coming into our pounds. Our animal shelter at the moment's quite an old facility. It has restrictions on the numbers that we can take in. This year is the first time we've actually had to shut our overnight drop-off kennels because we simply are at capacity or over capacity, and have to put a surrender wait list in place, which some people abide by it, others just open the front gate and let them roam, and then we've got to bring them in anyway, whether we've got facilities to put them into. A de-sexing program and vaccination program is definitely required, and council just doesn't have the resources to fund these things. One of our other issues that we have a lot of is, as with everyone else, microchipping not being done, details not being updated. We've had masses of cats come in lately. I think Krista might be able to correct me. One day last week we were happy we adopted one cat and we had 18 come in on the same day. So, trying to rehome where we can, being a regional area, we struggle very much with rescue organisations because they don't travel out as far as Dubbo or further west. Out of the 100 odd that are on the Office of Local Government site that are eligible or approved rehoming rescues, we've reached out to every single one of them, and we probably get a 10% callback from them, and of those, 1 or 2 might be able to assist us on the odd occasion. One of our major rescue organisations used to come up from Victoria, but unfortunately they're not very reputable, so we've ceased working with those. And unfortunately that leads to dogs being in and cats being in the pound for long extended periods of time, which isn't a healthy environment for them. Or we have to make the decision to euthanise with those because they become unhomeable because of their behaviours. So it's hard on staff. The staff have a lot of time and care for these animals, but due to resourcing, again, it's just, they can only do the basics. We don't have a behaviouralist or a vet or anything like that on our site. So we just rely on trying to find time or make time to get animals out to exercise them when we can. So, it is hard, but definitely another issue we often come across is with the number of animals that people keep. Like we have one client or one member of the public has 40 dogs in a backyard, and trying to get her to give up any of her dogs. And, she claims she's not a breeder, but she used to be, and has all these excuses. And we've just get to the point where there's only so many legal avenues we can take to reduce that number. And all the neighbours in the street are looking at council saying, well, why aren't you doing anything? And we've had the RSPCA involved, and they can only do so much. So there's a real lack of legal angles to deal with these sorts of situations. So, thank you.
Thank you. Blue Mountains?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blue Mountains community have been very proactive in animal welfare for the past 4 decades. This has involved substantial fundraising that purchased the Mort Street Katoomba Pound site and volunteer labour to build many of the facility's assets. Productive partnership between volunteers, the community, council and RSPCA New South Wales existed until recently. Following the devastating bushfires of 2019 and 2020, council agreed to support a dual facility for both wildlife rehabilitation and companion animal management. This was to be a statewide flagship for animal welfare excellence. After informing council this proposal would not proceed, RSPCA New South Wales lodged a DA submission to upgrade the site, which was approved by the local planning panel in early 2023. In February 2023, the RSPCA New South Wales board stated that they would extend the existing contract for animal management services until 2029. In July 2023, they informed council they were giving 12 months notice of cessation of these services and offered council purchase of the site for $2.45 million. The Blue Mountains community are disappointed by this outcome, particularly given the huge early efforts to provide for animal welfare in the Blue Mountains for perpetuity. Blue Mountain City Council has a modest fixed rates-based income and it's still trying to recover from bushfires, storms and flooding. It faces a very real challenge to provide an alternative impounding service, to fulfil its statutory obligations under the Companion Animals Act, and to continue the historical high level of commitment to animal welfare our community aspires to. The community has expressed a desire for RSPCA New South Wales to donate back the Mort Street site, originally purchased and developed by community volunteers all those years ago. Council and the community have enthusiastically embraced initiatives such as RSPCA New South Wales Keeping Cats at Home program and will continue to champion animal welfare education and advocacy. New South Wales Government has provided RSPCA grants to support animal welfare in the Blue Mountains as they have done elsewhere, but it is concerning to see RSPCA withdrawing its flagship services. In Blue Mountains we've seen new initiatives like dual wildlife and animal facilities discontinued, followed by an approved kennel discontinued, and now the Mort Street facility discontinued, all at a cost to animal welfare in the Blue Mountains and well below community expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to questions from the committee. And different people from different parties will ask some questions. I might go first to the Honourable Emily Savard.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start by thanking you all for being here. I wondered, and noting that Dubbo's already answered my question about how many animal behavioural specialists and how many veterinarians you hire, which was none for each category. Wonder if Tamworth and Blue Mountains, you could advise the committee how many are on your books.
I can answer. For Tamworth, we don't have any behavioural, not formally qualified behavioural experts on our staff. Yep. We have one member of staff who's done some training on behavioural assessment, but where we need that assistance, we would need to go external to find someone and actually, pay them on an hourly rate. It's something that we've considered because we think that that's the only way to determine with some cats and dogs as to whether they are rehomable, and that we don't want to make, I suppose, the error of assuming an animal isn't rehomable when it is just in that throes of being upset,
and how many vets do you have on your books?
Out of its normal, environment. So an expert would be really, really helpful. In terms of vets, we don't have any vets in-house either, and partly that's a decision we've made intentionally. We send any animals to be euthanased, or if they need vet assistance, we share the services amongst our local vets. We have 5 different local vets in Tamworth, and we try and share that service amongst them. And where I worked previously, we would have the vet come in-house and do euthanasia, and we found that was a lot more emotionally and mentally draining on staff, so we don't do that at Tamworth.
Thanks. Blue Mountains?
We don't have any specialist staff that deal with either vets or behavioural specialists. We rely on, currently and historically, we've rely on RSPCA New South Wales to provide those services.
And so that reliance on RSPCA New South Wales, it's safe to say if they're leaving or departing from the contract, that will no longer exist?
That's correct.
Yeah. Could I also ask you all perhaps to comment on how you see the RSPCA obviously tasked with compliance on the RSPCA providing appropriate and unbiased compliance on behalf of the New South Wales Government, noting of course some of the comments from Dubbo earlier around some of the challenges that are faced.
If I can comment, I'm not sure about the comment about biased. I haven't found, or don't think we've found, that RSPCA have provided biased investigation. our problem and the problem in the regions is there is only one RSPCA inspector in our whole region. So it's just that person having the time to actually follow up on compliance issues. And I think they struggle to do that, and therefore there are times when it's still left with council to be the first on the spot when there may be an animal being mistreated, and then we have to wait for the RSPCA inspector to have that time to actually become involved. So it's a matter of resourcing of the RSPCA, not their ability or intent.
Yes, I tend to agree. It's the RSPCA do what they can, but as Tamworth pointed out, it is a case of we have one inspector that covers basically the whole western region, and for him to get around and do his job is very...
How big is that? Are these regions we're talking about? Are we talking about the state electorate, or are we talking about, the local government area? Are we talking about a size larger or?
Much larger. I believe Mudgee right out to Broken Hill is one inspector.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the case of Tamworth?
Yes, the same. It's be a combination of several local government areas, and they're quite large.
Yes. Thank you. That's very helpful to understand. And so obviously similar falls to you in the meantime, because the community expects some sort of a response.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also, the RSPCA can delegate and ask us to investigate on their behalf. Council rangers don't have the same delegations. They don't have the powers under Proctor. The police force do, but we've found that a lot of the police are either too busy, not aware that they have those powers as well. And it can be a struggle when we've got, especially our rangers, because we're flat out as it is, and then we've got to take on that extra role of the RSPCA as well. So.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our ranger staff have a very good relationship with RSPCA operational staff. Like others have mentioned, staff resourcing is an issue. I think at one point we had an operational manager for RSPCA that was moving between Broken Hill through the Central West and to the Blue Mountains, and very, very difficult in terms of the amount of area that she had to cover. She's since resigned, but the other issue that we find is that the experience and qualification of some of the animal attendants that are working for the RSPCA, they can sometimes struggle with dealing with difficult animals, particularly dangerous dogs, and our rangers are asked to step in. Most of my team are very experienced and can provide that assistance, but it's not really part of their remit, and like others have mentioned, they have a lot of other matters to attend to. So, but otherwise, the working relationship operationally is very good.
Thanks. And just a final question to you, Mr. Martin, in terms of the Blue Mountains facility, is it correct? So the community fundraised for that facility to have an animal holding facility in the Blue Mountains, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. The local volunteer branch fundraised in the 80s and purchased the site, and the volunteers also constructed a great deal of the assets, like for example the 55 dog kenneling situation there was built entirely by volunteers.
And how are the volunteers feeling about the fact that the RSPCA now wants you to buy it back from them?
I think as you could probably gather, they're not very impressed. They're quite disappointed by that outcome. I think that the efforts that happened very early in the piece were because the community was very strongly in favour of animal welfare and wanted to basically create a site and a situation where animal welfare in the Blue Mountains was sorted into perpetuity.
Yeah, and I'm going to hazard a guess that Blue Mountains Council doesn't have an extra $2.5 million sitting around like most councils.
Definitely that's not in the budget.
Thank
Very
you.
dis-
I might move on now to the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, with Tamworth and Dubbo, what area do you cover in terms of, I know it's not just the city of Tamworth and the city of Dubbo, so you'd have a big footprint. Do you only have one central facility for the whole of your areas?
Yes, that's correct. So in Tamworth, of course, we've got Tamworth City, and then we have the regional towns of Manila and Barraba and Katingal and Nundor and all those. But we have really one facility, that's it, which is located in the centre, in the industrial area within Tamworth.
Yeah. And that's the same for Dubbo?
Yes, so Dubbo covers Dubbo City and outlying, the main town, outlying towns, Wellington. It's about 7,500 square kilometres, our LGA. We have just the one facility in Dubbo, our Wellington animal shelter that was there with the previous local government is quite small and quite run down. We only use it if our Wellington Rangers have had to collect several dogs on one day, and they can hold them there and then transport them through to our animal shelter in Dubbo because the one in Wellington isn't staffed. We are in the process of building a new, larger facility on our site in Dubbo.
Yep. And then with Tamworth, you've had the experience of Blue Mountains in terms of an organisation was running your rehoming facility, and now council have taken that on. And you said it was unexpected. You haven't probably experienced that budget gap yet, or I know you've sort of indicated here the costs, but you only really opened it this year.
Correct.
Or reopened it.
Yes, that's correct. It opened in June. The cost to get it open, yes, is around 250,000. And obviously there's ongoing costs. It's a lease, so the property, we haven't purchased it, we lease it, and it had a 2-year lease. So we are now planning to build a brand new centre. We're hoping to extend the lease for at least another year or so, and then actually have a new centre that will be a joint new pound and new rehoming centre. This was a situation where council just had no choice.
Yeah.
There was nowhere else, and on the positive, I have to say it's working really, really well. The community got behind us. We got 50 volunteers signed up. The media has been fantastic, and so it's actually been a really positive experience created out of a need, and I think there's an option there going forward for some councils, as long as they had the funding, being able to easily transfer an animal from the pound after the set period of time. During that time, we dissex, microchip, vaccinate, and then transfer the animal to the rescue pause for life, and then the animal can stay there basically as long as need be until it's adopted. And
so you've been
it's
able
working really well.
Turn a negative into a positive.
Yes, yeah.
And now have a budget in place for, admittedly, you'd like funding out from outside sources, but council have taken on that costing.
They have, and I thank them for that. But the funding for the future centre is also related to a special rate variation. So if we don't get the special rate variation, and again, this is no different to other councils at the moment, then I'm not sure how we'll fund it.
Yeah, okay. And Blue Mountains, are you aware of any other councils of the 128 councils that have RSPCA running their rehoming centres?
Am I aware of other councils that...
Yeah.
I think that the RSPCA has withdrawn from a lot of local government areas across New South Wales. And in discussions with their management in recent times, they were talking about, I think comes to mind 11 different local government areas where they were withdrawing their animal management services.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, did you? Sorry.
Sorry.
Honourable Rachel Merton.
Yeah, if we've got time, yeah. Just in terms of the oversight of the suitability of those sort of purchasing dogs and cats through the council or the RSPCA, would you say that what's in place is adequate? In terms of sort of maybe checks or examinations or, responsible owners?
In terms of the legislation or the guidelines, no. What we've done with our rehoming with Paws for Life is, depending on the size of the dog, we actually go and inspect the owner's property. Now, that's what we are doing at our cost, but it's better than having the dog go to a new home and then either it escapes or it ends up being brought back to us again. So we are actually spending the time the staff go out and check out the property. We also have a trial available, so if someone wants to adopt but is not sure it'll fit in, the dog will fit in with their other animals or their kids or whatever that might be, we allow them to take the animal home and for a trial period of a week or so, and if it doesn't work out, bring it back at no cost.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah.
Blue Mountain's experience is that there is a wide range of quality in terms of the behavioural assessments that we're seeing, and we are seeing a rise in concerning incidents with recently rehomed animals that have been basically placed inappropriately with households, and we've had instances of public safety and individual risk in that regard. So it would probably be an area that would benefit from some oversight in terms of quality and standards, in terms of who are giving those assessments, and the quality of the rehoming organisations or individuals dealing with these animals.
Okay. Yeah.
Could I maybe just ask one?
Could I ask a few questions just because the crossbench hasn't had, and then I'll come back. Is that all right?
Yep. Is it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, the third cat.
Christy is our animal shelter coordinator at Dubbo, so she has a bit of insight about the adoption processes we use.
So we don't do house visits, but we do background checks, like if they're owning that property or if they do rent.
Yep.
So if they do rent, we do require a letter from the real estate that they can have an animal at the facility. We do look up the site on our government mapping system that we have to make sure that it is appropriate fencing. We also do a lot of meet and greets with the children, other pets as well, before taking the animals home. Because we do want to make sure that the animal is going to their forever home, and we don't want it coming back to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask a few quick questions before I move on to the Honourable Peter Primrose. I've got a few questions for representatives from Dubbo. And in your opening statement, you talked about the fact that the current pound is quite run down. And I know in your submission you said that there was regular outbreaks of diseases within the pound. Do you have in the current facility, is there a separate space for animals if they become sick? Is there like a quarantine space?
So we do have an isolation section, but it's more for animals coming in because we want to isolate them from anything that we already have. We do have a separate puppy section, but again, our draining is not appropriate. Therefore, that's why we're making sure in the new rebuild that we have the correct draining for disease control.
Yeah, thank you. And I note that you've only just started vaccinations. Was that like a resourcing issue? Was it affordability for vaccinations? Was that?
So I've only been coordinator at the shelter for just over a year now. I previously worked for the RSPCA at the Dubbo facility back in 2014, and that's something that we done. We vaccinated everything on arrival, so it's something that I really pushed for at the Dubbo facility, especially with when I first started. There was a lot of outbreak of cat flu. I can touch wood, safely say that we do not have any cat flu at the Dubbo facility. Unfortunately, we're not qualified to do active vaccinations, so we can only provide Parvax for our dogs, which isn't a full cover to protect animals coming in. And possibly they could have something before they've come in.
Thank you. Another inquiry that I'm on is looking at the veterinary shortage that we have right across the state, and the fact that it's even harder impacted in regional areas. And I know that Dubbo was one of the ones that was indicated as having very low number of vets, and there might be impacts as well in Tamworth and the Blue Mountains. And I'm wondering how the veterinary shortage is impacting the work that's done within the pounds.
We're finding the wait for desexing, because we desex all animals that we adopt out, can be quite long. I don't think Dubbo experienced the shortage of vets where everyone else did. We do have 4 vets in Dubbo and 1 in Wellington. We do rotate between those guys, but if one's not able to help us 1 month, they're okay for us to source treatment from another vet.
And is that the same with the euthanasia as well? I know Tamworth sort of describes that, they rotate between the vets. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you. And you talked about the facility, the new facility, which I think is costing $6 million. Do you have a completion date for that? Has that been fully budgeted for, or is that something that you...
It was originally budgeted 3 years ago when it was first brought up for $3.5 million. I've progressed since I've been in the manager role, the new facility, and have been allowed to, we've extended the budget to the $6 million, just simply because otherwise it wouldn't happen. And thankfully the CEO and the councillors are aware that it's needed. It is fully funded by the council. We haven't been able to get any funding or apply for any grants. We have an expression of interest in at the moment for a grant, which we're still waiting to hear back on. The completion date is November next year. We're currently at the stage of getting our construction certificate, and then a tender will be put out over the December-January period with a hopeful start date of February-March of next year.
Thank you. And I've just got one more question, and this might be for everyone on the panel, but if there was funding provided, if there was funding available, because I know that obviously that's one of the biggest concerns and obstacles, do you believe that vaccination and the desexing of animals should actually be mandatory if the money was there? And I might start with Tamworth.
Yes, simple answer. Absolutely. That's the only way in the end, we'll resolve our issues.
Yes. Yes, I do believe it definitely needs to be mandatory. I do want to add, with us being vaccinating our animals recently, there's lack of stock now. So I don't know whether you guys are aware
the cat
vaccinations. So we are quite worried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. And part of the success we've had at Blue Mountains is getting a higher level of registration, microchipping, desexing. When the rangers can return an animal directly to the owner, they can bypass the impounding process altogether. So that's how we've been able to make some headway.
Thank you. The Honourable Peter Primrose.
Lots of questions, but I'll just ask one if I can for comment, and that is the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers on page 4. If I could just read out a quote, and I'd be interested in a response from any of you. The absence of industry codes of practice that relate to the welfare of animals taken to pounds, in particular for health and disease control, result in ad hoc and inconsistent processes that are driven by location and available resources of the pound. A particular challenge in this space, however, is to only focus on this end of the spectrum and to not provide sufficient attention to the welfare of companion animals in minimising their risk of entering the pound system at all. I was wondering if anyone would like to comment on that.
Well, I can comment on that. This all goes back, the whole issue that we all have, the community has, is about responsible pet ownership. So that comment's absolutely right. We should also be working towards education and compliance and regulatory fines, whatever, that actually stops animals coming into the pound in the first place. That includes the illegal puppy farms, etc., the illegal breeders, and the whole permit system for breeders just needs a total overhaul because it's way too easy. So I absolutely, starting at the beginning of the cause of the problem, and we're dealing with the effects of the problem, two different things, but they both need to be addressed.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would agree that education's a big part of making progress. We're lucky in the Blue Mountains that there's already quite a high level of animal welfare awareness in the community, and that they strongly support that. I guess over time we've worked good processes and methodologies at the Mort Street site to look at those sorts of issues in terms of making sure that there's a process when an animal enters the pound, that if there's disease that's isolated and there's a process that's worked through. But obviously that's something that's dependent on resourcing, and we're now facing a situation where we have a great deal of uncertainty about what's happening next for Blue Mountains.
Okay.
We also strong on educating, and we've been working a lot with Animal Welfare League and the RSPCA when they come and do their healthy pet days, and down to rangers on the weekend and animal shelter staff spending their own time doing letterbox drops in the area, so we can get as many people there to get their dogs vaccinated and microchipped and registered. We're looking at doing, because there's a large misconception, especially from farmers, etc., to do a free microchipping registration day at the livestock market and at the abattoir with the truck drivers and farmers, simply because they are on the understanding that it's a working dog, we don't need to register them. And we have quite a lot of working, both those facilities are close to our animal shelter. We have quite a lot of kelpies and working dogs that literally turn up at our gate because they've got out of either the abattoir away from the truckies and whatever, and we can't return them to their owners because they're not microchipped, and they're definitely not registered because they don't believe they need to. So we're actually going to set up a table at the sale yards and advertise so that we can get them registered and microchipped so we can return some of these dogs.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, is there any questions from Ms. Abigail Boyd?
No.
Okay, thank you. I do have one last question, given that we've still got 1 minute left. I just want to get an idea around what kind of legislative change you would like to see recommended from this committee that would help support pounds and also reduce the number of animals coming into the pound system. I might start with Tamworth.
We would definitely encourage the legislation to require cats to be, a mandate for cats to be desexed, all cats to be desexed and to be contained, whether that's inside a dwelling or whether that's with an external enclosure. I think that's one of the big issues. While we talk a lot about dogs, cats are harder to rehome. We have more of them, and because they can roam freely, it makes it very difficult for us to control, or for the numbers to be controlled, particularly when most of them aren't desexed.
Yeah, in agreement with the desexing of both cats and dogs, and I also believe a limit on the number of animals that a person can keep. I previously lived in Queensland, and I know in Queensland you can only have 2 dogs on a premises. If you wish to have more than 2 dogs, you have to apply and give reasonings as to why, and normally the only reasons they accept is that you're a breeder and that you're not just a backyard breeder but a legitimate registered breeder. So I'd like to see that all animals are desexed, and there's a minimum amount or a maximum amount of animals allowed to be kept at one property, and that the only exceptions are for legitimate registered breeders that are doing the right thing.
Thank you.
I'd agree that cats are probably our biggest challenge. We're a city, and Blue Mountains is a city within a World Heritage National Park, so the impact of roaming cats could be quite high on our local biodiversity. So strengthening legislative matters regarding cat containment, cat curfews, those sorts of issues, I think would be a step forward in the Companion Animals Act.
Well, thank you all for coming to give evidence today. I know some of you have come from a long way, so we really appreciate that, and thank you so much. The Secretariat will be in contact in relation to any questions if the committee has any further questions that they want to provide on notice, and thank you again today for your evidence this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now break for half an hour and be back at 11 a.m. I now welcome our next witnesses from the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could I begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Michael Ryan, President of the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers, and it is an oath, Madam Chair. Thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Troy McGlynn. I am a committee member of the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by giving a short opening statement?
I will if I may, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, honourable members, good morning. My name is Michael Ryan and I'm the Acting President of the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers, an association of people delegated by local governments across New South Wales to regulate the management of companion animals throughout our communities. People who are employed in the local government industry as rangers, animal control officers, pound keepers, shelter attendants or supervisors in this field, including people who regulate, educate and enforce responsible pet ownership, people who seize and take companion animals to a pound if they have to, who return companion animals, if they can, to their homes and families whenever they are able to. These people provide shelter, enrichment, health and welfare to all those companion animals in their care and to their owners as well. We investigate and prosecute owners of companion animals who have failed to prevent them from causing pain, suffering or life-changing injuries to others, and who provide counsel, empathy and compassion to those that are directly affected, which is a balance of a fine line between maximising rehoming rates, ensuring responsible, safe and appropriate rehoming into the community. These people also suffer the emotional trauma associated with the negative outcomes of irresponsible pet ownership, the oversupply of unwanted animals, the insufficient number of available homes, and at times the negative community attitudes towards shelters and pounds fostered by these outcomes. Our Institute appears here today in part to improve the professional status and to advance interests of our calling. Our Institute also aims to educate our members in their legal and moral responsibilities in relation to their duties and the community in general, including the operation of pounds within the meaning of the Companion Animals Act. Our Institute is wholly supportive of improvements to animal welfare, improved rehoming outcomes and safer and healthier pound conditions for all, both those who are in there administering to the animals and the animals themselves, as this is simply within the interest of our own members. Our Institute strongly believes that improvements in these areas will result from improved transparency of information, transparency in standards and guidelines for dogs and cats in shelters and pounds, and in financial reporting on companion animal management, specifically pound operations. Overwhelmingly though, and as simplistic as it sounds, our Institute strongly believes that preventing cats and dogs entering the pound system in the first instance is the most effective and efficient way to improve pound outcomes for everyone and the community in general. My thanks.
Thank you.
In summary, the Australian Institute of Local Government Rangers are wholly supportive of improvements to animal welfare, improved rehoming outcomes and safer and healthier pounds and conditions for all. Simply, it is consistent with the Institute's objectives and certainly in the best interests of all our members. We feel that without a revitalisation of funding models and pounds, increasing numbers, rehoming amendments and longer holding periods will continue to set the conditions for negative outcomes for both companion animals and pound staff. We feel that the management of homeless cats requires an all-of-government approach underpinned by community involvement. We feel that there is an urgent requirement for the modernisation, simplification and improvement of the companion animal management and regulatory framework. And we feel that there is a requirement for an improved transparency and a transformation of companion animal funding, and it is vital to ensure a robust and sustainable pound structure across New South Wales. We also note that access to relevant services throughout the state is not universal and a single model to improve companion animal rehoming and welfare is unlikely to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from the committee. We'll be sort of free-flowing amongst ourselves, and so it'll be fairly casual. I'm just looking at the opposition to see if they've wanted to start out with some questions. The Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan, maybe if I could
You
start
might
with
speak up if you're sorry.
Sorry,
ma'am.
Mr.
Ears
Ryan.
haven't popped.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you very much, and for both of you to being here today with us.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, if I could just ask you that this morning we heard from a number of councils, such as Blacktown, that their new facility, that they will partner with other local governments and have arrangements to take dogs and cats from other LGAs. Just in terms of your sort of the local government ranger work, I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on this.
Supported, actually. My own situation is that I'm a contractor with a local council in Carra for 16 years. I've gone out contracting across the state. I employ currently 8 officers, and it's not an II thing, but what it does is it gives, with Troy here representing Metro, it gives an overview of interactions between councils. Your Metro, like Blacktown said, totally support that. We actually, I suppose our officers cover 3 parts of the state of New South Wales and touch on all 3 borders. So I'm getting an overview of regional, rural, city regional and the Metro, and I totally support. And in general, we totally support everything, tick everything above you heard this morning. Yeah, so most certainly, especially in regional cities and regional areas as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think maybe another example this morning was that the City of Sydney have a partnering relationship with Sutherland Council, whereas I think just in terms of sort of on the ground facilities, I don't think the City of Sydney have them, but
No.
they are. Yeah. So
and that's mostly because of their locality. They're close by, dense population levels, and you can manage that. And yeah, we totally endorse that.
Yeah. And there'd be a bit of a distance sometimes between locations of these areas where councils are working together.
We're actually, well, I say we. I hold contracts to the likes of Moree Plains Council. We will hopefully address later some of these pound building opportunities. I invite the members to come to Moree and or Griffith and or a number of other locations where new pounds are going to be built. Distance over the big Blue Hill line is, paramount to, let's say, officer availability. But the likes of, say, Goulburn, Yass, we've worked through there as well. They interact quite well. Your distance factor is not large. And so, again, we endorse that interaction, most certainly.
Thank you. Yeah.
And that's only way ahead, sorry. Yeah.
No, thank you. And just how noticeable, in terms of a change in the work and the demands for rangers, would you have reflections about changes that we've seen since the rehoming mandate was brought in?
I'll get Troy to address that as well.
Thank you.
It's not an I thing, but as I said, to give you an example, and Troy and I have discussed this, regional-wise and city-wise, your comparative of population levels to animals coming into the pound seems to be much the much. Do you want to say something there?
Yeah, thank you. Certainly the prevalence of joint pound facilities is increasing across the region. We would suggest that it is an outcome of financial limitations rather than the efficiency and effectiveness of those arrangements. The returning of homes, for example, from one side of metropolitan Sydney, returning of animals, from one side of metropolitan Sydney to another, can be problematic if it's going to reduce the reclaiming of animals. notwithstanding, they certainly do have positives as well, as it is it can be more efficient. Animals, as we've heard, are not limited by local government boundaries, and it can increase the rehoming options available to a local government. Our feedback would be that as long as those pounds have relevant standards and guidelines and appropriately trained staff and processes, they're the important issues. And that, of course, local governments undertake a range of strategies and programs to, of course, minimise the cats and dogs entering that pound system in the first place. Certainly our example, our feedback from our members is that a range of factors, including rehoming amendments, have increased the time that animals are spending in pounds, including animals that, specifically dogs that have attacked, but we can't, and we're limited by certain legislative requirements, rather than being able to take more affirmative action for the safety of the staff and the welfare of the animal. But we also note that, out of COVID, the numbers are increasing as well. The important factor is that there hasn't been any change to the funding model or the legislative and regulatory framework to accommodate those changes.
And we're actually finding that, like everywhere throughout the state, from my personal experience, we're keeping animals, and I applaud the legislation. I really do. I think it's made a few people within the industry, councils also, to sit up and take a bit of notice. So I do applaud that. It's not that I'm here that I'm saying that. If I thought otherwise, I would say. But it's at an explosive level where these animals are in for 7-10 days. That's great. Then around the 20, we've got some in 3 regional areas at the moment and 1 city one, where those animals are now turning a bit nasty. It's not the animal's fault. We have then a moral responsibility, let alone a professional one, and I as a contractor have indemnity on it, is that when I let that animal go out, and we have I have a behaviourist officer on our team as well as an Aboriginal liaison officer. And yeah, we've then got to make that decision. The animal has turned this way because he's been here 30 days. And the effect then, which we'll get into later possibly on your questionings, but is the effect then on the rehoming groups as well. They're saturated. From our and my own personal viewpoint is how we approach it is it's all a two-legged problem. We go to the base first. We don't want the animal, we want you. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Is there any questions from the government? The Honourable Emily Savall.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you both for appearing today. I'd just like to start off by asking some questions around, you spoke earlier around the sort of the rehoming amendments. My understanding is that we have the longest in the country, is that right? Being 7 days?
I'm not fully aware of some of the other states and territories, but we do. But in saying that,
don't have a minimum stay.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that, because on the one hand, some of the submissions we've received in this inquiry state that 7 days should be lower, and some of them state that it should be removed.
I personally, from my own experience as an authorised officer of 17 councils, getting a hold of Joe Bloggs, who owned that dog 3 years ago and got rid of it to the next door neighbour's kid who was only 7 at the time, who's now 23, takes a bit of time. And I think your 7-day, 8-day period is quite sufficient. I wouldn't like personally, and Troy may disagree, to go under that. I think we need that time. Do we need extra time? Well, the extra time then comes about by then the emails going out to the rehoming groups, etc. And I might say at this point our experience with the rehoming groups both in Queensland, South Australia where I operate out of Broken Hill, and Victoria are wonderful. But they're hitting a saturation point they're not mentally trained for, let's say, rehoming fatigue, for want of the wording. We've actually had one, and I'll mention not the lady's name, but AWL Queensland. She's come back off 3 months. She was moving anywhere between from Moree, 20-odd dogs per fortnight, back through to Glen Innes, probably taking around that 40 to 50 animals a week. Unfortunately, she had to have 3 months.
Taking dogs from New South Wales
Correct.
to Queensland.
Correct. We'll deal with whoever we got to. It's as simple as that. And as you would have heard the earlier submissions, they all have their rehoming groups, and I applaud them all generally. There's a few that are a bit shonky, but we'll deal with those as they come. We don't mind if they make $1 million out of it. They aren't making $1 million. As long as they do the right thing by the animal, do the paperwork, we're happy. But yeah, we've found with some of our northern areas into Queensland, AWL especially, have been tremendous.
Just further.
With evidence.
Further to the question about the minimum holding periods, and certainly within the New South Wales jurisdiction, which we operate 7 and 14 days, if depending on whether a notice can be served. But 2 observations. One is that it's remained unchanged since the late 80s, where the legislation has come in. But obviously, we have much more improved and streamlined communication means nowadays. But secondly, that it is also a symptom, a symptom of the outcome. It's about being able to get in touch and identify the owners, and about having up-to-date details. It's about dealing with those issues first, and the minimum holding period really then becomes almost a moot point.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, no, thank you. Understood. We've heard other evidence this morning about the difficulties in getting in contact with some of those AROs, particularly from one council who said, 90% don't reply. So it's interesting that, we are moving then into state to try and find organisations. I just wanted to ask both of you if you could provide your, take on the role of the RSPCA in terms of the compliance activities. Obviously, it's tasked to undertake on behalf of the state government, and whether or not that is of a quality that is, appropriate and unbiased.
I'll go first if you like. I may declare an interest there in regards to Dubbo Council previously. That officer is one of my people who have seconded to RSPCA, so I may have a biased point of view, and I don't want them to keep him either. But from my point of view, and I've developed this over 26 years, the RSPCA are an integral tool, source. There's some very good people in there, very good. They concentrate a lot on your closer city, metro areas, and that's fine. That's where the population is. They're under a lot of stress. I have 3 personal friends, RSPCA inspectors. We, as officers in the field, and we are the front line, unfortunately, we will do a lot of their work for them, i.e. ascertaining the complaints, going out, having a look. I'm here under the auspices of the RSPCA. Yes, everything can be improved across the board. I think they're very diligent. The experience that I've had with probably 20-odd officers, and I know team leaders and that as well. So from our point of view, they are increasing the numbers. That will help a lot. I would not like to see us have anything to do with welfare. People, the community don't understand that. However, I think that puts another level of angst and, stress onto our people. Let's face it, no one wakes up of a morning wanting to become a ranger for the rest of their lives. Yeah. Street cleaners get paid as much.
Well, maybe they do.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe they do. I find it interesting that you sort of talk about doing their work on the front line, because we've heard other evidence this morning about the rate of injuries and lost time injuries, particularly for rangers, and that it was far more dangerous than mining, I believe was the comment.
It is the management of companion animals can be a very high-risk activity, and certainly within a pound environment, as well as the seizure activities within the community. It's certainly high risk in terms of staff dealing with the outcomes and with regard to investigations and prosecution of some of those incidents. And any activity which increases that risk to staff, obviously from our perspective, needs to be addressed, whether it's through the regulatory framework or adequate resourcing.
My wife and I don't go out to Woolies together in a town of 10,000 people, 14,000 LGA. No way in the world. So it is very incumbent on those people. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
I might jump in with a couple of questions. You were talking a little bit before about what I understand to be kennel rage from an animal that's been in an enclosure for a long period of time. Under our current legislative requirements, there's no size of that enclosure, so I understand that there are some facilities that are quite outdated and where there's no funding to update that, so the sizes are quite small. Under the code, they can be held in those enclosures for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day, and again, because of funding problems in a lot of these facilities and the staffing ratios, that is quite literally how long these animals will spend inside those small enclosures. Rather than making it easier to kill an animal sooner in those situations, shouldn't we be looking at, first of all, legislation to reduce the number of animals that are entering the system in the first place, but then also making sure the legislation and the funding can improve the quality of the life of animals while they're actually inside the pound.
Can you get that done quickly?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Please?
Yeah.
Certainly the two we don't feel are mutually exclusive. They don't have to occur one without the other. One of the first remarks I made was that a lot of these changes have occurred without changes to the regulatory framework or funding for the model. In 2014, the DPI released the draft Dogs and Cats in Council Pounds and Animal Shelters Standards and Guidelines in 2014, and there is still...
It's still a draft.
It is still a draft.
With an expectation of 5 years, they promised.
Yes, and people refer to the animal welfare standard for cats and dogs in boarding establishments, and it is simply not specific to this industry, and it is wrong to use that as a standard. There are other jurisdictions that we're aware of that do provide the framework for councils in operating and designing and building and maintaining those facilities, and we strongly encourage those to be provided to councils. We also encourage transparency in that funding, that within the local government regulation there is a requirement for councils to report on their companion animal activities throughout the year, but it is silent on how much money is actually spent on pound activities, on companion animal management, and greater transparency in that will provide improvements, we feel, in these areas. So those things should continue, and from an institute's point of view, we would like to see it occur very quickly. But there will always be factors beyond our control from time to time, where the safety of staff is affected. Is always paramount, but it may be affected with the behaviour of an animal. It may not be kennel rage, it may be depression. And keep in mind that these animals are being cared for, provided enrichment, being fed, being looked after by staff who then, in many cases, have to be responsible, make the decision to put that animal to sleep. And that can have a very adverse impact on the staff in our industry.
Sorry, go on.
Madam Chair, just if I can add to that, is Troy may not be bound to his own council. I'm not bound to a particular council, so I don't really care who I upset. But as Troy has enunciated, there has to be a clear path in your legislation that is accountable to a council. Okay, this is what you must spend on X. So many times going to a council, I'll do a report when we go into an area and on upgrades, what needs to be done. And a lot of the times it's, in the last number of years, has been, why should we build a pet motel? We've got bigger things to worry about. But I think if there's some clear, as Troy said, some clear guidelines, legislation that says this is what you need to do, clear and definitive. There is already a number of councils that are building pounds. It's all higgledy-piggledy. I can name one, which I won't, that's not long spent $5 million. It's non-functional. It's in a city, a council regional. It's non-functionable. The likes of a couple of others very similar, or they've forgotten something. Currently, we're working with, and as I said, as an example, the Moree Plains, we're going to need, they've allocated $750,000. Okay, their pound would be condemned. However, they've committed to it. We're then seeking from, obviously, funding, but we're rangers basically building, organising with professionals a functional pound that accommodates these animals, can accommodate them, and generally speaking, these animals hadn't had any love until they've come in, all right? So a decent sized pen, decent facility where we're not, everyone goes on about funding. Okay, but direct the funding to a specific pot so that it's not lost in amongst the council bureaucratic paperwork. Thank you.
Can I ask, just to clarify, is your suggestion that some of the funding, and we don't know for sure, that is coming as a consequence and derived from the companion animal registration revenue, is going to councils, but it's then not being used for companion animals?
I think the point I'm making is that there is little transparency in that. A lot of the annual reports indicate how much money has been collected by the council, the local government, on behalf of the Office of Local Government, and how much money is received. But there is little transparency in the allocation of those funds from that point. And indeed, what the council itself is actually spending on companion animal management. I listened to a number of councils this morning speak about the lack of adequate resourcing, but there was a notable absence about where the transparency in relation to that funding.
Okay,
Thank you. Ms.
Mr.
Abigail
McGlynn,
Boyd.
if I could just, jump in there.
Sorry, is it just a quick follow-up? It's just that Ms. Abigail Boyd hasn't had a chance to ask anything.
In relation to this, Dubbo Council have actually outlined that in their submission. So you'll find that those figures in their submission, it looks like their facilities run at a loss of in the order of 350 odd thousand the last financial year due to the paltry funds that they got from that revenue. Anyway, so continue.
Yeah, Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. One of the issues we've not touched on, but I notice you mentioned in your submission, is in relation to the companion animals register and how important it is for that to be sort of up to date. I understand that New South Wales' system is not necessarily as advanced as some other states. You able to tell us why that's important?
Troy may start, and I'll have a point at the end.
Feedback from across the industry is that we're absolutely amazed that the government can run a registry for motor vehicles and do so efficiently and effectively, but not be able to do the same for companion animals. It is fundamentally the cornerstone of being able to administer and manage companion animals within the state. It is the only means of identifying the companion animal, and it is a cumbersome, overcomplicated, archaic register, which doesn't really talk to the public interaction of the New South Wales Pet Registry, and we are very keen to see significant improvements in that space.
Did you want to add?
If I may,
Yeah.
in 26 years I've learnt a lot. When you go to local government with an issue or a problem, you make sure you take the answer. I don't know whether this is the be-all answer or the right answer, but I've found over the years, and I'm as tough as you come across, but the registration of an animal is now way and above the ordinary person's means, and that is the most, I've found, as I said, over 17, 20 councils, that is the most debilitating factor of getting that animal back out. I go back to, and I've managed my own pounds, go back to the, I think it was 2007-8 amendments when the pound registration, I don't need to be quoted, went from 100 to 150. I estimated at the time, and I said it quite loudly within our institute and generally, was that the euthanasia rate would increase by about 30 to 33%. It increased by 42%. So that 100 to 150 all of a sudden is just big money. Nowadays also, the 200 odd, I personally would like to see the how would you say, the lowering perhaps of it. You know, what are we here for? We don't want the animal in there, but once it's in there, how do we expedite getting it out? Our saturation level of the rehomers, your population density can only absorb so much. What do we do here to make it easier for these people? Do we have common impound fees? That's possibly a factor set by government or legislation. It ranges from some councils around the $25 to $100, all right? But the registration level that goes up each year, yes, there's a good argument that comes across that we need to finance this and this, but show us that you're financing this area. And there's, as Troy has said, there's no transparency. Personally, I would like to see, is that registration fee stopped where it is now, maybe even go back a bit, but make it easier for the poor bugger to get the animal out.
What about, I hear about people saying that they've missed the requirement to register within a period of time, and so then they are very worried that if they went to register, that they'd be, sort of done for a higher fee, or is that a factor as well?
There has been, no, there's no higher fee for your registration. Okay. There could be a penalty notice, but I don't know really of any council areas that are doing that because they want to get the animal out. I am aware in the past where there's been sort of like, let's say a money grab for one of the wording. We've got so many people on the register here, how would you say, out of Orange, for argument's sake. Okay, we can send out notices to register all those people. That's wonderful. There'll be grandma in there with 3 little lap dogs that we don't know they exist. I'm not interested in grandma. I'm interested in the ones that are out in the street, causing havoc, taking people's legs off, literally, and that's what we've got to aim for first. So, in regards to that, yeah, that's what I think we should do. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to time, so thank you both for your time and thank you for coming here today to give evidence. There may be further questions from the committee members, which the Secretariat will be in contact with you about.
We're here for you guys.
Wonderful.
We'd like to be interactive with you people going forward from the front line.
Wonderful.
Simple as that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you,
for
Madam
your
Chair.
evidence.
Thank you, members.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses, and I would ask, please, that each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Okay, I'm Melissa Suter from Inner City Strays. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Christine Crowe from Inner City Strays. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Penn, General Manager from Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Laura Taylor, Head of Animal Care at Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. Thank you all. We'll now have a little bit of time for a short opening statement. Is there a statement from the Inner City Strays?
Yes, there is.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Inner City Strays has been operating for 10 years and has been an incorporated association for 8. We have a strong working relationship with the City of Sydney and act as a satellite shelter for cats and kittens found on the streets within their local government area. We assist other pounds and local government areas when we have the capacity. We have worked mainly with 2 other metropolitan pounds as well as several rural pounds. We find the pound system to be struggling. The facilities can be lacking, they are under-resourced, underfunded and often understaffed. Sadly, they often do not have the funding available for necessary urgent veterinary treatments. Lack of space is a constant issue, and sadly, the overwhelming number of animals surrendered puts even more of a pressure on an already struggling system. We thank you for calling us to be before you today.
Thank you. Is there a short opening statement from Sydney Dogs and Cats Home?
Yes, thank you. So Sydney Dogs and Cats Home is Sydney's only community charity pound. We've been operating for nearly 80 years. We currently service 6 councils across Sydney. And with our new permanent facility being built, we'll be able to expand our intake and our councils that we currently support. So thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the inquiry into New South Wales pounds. We're hoping to see meaningful change around animal management, around pound facilities and conditions, and importantly, improved animal welfare. We'd like to see that meet and exceed best practice standards. An important part of this discussion needs to be around designing sustainable models of prevention to reduce the high volume of animals currently relying on putting pressure on New South Wales pounds. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll now move to questions from the committee, and so we'll just be sort of moving around and asking different questions. I might start with Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you for coming along and sharing the benefit of your experience and expertise with us. One of the issues that you have both talked about in your submissions is in relation to the management of cats. And I know in the Inner City Strays submission, you say that culling has proven again and again to be ineffective and is received poorly in the community. And similarly in Sydney Dogs and Cats Home's submission, you talk about the trap neuter release, I think, if I remember. Yes. Could you explain a little bit to the committee about sort of why just culling cats isn't actually an effective population management tool and what other things we should be doing?
Shall I go first? Culling cats doesn't address the beginning of the problem, which is why those cats are there in the first place. So those cats don't just appear on the streets. They are put there by members of the public. So we don't think that rounding them up and culling them is going to stop people from dumping their unwanted litters on the streets in the first place. What we've seen in the past in several areas is when cats have been removed from a certain area, it just creates a new area for other street cats to move into. It's called the vacuum effect. And we've actually seen that down at the fish markets once when there was quite a lot of cats in a certain area and the cats were all removed. And in fact, new cats moved in and the rat population just absolutely exploded. And we were even asked to bring more cats back. So, yeah.
Yeah, look, I'll add to that if that's okay. There's extensive research and data to support that the only effective animal management strategy is around desexing programs for cats. It is proven that euthanasing stray animals is not a way to prevent cat population, that effective desexing programs, and there is significant data to support that now, is the only way forward. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I suppose just a couple what Mel has already said in relation to the research around this. For many years it was assumed that to manage these cats it was to euthanase them. We know that's not an effective strategy. The science is there now. You need to be desexing these animals, essentially. That creates then a stable population, and so they don't continue to breed, and that obviously means you don't need to keep euthanasing these cats. So the science is there, the research is there. We need to be implementing this because the cats keep breeding. Obviously, the pounds are inundated. It's poor animal welfare. It's stressful on communities and everybody working in animal welfare. So we need to really start implementing these strategies.
Is there any benefit to when we are, I guess, if we were to have a broad program of desexing these cats, is there any benefit to also microchipping them and registering them as some sort of different version of, not registered to a particular owner, but perhaps to a particular area in order to keep an eye on them? Or is there an easier way that we can do that so that we know this is one that's already been desexed and we know about it and now we're tracking it? What's your views on that?
Personally, I think it is a good idea to microchip the cat because you then do have the data of how old that cat is. It's also a very good idea to have managers of these cats in certain areas so that if that cat was to suffer an injury, that can be tracked as well.
Yeah, there are advantages to have it centralised and to have someone with an overview so we can track the, I suppose, progress of the fewer colonies and fewer cats within colonies. So yes, we would, in our opinion, very worthwhile.
Thank you.
We do see an obstacle with desexing programs, particularly if we're talking around semi-owned cats. People not wanting to come forward with cats for desexing because there's an obligation around ownership to have the cat registered towards that owner, and we do see that as an obstacle towards achieving successful desexing programs and outcomes. But I think if there was a way to take that from an individual ownership, that would probably remove that obstacle.
Absolutely. I think there's pros and cons to the microchipping debate. I think there's definitely advantages. However, we can't allow there not being a microchipped owner to be the reason that we're not implementing these desexing programs and these desexing protocols. That has to be something we get up and running as soon as possible.
I might jump in with a couple of questions, and I'm happy for anyone who wants to answer these. But a number of submissions that we've had have highlighted the absence of any enforceable standards within pounds within New South Wales, including the fact that there's no standard around cage sizes, waste management. What do you think we need to be doing here in New South Wales? I think one witness earlier today suggested we could have a code similar to the one in Victoria. Is that what we should be looking at recommending here for New South Wales?
Start? Okay. One of the things that we see servicing multiple councils, everyone has their own interpretation of current legislation and requirements, and we find it quite challenging because we service multiple councils that they all councils enforce their own interpretation. So I think reform needs to happen to have a standardised approach, so that it's not open to an individual's own interpretation of current legislation or draft codes, that we do have a code in place. I think other states are far beyond us in terms of best welfare standards. Things like cage sizes in pounds. New South Wales seems to be trailing a little bit behind other states, to the point that we're following other states' protocols and standards in designing of our new facility, because we don't feel that the New South Wales requirements are adequate.
Thank you. This was a question I asked the last group as well. I mean, there are some people suggesting that there could be a relaxation of the rules around when an animal can be killed inside a pound or a facility, because obviously keeping an animal in a pound facility for a very long time can lead to things like kennel rage. Should we be focused more on aspects to reduce the number of animals that are actually ending up in the pound system in the first place, and then making sure the quality of care of those animals when they're in the actual system is a better quality of life, with things like larger enclosure sizes. At the moment, I think the code is that they can be in the enclosure 23 hours and 40 minutes a day. Should we be looking at that so that the kennel rage is, doesn't sort of set in after up to 10 days is what we're hearing, or should we be relaxing the rules around when an animal can be killed?
We don't really deal with dogs, so it's...
I can jump in
yeah,
on dogs. So there's two parts to that. Obviously, a really important part of this discussion is around prevention. We want to prevent as many animals coming into the pound in the first place. With population growth and pet ownership growing at the rate that it is, the state cannot sustain the current levels that require housing in pounds. So in terms of a sustainable approach, it has to be around prevention, around what we can do to stop the animals coming into the pound, and when they do, being able to very quickly return them to owners or have a homing option outside of a pound facility. So that's quite critical. In terms of the current restrictions for, we are acutely aware of the deterioration of behaviour of animals in the shelter, and it's something that we work very hard to try and prevent. I know minimum requirements are 20 minutes a day outside of a kennel. Our minimum is 1 hour, and we try to exceed that wherever possible. But it's still 1 hour out of 24, and that is detrimental to an animal's health. But that also brings in the conversation around adequate funding and resourcing of pounds to ensure, we spend a huge amount of money on staffing levels to ensure we have a paid staff member for an adequate number of dogs, so that the dogs do get enough enrichment, they get enough training, assessment, and of course outside time of their kennels. But without adequate funding, it's very difficult to have that in place. And I know a lot of facilities struggle even doing the 20 minutes a day because they don't have the resources available to have the high intake that we're currently experiencing, and to ensure the enrichment of the animals. Do you want to touch on welfare?
Yeah, so definitely in agreement about prevention, without a doubt. In relation to the animals once they're in our care, it is a huge strain on our minimal resources that we have to try and give these animals a quality of life, while watching them sometimes and unavoidably decline within our care, which, as you can imagine, is absolutely heartbreaking. We have staff members on to try and give animals time out of the kennels each day, but as Mel said, we do that at minimum 1 hour a day, but as a result, that's eating away at the very minimal financial resources that we have. We have a fully equipped vet team to ensure that the welfare of these animals in terms of their mental health is being addressed. So they're assessed every week by a vet. They're medicated where required to try and alleviate some of the anxiety that they experience in a kennel. But again, these are things that we're prioritising within our small organisation to try and maintain the welfare of these animals and their quality of life. But we need funding, we need support with this stuff, because ultimately, if within our minimal resources, we watch these animals decline, and we do get to a point where euthanasia is sometimes the only humane option. So increase of resources is what we desperately need, because otherwise we can't maintain their quality of life while they're in our care.
Yeah, thank you. You've got something to add?
I have something on the prevention discussion, and this is something from a rescue's perspective. Melly and I are the rescuers. We're the ones that have been out on the street for the last 9 years. So we've come across two alarming situations. One is cat hoarding. We've got 5 cases already. That's been over 9 years, but there have been 11 cases, and they produce the problem and misery and suffering. I mean, not all kittens born on the street are going to survive. Maybe one does, but you only need one female. So hoarding is a huge problem. And just as an aside, I won't take up too much time on this, we finally decided it's bigger than us. We've been doing one place for over 8 years, on and off, and it's just starting up again. So trying to put in a complaint to RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, the form would put a member of the public off complaining about hoarding, because it asks, what cruelty is there? Have you seen it being injured? It's not about that. These places feed semi-adequately. They just don't desex. The cats live in and out of the house all the time. So it doesn't actually fit the boxes. So even when I made the complaint, I actually rang both organisations and explained, and they said, yes, we get a lot of that. So as a footnote here, I think something's got to be done to make that reporting easier for members of the public. It's only us being tenacious that, follow up. Does this mean that desexing is cruelty? No, it doesn't. Desexing is not, there's no legislation against it, but neglect, there's no medical care. Putting a broken leg together with a paddle pop stick is not medical care. So that's the first thing, hoarding. It overlaps with public housing estates and low socioeconomic areas. We've helped members of the public in low socioeconomic areas and in housing estates, Waterloo, Glebe, Zetland. People don't go out and say, I'm going to get a kitten today. Kittens are born there. There are colonies on all streets. There's a white colony on one street, tabby colony 2 streets up, all of that. So that is a scenario where cats are just going to be, there are hundreds of cats. So there's hoarding, and particularly hoarding in public housing estates. That's our observation after 9 years, and it's overwhelming because I've looked it up as a mental illness, and it's just not specific enough. I mean, there's not even differentiation between hoarding inanimate objects and live creatures. So that's from our experience.
Can I just add one thing, sorry, just in regards to those cats that are long-term at the pound and that are suffering with mental health issues. When we take cats like that into foster care and work with them, it often doesn't take that long for that cat to come out of its shell and develop.
And I assume the solution to a lot of that is free desexing programs that have been funded externally.
Yeah.
I might need someone to put on the record the answer to that.
Yes.
Nodding doesn't get picked up by Hansard, unfortunately.
It's 4 yeses.
I've got one more question quickly for the inner city strays about your submission. I noticed that you said that Lithgow Council is a convertible shed operating next to Lithgow Tip. And I've heard that there are quite a few pounds and pound facilities within tip sites in regional areas. Do you think that meets community expectations?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that facility is, so under-resourced. I picked up a kitten from that facility that was basically just in such a shocking state and had been missed. Simply because there was one ranger who was working, and when I picked that kitten up, he'd been working for a whole month without one day off. So he was struggling, and therefore the cleanliness and the hygiene of the place is not what a member of the public would expect. And I think that the location of that pound right next to the tip is absolutely not what any members of the public would expect.
That's right.
Yeah.
It certainly doesn't meet public expectations. When we've said to friends, I mean, members of the public are horrified when we say this. And the ranger at the pound does his very best.
Yeah.
It's not about the staff. It's about the facilities. Now, that kitten, our vet says, would not have survived. It was covered with faeces. It got a urinary tract infection. Our vet said it would not have survived if left alone. So without a rescue, doing umpteen hundreds of, taking cats from pounds, those cats are going to be left there.
And I think also when you go and collect a cat from that facility, you just kind of go into a little tin shed and it's so filthy you don't even want to sit down. So that facility is just screaming for money. They just need some funding and he needs some help. Yeah.
Is there government questions?
Thanks, Chair. I might just start with pick up on some of the earlier points you made about cat hoarding. And I wanted to, and also the issues that you faced in terms of lodging a complaint. Could you just advise the committee what was the outcome? You've got these, 5 cases, you say, where there's quite significant cat hoarding. You've made a complaint to the RSPCA. Has a compliance officer attended? Is there an outcome? What's the situation?
We haven't made a complaint yet. I was calling to ask whether a complaint whether the complaint about hoarding actually does fit within the requirements for a complaint. So we only did that yesterday. We ended up the last of the 5th hoarder last week, and it takes us a while to think about to report it because we know these people, we know what that means for the remaining cats, but we have decided to report. But that was only recently when we thought one particular site was finished, we learnt that now the hoarder isn't even telling us that there are kittens inside. A year ago, he would tell us. So when you rang and asked the RSPCA if that was something that, what was their response to you? They were very sympathetic, but I specifically asked what constitutes cruelty or neglect. Unfortunately, not desexing doesn't constitute neglect. So, but if the only category that fits would be failure to give medical care. So that's the only kind of avenue that we can make a complaint to the RSPCA. We're the ones that are given the medical care, not the so-called owner.
Right. It's fair to say if there's hundreds of kittens in there, they're probably not getting adequate medical care.
Well, that's right. And that hoarder only likes them when they're cute. So after about 12 weeks, they're out on the street. And the next round of kittens has already started. So we can't deal with it anymore. We cannot deal with any more hoarders.
No, but it also strikes me as being a role for a compliance officer, not a role for a volunteer organisation.
Yes.
Such as yourself.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Most councils do actually
easy is it
support.
for you to get?
Sorry, Emily. I was just going to say most councils do support rescues with hoarding situations. Typically, they have a maximum number of animals allowed on a property, and when it's identified that it exceeds, quite often they can support going in to remove animals.
And that was the advice the RSPCA gave, as well as saying, we will take the report right now.
I suppose it's hard to identify how many animals are in there if you're not being told, though, because there's secretive behaviour. Anyway, I wanted to ask a question to both your organisations about how easy or hard it is to arrange for vets to desex dogs and cats that are in your care.
Well, fortunately for us, we have a fully resourced vet clinic and vet team, so we do all our own desexing and medical treatments internally in-house. But I do understand, and we provide a lot of support for other organisations who are struggling to get adequate, particularly desexing. We do provide that support to other organisations because I know it is extremely hard at the moment.
We have partner vets who will often squeeze in a cat for us the next day if we ask. We have some fantastic partner vets and they really support our work and often will go out of their way, and sometimes they will even stay late at night to desex an animal for us. So, yeah, no, we find that.
And when you're providing these services, is that for free, or like, is there a cost involved to your organisations?
Yes. We
there's
pay
always a
a
cost.
reduced fee. Yeah.
And I'd also like to add that although we have a fully equipped vet team at Sydney Dogs and Cats, when people come to us for help, whether that's councils or rescues or just members of the public coming in off the street, we are giving a substantially discounted rate, which obviously comes out of our resource pool. So we're doing what we can to assist with the desexing, but it's not helping us in terms of our small financial resource pool. So that's us contributing. Yeah. We can do so much more if we have government financial support in that area.
We're very reliant on community donations like other organisations are. Even though we're older and larger than a lot of organisations, our survival is purely dependent on community fundraising.
Thank you. I wanted to turn now to a question around, and I know the Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, you've mentioned it in your submission, regarding the trap neuter release program for community cats. I just wondered if you could comment on under Section 11, my understanding is currently illegal to abandon a pet, and does this create impediments for the trap neuter release program?
Sorry, do you mean it's illegal to like dump an animal at the pound? Yep. Is that what you mean?
Illegal to abandon a pet.
Illegal, rather,
so
sorry.
You're taking in a cat to then neuter it and then release it back into the community, and you know it's unowned.
So currently how that affects us is that we need to hold that animal for the legal impound period before we can then proceed with desexing. That's not good welfare for the animal. If they're semi-owned or semi-owned cats, for example, they don't cope well in a shelter. We try and do what we can to get them into a foster home, but ultimately a lot of them do stay within the pound. They decline behaviourally and physically within that stray hold period, at which point, once their stray hold period is over, we can then desex them and look at rehoming or sending them to rescue or whatever opportunity is available for that animal. But yeah, at the moment, that legislation certainly has negative animal welfare impacts for those cats who we assume are semi-owned cats when they come into us.
There's an opportunity there for great legislation reform to legalise the process so that these animals can come in and be desexed and released with minimal harm and negative impact to the welfare of the animal. So it's a problem at the moment. You know, we try and support councils with desexing programs, but of course, because the legislation deems it as being an illegal process to do it in that manner, it's very difficult for us to support councils with effective desexing programs without being able to do TNR programs.
And that would be one of the so-called sort of earlier intervention processes you're talking about earlier, to avoid animals getting to your facility in the first place, but that you currently can't do.
Yeah.
Or if you do, I mean, what's the additional cost to your organisation of then having to keep a stray for the statutory period?
Yeah, well, it's significant. I mean, you've got staff and medical care for the animal for a 14-day period, which is extensive cost, but, you know, for us, the main concern is the animal welfare component of that rather than the cost of the care. Those animals are severely compromised going through that process, and it seems unnecessary when they could be brought in, desexed and released with minimal impact.
Thank you. The opposition?
Thank you.
This would be for both of you, if possible. I just sort of reflect that sort of COVID, we sort of saw the surge of sort of pet adoption, and then sort of we're sort of coming, we're sort of post-COVID and where we are now. I'm just wondering, in terms of sort of the current adoption rates and fostering, what the experience might be today.
For us, post-COVID, our adoptions are very slow. We had a lot of adoptions through COVID, but coming out the other side, no, they're very, very slow. Entering kitten season, the first kittens of the season usually get adopted pretty fast, but that is also starting to slow down now as well. So it's been very slow. Juveniles and adults almost non-existent. And sadly, post-COVID, we've been asked to take a lot of juveniles and adults from members of the public as well. As they're now travelling, cost of living's also been a huge thing that people are saying, well, I actually can't afford now this animal that I adopted in COVID, and are wanting to surrender the cat for that reason as well.
And some people are homeless.
Yeah.
And cannot sustain the cat.
A pet ownership.
And have to surrender it.
Look, our experience has been very similar. Post-COVID, we have seen a huge increase in intake of animals, both dogs and cats. Unfortunately, adoption numbers are probably the lowest we've seen in a very long time. So that's obviously putting capacity restraint on the organisation. But I think the most alarming thing to note coming out of COVID is the amount of calls that we receive. It's well over 100 every week, and it's increasing, not decreasing, of members of the public needing help, wanting to voluntary surrender their animal. The three main reasons for that is the animal's behaviour. A lot of dogs through COVID were brought in as puppies. They weren't socialised. They had people around all the time. Suddenly now their owners are back at work. They have separation anxiety and display various behavioural problems that people are growing tired of. There's obviously financial pressures on people to provide adequate medical care to look after their animals, and of course the renting issue continues to be a problem, that people try and find housing to take their pets with them and are unable because renters are still refusing animals in the home, so they're being forced to surrender their animals. So that problem is getting larger and not smaller, which is a real concern. There are things that can be done to support members of community to keep their animals rather than surrender, not in all cases, but behavioural supports for dogs and financial assistance for medical care for people who are struggling are just some of a few ways that these people could be supported to keep their animals in a home rather than needing to surrender them to a pound.
Thank you. And just touch, sorry. Sorry.
I was just going to add to that from a veterinary perspective. Every week we are seeing members of the public come forward and say we can't afford basic veterinary care due to the cost of living crisis, and so unless we have financial support to support them, surrender is the only option that they have, which is obviously increasing the number of animals in pounds. And so we need to go back to that prevention model where we can provide people with support and stop animals coming into the pound system in the first place.
Thank you. And just to both of you, I just note in one of the submissions, euthanasia rates and practices is touched on, and a commitment to get to the zero movement in striving to rehome every healthy treatable animal. I was just wondering what some of the latest might be on reaching that.
Yeah, I'll jump in
Sure.
if that's okay. So it's something we're very passionate about, getting to zero movement to ensure that any healthy rehomable animal has the opportunity to be rehomed and not euthanized based on capacity and restrictions within the pound environment. So we do not put a time limit on any animal in our care. Unfortunately, other organisations are not in the position to be able to do that. They do have capacity restrictions which would restrict them being able to provide that opportunity. But through foster homes, We're able to remove animals from the pound environment into a foster home environment, which is better animal outcomes, gives them the time that they need to find a home, and lowers euthanasia rates, which is really important.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Agree.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Yeah, I have a question for the Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. So when you did the submission, you said when we were able to build our permanent facility, that was back in August. Have you got any updates on the timeline for building that? And then you've said you'll be able to grow to over double your current levels, and you currently serve 6 councils. So how many councils will you be able to service once your build is...
So I'll go back to front. I'll answer the second part of the question first.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much about the number of councils, because councils have very different requirements in terms of impounding. Some councils will have 12 animals a year, other councils will have over 1,000 animals a year. So it's really about partnering with councils to a number of intake. So it could be 8 councils, it could be 12 councils, depending on the size of the council and their requirements, who we partner with. I would be expecting it would probably sit at around 10 councils, depending on who we actually work with. To go back to the first part of the question, so the New South Wales Government has committed to providing funding for the building of the permanent facility. They're going to be doing that not through us but through an auspice agreement. So they have brought New South Wales Public Works on to project manage the build of first stage of construction. The project is a little bit behind schedule, unfortunately. We were scheduled to be on site by December 24, with some delays working through that auspice. It looks like there's 3 to 6 month delay, but I would be expecting between March and June of 2025 that we'll have our permanent facility completed and we'll be able to take occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just... And you may, given the time, want to take this on notice, but in their submission, Local Government New South Wales on page 14, under the heading The Relationship Between New South Wales Pounds and Animal Rescue Organisations, they say, and I quote, "Ideally, rescue and rehoming organisations would have some form of minimum accreditation, and all those working with companion animals would be required to have mandatory basic training so that basic knowledge, competence and safety is assured." End of quote. They recognise the role of volunteers and limited resources, and then go on to say, it may be necessary to subsidise training and accreditation if this option is pursued. I was wondering if anyone has any comments on that proposal, please.
Would you like to comment or take it on notice to respond?
Well, please feel free to take it on notice if you would like to consult about it.
I'll take that on notice if that's okay. I definitely have some thoughts that I'd like to put together for that, and yeah, I'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, every rescue has different procedures and protocols, we find. We often ask, why can't we just be all just one big rescue? Well, everyone is different in their focus and their processes and procedures. We have a kind of informal induction, I suppose, just by doing alongside a more experienced person. That's how I learnt 9 years ago. And we find that volunteers, we work together well as a team, but just because you're a volunteer doesn't mean you do everything. Some volunteers just do fundraising, then that's fine with us. Others are, like us, the rescuers, and others do foster care. So it's a grouping of different skills coming together under one rescue umbrella.
I actually think training is, if we can do training, yes, absolutely. For those volunteers that want to do it, yes, would love it. We follow a lot of advice of our vets, obviously, and any queries we have, we go to them. We do have a lot of vet nurses on board, and we do have some vets on board as well within our team, but I always think training is always beneficial, yeah.
It would be really good to have a more formal induction program, definitely, with outlining basic skills needed for the work.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We do have 1 minute left, so I just want to quickly put one more question on. I've just got a question about behavioural assessments, and I know that these are really complicated and that there's been some research done to show that there isn't any one behavioural assessment that actually gives an accurate prediction of an animal's behaviour. But at the moment, there's nothing in the legislation around what that behavioural assessment could be, and I've heard it can range from anything to putting a stick through the cage to a dog and seeing how they react, to hiring a professional to do a whole range of tests. Do we need something in New South Wales to standardise or to create a minimum level around what a behavioural assessment should be, given obviously these are used to whether an animal will live or die?
Yes, so I definitely think there needs to be a review on this. Within the veterinary community, it's widely accepted that a standardised behavioural assessment in a shelter environment is ineffective. It doesn't give an accurate assessment of the animal's true behaviour. However, I'm aware that different facilities, obviously with minimal resources, potentially don't have vets on site or behaviourists that have the knowledge to know how to do an assessment to the best of their ability. So I think it needs to be standardised, and I think there definitely needs to be a review. I suppose what I would say further to that is that it needs to be a review based on people with the appropriate skill set. So a behavioural vet, in my opinion, is a specialist within that area. Again, in terms, so trainers, for instance, there's no regulation about what's a good trainer and what's a bad trainer, unfortunately. A lot of trainers, even with the best of intentions, can have really severe negative outcomes for an animal's welfare, and so it really needs to be specialists leading within the behavioural field who has input into a review on standardising behavioural assessments in a shelter.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that in regards to cats, we often do take cats that fail a behavioural test in a pound situation, and sometimes they might take a couple of months to come out of their shell, but often just being in a home environment and being worked on one-on-one can do absolute wonders, and those cats all get adopted.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for coming in today and giving evidence, and thank you for all the amazing work that you all do as well. We may have further questions that we would like to give you on notice, but the Secretariat will be in contact in regards to those questions. And thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The committee will now break for lunch until 1:30. Thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into pounds in New South Wales. I now welcome our next witness from Doggy Rescue. I ask the witness to please state her name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. It's Monica Bianacchi from Doggy Rescue. I'll do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement that you'd like to give to the committee this afternoon?
Doggy Rescue is a registered charity that I set up in 2001, primarily just to save animals from the council pounds. We are predominantly a dog rescue organisation, and we have rehoused almost 14,000 dogs. We have a strict no-kill policy, and most of our work, 95% of the animals we take, are from council pounds.
Thank you. We'll now move around the committee with just some free-flow questions. I'll just check if the government has any questions that they'd like to start with. The Honourable Emily Saval's online.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Monica, for appearing today. I might start by asking you a question I asked some other animal rehoming organisations earlier today, which is how easy or hard is it to arrange vets to dissect dogs and cats in your care?
Sorry, could you repeat that? How easy is it to engage vets?
To dissect dogs in your care.
Oh, okay. So we are very fortunate. We actually have our own veterinary hospital, which we own 50% of, the Cottage Animal Hospital, and that again is part of our our ethos, that's part of what a rehoming organisation long-term does need. So we have plenty of capacity to get all our veterinary care done. In addition to that, we also source many specialist vets for specific requirements.
That's wonderful. What are the barriers to animal adoption that you think could be resolved through some regulatory change?
I guess specifically in the current climate, the offloading of animals due to having rental or lease agreements that do not allow pets certainly does result in a lot of animals being offloaded now with the spike in interest rates and just the economic squeeze. It's made life very, very hard. So looking at that sort of area would certainly be of advantage.
Do you get enough volunteers at your organisation?
We live on volunteers. Most of our organisation is that. So we are very fortunate. We have a lot of volunteers, a lot of committed people that help, and without them, our organisation wouldn't even exist. So we are very, very fortunate.
And what's your relationship like with the RSPCA? Would you have a relationship with the RSPCA in terms of their support?
Not really, no. I guess I work pretty much solo. If there is an issue or there's a collaboration on specific group of animals, I've certainly had association from time to time, but not an ongoing collaboration, no.
Predominantly working with councils, as you said earlier in your statement.
Yes, with the council pounds, yes.
And how has that been arranged? Is there any areas for improvement? Or?
The main areas we have difficulty with, we source animals from any pound throughout New South Wales, and we're very fortunate. We often get volunteers who drive up sometimes 2 days to source animals from pounds. So we are very fortunate in that regard. But the pounds that are in rural areas are much more poorly staffed, have less resources. Disease control, sometimes there's no vaccination of animals, and for example, just 2 weeks ago, we took dogs from a pound where we knew there was a parvo outbreak, and you probably all know that's a life-threatening situation for an animal if they don't get veterinary care. We took them on because we knew if we didn't, they would be euthanized. And we did a very supportive fundraising program on social media, and we got the funds to pull those 3 puppies through. It was amazing. But pounds are facing these hardships all the time, and there aren't always groups there to take them, let alone have the financial ability and resources to then follow through and, you know, get them well, then rehouse them.
And so in the case of, you know, a volunteer of your own driving, you know, for 2 days essentially to pick up an animal, that's something that they're doing at their own expense?
Yes, absolutely. Their own petrol, their own tolls, and they even have overnight accommodation and often take a friend just for safety to go into these remote communities. It's just amazing, the volunteers and the what people want to do to help, and that really gives them a buzz to know that they saved that dog's life.
Yeah. We heard evidence earlier today from a regional council that said that they had extraordinary difficulty in getting animals rehomed for this exact reason. Yeah. Thank you. No further questions, Chair, at the moment.
Great, thank you. I might start with some questions if that's okay. I've heard that animal rescuers are also experiencing high rates of burnout and stress at the moment due to the rising surrender rates, the impossible high number of animals to rehome, the fact that there's more animals than there are homes. What impact is the current situation having on the rescue centre and the individuals that are, you know, taking on all this cost on their own back?
Well, it's exactly what you said. It's just a high burnout rate. It's exhausting. It's never ending. You've always got the pounds pressuring you. Can you take this one? It's only this. It's only that. And you want to do your best, but there's a limit, and you just feel it's really, really difficult. And it's, you know, since COVID, I've been in rescue more than 20 years, closer to 30, and I have never seen it the way it is now.
There was a grant from the previous government for $5 million for rescue organisations, and a lot of those rescue organisations put in a bid for some of that quite small pool of money. My understanding is that's the only funding that's ever been made available to rescue organisations. Should there be ongoing funding, because rescue organisations are actually stepping in and doing a lot of the groundwork to actually rehome these animals because councils are unable to do it?
Yes, that would be certainly beneficial. Yes, we got our first grant last year and we're very grateful, and we're doing lots of things with it. It would certainly help, but it's the delay time now because of that high volume of animals that there are, and then trying to rehouse them. You're keeping every animal longer, and sometimes the condition that the animals come in to the pounds is appalling. And you've got to pick up the pieces. The pounds don't have the resources.
We heard earlier today, it was put to us that some of the legislation should be relaxed to allow animals to be killed sooner so that they don't develop things like kennel rage inside some of these pounds. I wanted to get your thoughts on that, or whether there should be more emphasis on different pieces of legislation to reduce the number, or funding as well, to reduce the number of animals that are ending up in the pound system, and whether our focus should also be on making sure that there is funding and adequate legislation around quality of care when an animal does end up in a pound. And I note at the moment that there's no proper staffing ratios. There's animals can be held in enclosures that don't have any kind of size requirements for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day. I'm assuming that all relates to kennel rage. Should we be looking at that to reduce kennel rage, reduce the number of animals that are going into pounds, or should we be relaxing laws to make it easier to kill animals much faster?
I think the key problem is backyard breeding. If we didn't have so many backyard breeders, we wouldn't have the intake into the pounds, and that's where we have to put legislation. And I know once you put legislation, you've got to be able to follow it up, and I know that's a difficult area. The puppy farming that you all probably remember, all the little white fluffies and the oodles and the moodles, yes, it still exists, but not to the degree it used to, because legislation went into place. There was education to people that it's not a good thing to get a puppy farm dog. It's had an effect. We now have to work on backyard breeders, and particularly the Staffy, the Amstaff, the Bull Arab, all those larger breed dogs, because they're all bred for often a sort of a macho image that people want, and they're the most inappropriate people to have them, because these dogs are powerful, they're strong, they're not trained, and then they end up in the pound system. I'm sure if you've looked at statistics of what type of breeds there are in the pounds, they're the problem ones, and it's not the dogs, it's the people that breed them. That's where the government needs to focus its attention.
Thank you. So regulating backyard breeding, or sort of regulating breeding, I guess, generally, so that backyard breeding isn't...
That's right. We don't want to see, bona fide breeders then giving ulterior quality dogs then to backyard breeders and then selling them through those sort of networks. I mean, we know all these sort of games that happen. But yes, to stop the backyard breeding, you don't have to spend lots of resources on lots of bigger facilities, because you'll hit the problem on the nail on the head.
Yeah, we've heard a lot this morning about large desexing programs, providing subsidised or free desexing for people who perhaps don't have the finances available to do any desexing. People have also talked about programs to desex homeless cats as well. Do you think that that's also part of the solution here to reduce the number of animals coming in?
Absolutely, but it's also the education, because I know from a lot of the rural pounds, the pound managers just say, well, you get rid of these puppies and now the next lot will come in 6 months' time. It's that education. People don't care about desexing. We've got to get that message through, particularly into the rural areas, because that's where a lot of the young dogs and the litters are coming from, and they're all those sort of working breeds and the hunting breeds that, again, in a city environment, it's hard.
We've heard a lot of people saying that we're now at a bit of a crisis point in regards to rescue organisations and the pound system. So the pounds are saying they're over capacity.
Absolutely.
We're hearing that they're trying to work with rescue organisations, but you guys are also at capacity. Can you give us a bit of an understanding about what's happening, and also what the state government can be doing to help support this whole system and getting out of this crisis?
Well, because everyone has a limited capacity, we need to rehouse the animals we have. We need to have more education on get a rescue dog, not a purebred dog. Again, it's sort of like stopping cigarette smoking. You've got to have campaigns, it's got to be across all the media platforms, and it's got to be not socially acceptable to do. And that's the sort of thing that has to happen with dogs and breeding in pound situations.
Thank you. And just one more question before I throw to the opposition. We've heard that pounds in New South Wales are rarely inspected or audited. Just sort of, obviously if there's a complaint, then the authorities go in.
Yes.
But because they're limited in the number of inspectors that they have, do you think that we should also be looking at regular inspections into those pound systems, particularly in some of those pounds that we're hearing are not fit for purpose?
That's probably a good idea, but also as complementary to that, you've also got to go in there with help and support for them so that they can fix the problems and not just smack them on the fingers and say, you know, well, it's not good enough. Because that's where that lack of staffing, lack of resources, lack of veterinary, that's where it all comes from, because there isn't that support network. And sometimes I think these groups and like some of the rangers in the rural areas, they're doing multitask jobs. You know, chasing dogs that are loose on the road is just one of their jobs, and so it only has a few hours a day attended to it, just to feed the dog, make sure it's got water, and then go, and then attend to whatever other jobs that they have in terms of environmental care and so on. So that makes it really, really hard.
Thank you. Opposition, the Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you for joining us today. Monica, if you might just be able to elaborate a little bit earlier, you mentioned that funding was available, funding was received last year to Doggy Rescue. Could you detail a little bit more about what was available and what that allowed you guys to do?
We received a $100,000 grant from the OLG, and we put in a submission to help with training and also roofing and shelter for the dogs, which we are currently in progress of doing. So that's for a 12-month period. So we financially couldn't afford to have a trainer, and now because of that funding, we have got that. And it's so important with these pound dogs. It's important to understand the types of people that often drop the dogs in the pounds. They are often people, sometimes they're criminals. They have no understanding of what animals want. They had a desired outcome for a couple of weeks, the puppy grows up, and then they no longer want it. And these dogs have never experienced anything, sometimes, apart from their own backyard. And once they go into a pound system, which is noisy and it's scary and people expect them to conform into a certain way of behaviour, they just freak out. You know, just like a lot of humans would if they're just expected to conform to something that they have never experienced in their lives. And when a dog has never been on lead, I mean, we have quite a number of dogs that have never been on lead, and we have to work on getting that relationship that we can even put a lead on them to walk them from A to B. There are a lot of dogs like that in the pounds. You know, they are so challenged, these dogs, because they're just taken as a puppy, just shoved in a backyard and never been touched by a human. They never get any praise. There's no emotional contact. And then they go in the pound and, of course, they get assessed and then they get killed.
Yeah, no, thank you. And look, you know, we absolutely recognise, you know, in terms of the hands-on work and the passion and you know, and how critical it is in how you describe that, you know, in terms of the contact with the animals being often the first time. Monica, I was just concerned, just in terms of some of the experiences in terms of contact or the lack of communication from the pounds for your volunteers, that, you know, there's an agreement that you're going to go and collect a dog and, you know, you're travelling hours and then the situation's changed when you get there. How do we better address that in terms of the interaction or the relationship between the pounds and yourself?
I think that's quite a simple one, that there are government standard procedures that the council pound must follow. You know, if they contact Rescue Group A and they agree, you know, in writing, then that animal needs to be held till that rescue group come, unless there is a change of circumstances. And again, it's back to communication. I think that's a very simple thing to fix and to make sure across the board that everybody follows a set of rules. It's really simple, and it's just being thoughtful about, you know, the organisation.
Yeah. No, thank you. Monica, I also pick up in terms of transparency of pounds and the variation relating to euthanasia dates. Do you want to share a little bit more about some of your thinking on that?
Yeah. Now the pounds all, you know, officially, you know, contact at least 2 rescue groups, you know, before they euthanize animals, but some of them are a bit more transparent in terms of saying, look, this dog has had no inquiries, it's really urgent. And I guess certainly our organisation will promote those dogs on social media if we get the permission from the pound, you know, that we would try to help that next level of support, that they may get someone adopting that dog directly from the pound. I understand that not all pound dogs can go directly to the public, but I'm sure there are many. If we are given more of an opportunity to use our own social media platforms to really push these dogs.
Yeah, no, thank you. In terms of your experience on the trap neuter release program, in terms of putting some controls around breeding, just wondering where that might be up to.
We are not a big cat organisation,
Yep.
but we certainly support that sort of system. And a lot of the cats that we end up, you know, in the pound system where we get them from, have come from those sort of places. So we know, you know, that sort of how the system works. But there are so many cats that will never be rehoused, but to support that sort of system where there's so many private individuals helping and sometimes, you know, doing risky stuff at night, you know, just to make sure that their little colony gets a meal. They have to be recognised, they have to be helped, and certainly a lot of the food distribution networks now, you know, sort of also enable these groups to get, you know, close dated food and things like that. That helps, but they need more. They need more, and they need support from the government in terms of education, because there's so many people out there say, "Oh, cats, no, they're dirty. Keep them away from my place." You know, because there's not that education. They don't understand that having the cats there and desexed and is better than removing them and then having another group of cats take the place.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Abigail Boyd?
Nothing at this point.
Nothing? Ms. Susan Carter? Yep.
Question. Hello. I just have one question. We hear a lot of press reports about people surrendering more dogs after COVID. Is that something that you've noticed, and is this a factor?
Absolutely. It's been a nightmare, you know. I mean, during COVID, we had pounds that were almost empty, you know, unheard of. And we even had our shelter wasn't nowhere near capacity, even though we're, you know, no kill. So we keep everything. And but now it's just diabolical. And the calls, even our customer service people, that they just get nothing but calls about people wanting to get rid of their pets all the time. It wears you down, you know, just taking the phone calls all the time, let alone how do you help them, because they all do the rounds, they all contact every group and they get the same answer. And even the pounds won't take them because they're full.
Is there any solution, or it's...
Stop the backyard breeding is the only solution to really hit that hard and fast, and especially staffies, Amstaffs and Bull Arab breeds. That's so important that the government really squashes that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry, Ms. Abigail Boyd has a follow-up question from that one.
Thank you. Not quite a follow-up question, but I was curious. I know that you've taken on a number of animals and rescued them, and in particular, I know of FIV cats, or cats with FIV, that you have rescued and given to loving homes. What happens when those animals go into a sort of a standard pound? You know, can you explain a little bit about what it's like to have a cat with a condition like that, and how easy it is for individuals to adopt a cat like that, but how it may not survive in the pound system?
Well, I guess in the pound system they wouldn't know if it was FIV anyway, because they wouldn't do the blood test, they wouldn't pay for it. So you wouldn't know probably until some pounds, some pounds do the test, but usually they wouldn't. FIV, you probably know, is transmitted by, you know, cat scratches, and that's from street fighting, and it's very easily transmitted. how you manage that in a pound system is only by testing every cat as it comes in and having a proper system, and in conjunction with your veterinarian to make sure that you've got appropriate sort of isolation areas for those kind of cats or injured cats or whatever. They really need lots of different areas where animals can be kept safe, because we still have pounds where people just drop in an animal into a deposit box overnight so they don't have to admit that it was their dog or cat or whatever, and you just don't know what you're going to get the next morning when you rock up to work. Scary, and you have to deal with it.
Thank you for helping all the animals that you help.
The Honourable Peter Primrose.
Just one from me, if I can. In their submission to us, Local Government New South Wales have a section entitled The Relationship Between New South Wales Pounds and Animal Rescue Organisations. And one of their recommendations is that, and I'll just read the section, ideally rescue and rehoming organisations would have some form of minimum accreditation, and all those working with companion animals would be required to have mandatory basic training so that basic knowledge, competence and safety is assured. Now, they recognise the role of volunteers as absolutely critical, so they say it may be necessary to subsidise training and accreditation if this option is pursued. I was just wondering if you have any comments about that.
I think that's very important, because education is what it's all about, and understanding at least basic, first aid and medical things about animals, as well as some behavioural issues. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you again for coming in today. That does conclude our time. And I also want to reiterate, thank you for everything that you're doing for animals and the amazing work that you're doing. And thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses. I'll ask the witness first that's in the room with us to please state her name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Jackie Rand. I'm Emeritus Professor at the University of Queensland, and I'm Executive Director and Chief Scientist for the Australian Pet Welfare Foundation. And I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Lisa Ryan, do we have you online?
You do.
Fantastic. Could I ask you to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please?
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Lisa Ryan. I'm the Regional Campaigns Manager at Animal Liberation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic, thank you. And just to let the other committee members know, Ms. Ryan doesn't have her camera on because of regional internet issues. Would you? I might start with Ms. Rand. Do you have a short opening statement that you'd like to give?
I do, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So, over the last 16 years, I've been researching urban animal management, and I've published 26 peer-reviewed articles, and many of those have been related to management of cats in our cities, towns, and around farm buildings. As you're aware, approximately 9% of dogs and 32% of cats entering shelters and pounds across New South Wales every year are euthanased. the worst quartile of pounds receiving more than 50 cats a year kill 67 to 100% of them. However, euthanasia rates of 2 to 3% for dogs and cats are achievable if strategies are implemented that align with a one welfare approach to optimise the well-being of animals, humans and the environment. This will require a collaborative approach from state and local governments, welfare agencies, rescue groups and the community. For cats, key strategies that will make the most difference are firstly, funding for free desexing programs targeted to areas of greatest need. Secondly, suspending registration and annual permits for undesexed cats. Thirdly, optimising functionality of microchipping to get lost cats back home. Fourthly, allowing businesses, animal welfare agencies and welfare organisations to be listed as the owner on the microchip database. 5, do not implement mandated containment. But instead promote and assist cat owners to contain their cats, particularly in areas where there's wildlife of conservation concern. For example, promoting bedtime feeding as a strategy to contain cats at night, and also promoting containment of dogs at night. For dogs, the focus should be on keeping pets with their families. Most dogs entering shelters and pounds are straying owned dogs, with surrendered dogs constituting a smaller proportion. In most cases, dogs are surrendered for personal reasons, particularly lack of pet-friendly housing and financial challenges. For reducing the numbers of dogs straying, and we need to optimise microchipping for getting dogs back and implementing policies of returning dogs back to identified owners as soon as possible and helping those owners assist fencing problems. For preventing surrenders, it's critical that legislation be amended to allow pets and for dogs regardless of size and breed. Pets for Life strategies should be implemented. These include funding to help disadvantaged pet owners keep their pets. For example, assisting with veterinary costs, registration, pet identification, secure dog fencing, pet food and assistance with resolving problematic behaviours. We can achieve better.
Thank you. Ms. Lisa Ryan, do you have a short opening statement you'd like to make?
I do, thank you very much. Animal Liberation thanks the committee for reading and considering our submission to this important and long overdue inquiry and the invitation to participate in today's hearing. I will keep my opening statement brief to allow for a constructive use of time with questions and answers. We welcome and support this inquiry and the intent to examine these issues and the intent of the February 2022 Companion Animals Amendment Rehoming Act. We do, however, have some concerns, as outlined in our submission, about what we believe is a limited inquiry scope and terms of reference. In summary, our submission outlines the following positions: that at the crux of this inquiry is the welfare and well-being of impounded animals and the life and death sentences made by publicly accountable authorities. That other animals are impounded and need to be considered as well as companion animals, and their needs are currently being overlooked or ignored. That to devise meaningful solutions and reforms, we need to examine all of the issues and contributing factors, including an accurate picture of the current status with both the pound facilities and the practices. That while a modern pound facility will provide greater efficiencies, compliance and comfort for those impounded, it's not in itself a magic solution without the necessary supporting policies, procedures and practices in place. We maintain that this starts with a will to save and protect lives within Council's leadership structure. Currently, there are many councils, some of whom we've been dealing with, who are spending many millions of dollars of public money designing new pound facilities which are still reliant on a code of practice that is 27 years old and has never been fit for purpose, nor has there been oversight, monitoring or enforcement of this code of practice. That impounded animals continue to fall into a bottomless void between New South Wales OLG, New South Wales DPI and our authorised animal welfare agencies is distressing. This was reflected in some of the responses from the recent local government budget estimates hearing. If we were examining the welfare of vulnerable humans in publicly funded hospitals, government would act quickly to manage these interdependent divisions, lack of compliance, and failure to meet public expectations. Impounded animals in public infrastructure in local communities are entitled to the same considerations as are the public who fund these facilities and have clear expectations about how we regard and protect animals. The self-regulation of councils frequently prevents the path to truth, transparency and reform. I have experienced this on multiple occasions. Historically, only piecemeal improvements have been achieved only through the efforts of individuals and community members rather than any proactive or progressive initiatives from government. It's now well past time for government to play the lead role in a holistic approach to pound and shelter reform and public accountability. Government's response in the past has sadly often been a knee-jerk reaction to a public incident. That we no longer euthanise impounded animals in gas chambers was as a response to public demands. Those same demands apply to shooting impounded animals, and this would be an easy and quick fix if there is a will by elected members of Parliament. There are effective and workable solutions available where the will of this committee will hopefully allow real and meaningful reform. I will endeavour to respond to any question from the committee members to the best of my ability, and also happy to take any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both witnesses, and thank you both for all the work that you do for animals. I wanted to start just with a couple of questions to Professor Rand. I'm wondering how investment in community cat desexing programs actually save state and local governments money.
Well, we know that at the moment it is costing between 7 to 10 times local governments the cost from compared to what's raised by registration fees. And community cat programs eventually, I mean, there's always an upfront costing. That's clear. And it's clear that local governments bear most of the cost rather than the state government. But this is a problem that needs the whole of the community to be involved. And there shouldn't be an expectation, I think, for cats that cat owners pay for managing cats. It is a community issue. There is concern about wildlife. We can protect wildlife. We can protect the humans too. You're killing healthy cats and kittens in shelters and pounds has a devastating effect on the mental health of veterinarians and staff involved. And we've now published a paper showing that when cats are being cared for by community members and are killed, this was by shooting, that those people who were caring for them had evidence of post-traumatic stress a year later. So we can do better. We need to be approaching it from a one welfare perspective. It's going to cost money, but eventually we should be able to get free roaming cats really that problem largely resolved if there's a will.
Thank you. And you said you were against mandatory cat containment. Can you just sort of briefly explain, and I think that sort of relates to the answer you just gave, but...
Yeah. So mandatory containment fails to understand that the biggest problem are free-roaming cats that are not identified. Now, many of them are being fed by compassionate members of the community. In creating mandated containment is a barrier for them to taking ownership, because the problem is mostly in low socioeconomic areas where people simply can't afford desexing costs, which for a female cat can be anywhere between $300 and $500. And remember, 20% of Australian families, and that's 2.4 people in a household, live on less than $800 a week. How can they afford a containment system of $700 to more than $1,000? And just having a containment system doesn't prevent a DoorDasher cat escaping. In fact, 41% of lost cats were recorded as being indoor-only cats. So it's a big barrier for these people who are often in rental properties, have no screens on the windows and doors, no air conditioning, to take ownership of a cat which has been free living. Now, they can be transitioned inside over time, and particularly using bedtime feeding at night. But if you have mandated containment, it will increase complaints, it'll increase impoundments, it will increase killing, and it's a barrier to solving the problem, and it criminalises cat ownership for low-income people.
Thank you. Can I get, obviously you ran a very successful program, a community cat desexing program at Canterbury Blacktown, and you've gone into a lot of detail in your submission, but could you just give us a couple of the top line findings of that to help the committee sort of develop some recommendations in that space?
Yes, that's the RSPCA program that was funded, but it's part of the Australian Community Cat Program. And with that, what we're finding is to be successful, there needs to be engagement of local animal management officers because they have knowledge of where the problems are. And it's about being proactive. When you know there's a problem, you know, it's quite okay that someone doesn't want someone else's cat or a stray cat on their property. But there's other ways of dealing with it than just impounding the cat and then euthanizing it. So it's to go down, talk to the people, understand what the problem is, help them get them desexed. Maybe if there's multiple cats being cared for, even helping with fencing. You know, you can spend $1,000, but if there's 10 cats on the property and you're going to trap them and impound them, it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more than $1,000. So it's just being proactive, thinking about it from a one welfare approach. How can we protect the environment? How can we protect people from having to kill healthy animals? How can we help people maintain that human-animal bond? And we've just published a paper that you might be interested in where we've interviewed people who are caring for multiple cats. Most of them didn't perceive they own them. And their bond with the cat. And there's been a paper published from USA which shows the bond that cat carers have with the cats they're caring for is almost identical to the strength of the bond that cat owners have with their pet cats. So we need to be cognizant of the benefit to the community, but manage the problems.
Thank you. And I've got one question for Ms. Ryan as well. I know your organisation's been doing a lot of work around regional and rural pounds in New South Wales. What are some of the most serious animal welfare issues that you're seeing in New South Wales pounds, and what needs to change? What can the state government do to really step into this situation?
What the state government can do could be a very long answer, Chair.
Yes.
For the first, to answer the first part of your question, and just to preface my answer with an understanding for committee members that in addition to the last few years and my work with animal liberation, I have 2 decades, nearly 3 decades of work advocating for a wide variety of animals, but pound and shelter reform and puppy farms are probably my areas of expertise, and there is some connection. I have also worked for 2 Victorian local government councils, so I have an insight into how they function and operate. And I also have a background in rescue and rehoming, so I do have insight into a number of perspectives here. So when I come into contact with a New South Wales Council pound or somebody conveys an issue to me, my experience and my background enable me to grasp very quickly what the issues are. Predominantly, the issues are appalling infrastructure, and in saying that, that is not an over-exaggeration. I have been in a number of puppy factories around Australia, and some of the pounds I have been into have been significantly worse. I have seen cats sitting on wire with no food, no litter tray, no bedding, and for them to go to the toilet, it was literally going through the wire and hitting the concrete. I've seen a trapped cat held in a New South Wales pound in a trap for more than 24 hours. This was an owned, desexed and microchipped cat that was terrified, so it was acting abnormally. I have seen dogs, one after another, dying of parvovirus, with me literally begging councils to get a vet in and vaccinate on intake. When they refused, I paid my own vet to go into those same pounds to prevent other dogs dying, in an effort to demonstrate to councils that rescue and rescue groups can be part of the solution. I've spent many weekends transporting dogs from rural New South Wales up to Sydney and back. Dogs that came out of parvo-infected pounds, I have put into boarding kennels because they could not be immediately transferred to rescue groups. It would have been reckless. I have certainly spoken to numerous community members, predominantly rural, who, in trying to seek a solution with their local council and becoming frustrated, turn to organisations like Animal Liberation because they know we will take some action. The cruelty is limitless. Having said that, I would also say that I have worked with some council rangers who have been extraordinary, who are compassionate, who go the extra mile. The one thing that is common with all of these councils, that if the will to save lives and run a lawful compliant pound isn't reflected from the mayor and the councillors and the general manager, then it doesn't happen. The ranger at the bottom of the pecking order is normally outnumbered.
Thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd?
Thank you. And thank you to both of you for your time today. I might just pick up on some of what you were saying, Ms Ryan, just in relation to the sort of the experience of, you know, sort of, I guess, what the reality is of many of our council pounds. The recent local government budget estimates hearing, information was provided that seemed to indicate there were routine inspections of council pounds. In your experience, do those inspections occur, and how held back are they by the fact that we do have a code of practice that's 27 years out of date?
I did listen into much of the budget estimates hearing because of its connection, and I was aware council pound questions would probably come up. So my response will be hedged with, I know part of the question was taken on notice, so there's still some information to come. However, based on my own experience, RSPCA New South Wales do not undertake routine inspections of council pounds. What normally transpires is there is an incident, there is a formal complaint, an investigation, and the inspection of the pound facility is part of that process. But are they proactively inspecting council pounds or shelters? Not as far as I'm aware. In fact, the only thorough investigation ever undertaken on a New South Wales pound was done many years ago, and I referred to this in our submission, and that was with Leeton Council and a Sync Solutions investigation that was very, very comprehensive, and one of our recommendations was that the committee access that report to get a feel for how an investigation should occur.
Thank you. Does the government have questions? The Honourable Emily Savall.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. I might start with a question to you, well, I suppose to you both, if you like. I'm interested in the community cat program that was run out at Canterbury Bankstown, I believe you said it's ran.
Sorry.
In terms of the trap neutral release component, how did you get around Section 11 of the Doctor Act?
Sorry, I didn't hear where she was saying it was run.
So the Canterbury Bankstown
okay.
program.
Now that just to reiterate, it was operated and funded by the RSPCA, and my comments are sort of related to my knowledge of that. But there wasn't a trap, neuter and return component there. There is in the Queensland-based one, and we have got a special research permit to do that. But and we don't call it trap, neuter and return. It's desexing cats that are being fed by community members, and it's giving them back to them to care for, and we're very successful in getting many of them to take ownership. But that's why I said that we need to have provision that businesses, so cats can be returned as working cats to farms and to businesses, and organisations can be responsible also for those cats. The cats that we are returning to people under that permit are considered restricted matter. And to give you an idea of the magnitude of those, we've desexed over 2,600 cats. About 199 at the last date were restricted matter. Now, they've got a microchip in them. There's no owner. It's this suburb, such as Rosewood Community Cat. The Australian Pet Welfare Foundation is listed as the contact, and either my personal mobile phone number or our community liaison officer's mobile phone number is on the microchip. And I've been called a couple of times by vets where the cats come in, and we've also had some that have turned out that someone wanted to own them, and we've changed the ownership details on the microchip. But the biggest need, and a modelling paper from the UK came out and showed that it's owned cats in these low socioeconomic areas that are the biggest contributor to the stray cat problem. And so in our program, it's over 80% cats being desexed for low-income families in these target areas. Now, these target areas had more than 20 cats per 1,000 residents coming into the pound. Queensland has an average of 7 cats. New South Wales, I think, is looking at it 5. I'll have to take that on. 4.9 cats per 1,000 residents, so 5 cats per 1,000 residents. So 20 cats per 1,000 residents is a big cat problem. It's lowest in low socioeconomic areas. So most of them are owned cats, but then about 12% people perceived they didn't own them when the cat came into their life that will take ownership. And that last 6 or 7% are what would be called as trap, neuter and return, but really you're desexing them and in largely giving them back to carers. Now, there is another component of that called shelter, neuter and return, or return to field. And in that situation where a cat is impounded, there is no owner, it's healthy, but it has got frightened and scared behaviour, it can be desexed and returned to where it's found. Now, we've only done about 10 of those, and it's a considerable proportion of those have ended up being an owned cat, even a 5-year-old male uncastrated, and they've contacted us because they go back with a collar saying, please contact us, or they go back to someone feeding those cats. So, that can be life-saving and help to protect the mental health of people working in shelters and pounds.
Interesting. So in Queensland, you mentioned you've got a special permit that allows for this to happen. Is that?
That's correct. It's a permit issued by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. It's a research permit for restricted matter, which allows us to return those cats, and it is under a research project, and we're measuring many things. We've also got camera traps out, looking at free-roaming cats over time, over 5 years, looking at wildlife. We've got tracking collars on them. We're doing community surveys. So there's a lot of research coming out of that, and it's been largely funded by private donations. Sorry?
Research?
Sorry, what was that?
Are there any results from that research or preliminary results? Or
Absolutely.
That would help us as a committee?
Absolutely. Well, there's a paper published, and I can provide that to you, which interviewed people who are, we don't call them colonies, we call them multi-cat sites, and where we've desexed their cats. And if you read that, along with the Stockton paper, you can see the difference in management that those affect. But we do have a lot of data on our website. It hasn't been published yet in peer-reviewed journals. But you need to get depending on how micro-targeted. So if you've got animal management officers who will alert you to where the problem is and work with you, then you're getting 10 cats desexed per 1,000 residents. But if it's more of a targeted just to the suburb, you need to get 30 cats per 1,000 residents desexed a year for 2 to 3 years. But you will get a rapid drop in intake of about 30%, and depending on how intensive it is, between 1 and 3 years that will occur, and a bigger drop in euthanasia, and that can be between about 50 and 90%. Within 1 to 3 years. So they're profound, they're rapidly effective if done targeted to suburbs that are a problem, and then micro-targeted where the cats are most likely to be impounded from.
And what are the sort of strategies that you can use? I note you mentioned that owned cats in low SES areas are the biggest problem. What are the strategies that we could use to try and address that, where we've heard evidence earlier today that talked about some of these issues and some of the challenges that were faced with animal rescue organisations trying to get that person to seek help or receive help, that they were denying there was an issue, all of that sort of thing.
Look, it's boots on the ground. It's compassionate animal management officers, paid staff, sometimes volunteers. We've got cat ambassadors who agreed to just sort of monitor the community and see who might need help. But some of these people are really struggling in their lives, and it is difficult for them to put up their hand and seek help. So we use Facebook, we use flyers, but we also, it's where complaints are coming from, because those cats are at most at risk. So going down, door knocking, find where the problems are. People will accept help and want help, provided you don't trap the cats and kill them. And there's a lot of fear about, what happens if an animal management officer comes and knocks on the door in these communities. So it's getting trust, but it is boots on the ground.
Thank you. And just a final question, if I can, for both of you on breeders. Do you think there needs to be a differentiation for small-scale breeders? So say 1 litter of kittens, which is rehomed, or a commercial scale breeder? And is there any degree of home breeding that should be allowed?
To address that, I think our response would be, while we have this crisis in our pounds and shelters, we need to take urgent actions. There has been a call from the New South Wales public for decades. We have had exposure after exposure, not only of puppy factories, but pet shop cruelty, where there is commercial profits to be made, the animals will, in a number of instances, come last. I think while we've got this emergency situation, not just in New South Wales, but across Australia and impacting in countries around the world, we need to take some drastic action. We certainly would support a breeder licence. I think if we're going to regulate animal welfare effectively, we need to have the same rules apply to everybody. That if there are, and because of my work with puppy factories, I can assure the committee that I have reported as many registered breeders as I have backyard breeders and puppy factories. It's about the animals, it's about the current situation, the cost of living, the rental pressures, the cost of veterinary practices, the shortage of veterinary practitioners. There's a multitude of issues putting pressure on our facilities, which are government facilities. This is not, we're not talking a private person not being compliant, we're talking about government not being compliant. So I would be suggesting we need serious responses, even if it's for a period of time. And I certainly hope that when the Chair's puppy farm bill comes up for debate, that the issue of breeder licences is re-debated. Thanks, Liz.
Can I, and I will address it with a slightly different perspective. So I think we should look at cats and dogs separately. So if you look at what's coming into pounds and shelters, they are not purebred or they're not designer bred cats. And what's being euthanased are not designer or purebred cats. They are pet cats that are being, inadvertently having litters in low socioeconomic areas because it just isn't a priority to spend $300 to $500 on a female cat when you're trying to feed your kids and educate them and buy school books. But these people care for their cats and they want to do, and our research shows they want to be responsible. And, I can show you some of the data that I've used in presentations. The most common theme comes out that they want to be responsible. They want to keep the cat on the property. They want to have it desexed, but they just can't. And in many cases, these cats just turned up at their door. So regulating breeding will be costly and ineffective for cats. But where there's welfare issues of breeders, that needs to be investigated. But I don't think that regulating them in that way will make any difference to the number of cats coming into shelters and pounds and being euthanased. With dogs, if you look at what's coming into our shelters and pounds, they're adult dogs mainly, not puppies. Most of them are stray dogs that are strayed off the owner's property. And we need to be much more proactive. Instead of taking the dog into the pound when we know who the owner is, but they haven't paid, the dog's not registered, and they don't have the money to pay all the fees, just get it back to them and then negotiate payment terms that they can afford. There's no point in having the animal in there and then finally they can't afford it. And usually they have a bond with that animal and they want it back. Help them get it back, take some wire down, fix the fencing. It's so much more proactive and less costly. In terms of backyard breeders versus registered breeders, I think any legislation the good compliant breeders will comply with. The backyard breeders won't. And again, I think that it's wasted money and effort. We need to look at where the problems are. And certainly welfare and puppy farms, they need to be very actively managed and stopped because they're a welfare issue and the dogs often coming out of those have poor socialisation. But there can be breeders who have quite large operations where the dogs are actually with owners and they come back to have their puppies. And those are well socialised. So you have to look at the situation rather than trying to legislate all breeders and limit breeding, because it won't be effective, because it doesn't understand the problem of why dogs are coming into our shelters and pounds and being euthanased.
Can I just pick up a couple of points there? In terms of purebred dogs in pounds, while the numbers are lower, there are absolutely purebred dogs going into pounds. If we look at, we have greyhounds still ending up in pounds. We have a significant number of working dogs ending up in pounds, and because there is no requirement for that rural owner, if it's classed as a working dog, to microchip that dog, then it falls into the system. Now, a reflection of the number of purebred type dogs we have ending up in council pounds and shelters is just looking at the number of purebred specialist rescue organisations. I did that type of rescue for Dachshunds and Dachshund crosses, so I can tell you I know what's in our pound system. The other thing to keep in mind is that the pound data submitted by each council every 12 months is not clear. At the moment, we are assuming a lot of things. Unless we are examining and councils are reporting on the origins of these dogs, including the reasons for the surrender, it's a bit of a mishmash of information. The data needs a complete revamp in what is being collected and what is being reported. But at the moment, we get numbers for dogs seized, cats seized, so we know they're normally strays. Then we get a whole lot of other information there, but it's really unclear. So if we want to make really good decisions here, we need to understand the data, and the data at the moment is not clear.
Yeah, and I would support that. You need age. You also need the reason why it's coming in. Was it surrendered? Is it stray? And why is it being surrendered? Because then you can start to take targeted strategies in your area to help prevent those. But I do agree that for dogs, a lot more of them are purebred, but if you look at the reasons why they're coming in, trying to legislate against breeding, I don't think will have any impact whatsoever on the number coming in and being euthanased. And any legislation costs money, and policing it. We should be very well policing welfare issues and helping people in those low socioeconomic areas as well, getting the dogs microchipped, getting them desexed, because it costs even more to have a female dog desexed. So it's about understanding your data, and that, I absolutely agree that data is the key. And rescue groups also, in New South Wales, the data for rescue groups is cats and dogs together. That's just useless. We need to know, and all rescue groups need to report, and some of the large ones in New South Wales are not reporting. So it's data, and it needs to be understood, and then micro-target solutions where the problem is, and that will be different in different council areas, rural and cities. And so that's what I would suggest, but I don't see that legislating breeding will have any measurable impact on what's coming into shelters and pounds and what's being euthanased.
The opposition?
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Rand, if I could just pick up one of the points you've made. We've touched on sort of cost of living pressures, and then if I could then look at the Pets for Life concept that you've listed as one of your recommendations in the submission. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of what the role of government and how we could sort of do something around this. What do you think?
It's working with welfare agencies, rescue groups and government to fund some of these programs, but they will be more effective, and it costs a lot to take a dog into a pound. But there's so many things you can do to help keep pets with their families, and the cost of living pressures are just terrible at the moment. Even buying dog food, can be prohibitive for people. But if you look at the research and you actually interview people who are surrendering a pet, in most cases, you wouldn't be able to keep the pet either if you're in the same situation as they are. But what's been shown over in North America is it is quite cost effective to help with veterinary costs, to help with registration costs, getting the dog back. Don't hold it there. We don't wheel clamp cars except in, really critical areas and wait till you pay the parking fine. Let's get those dogs back, because they may not do well in a shelter situation, be euthanized for behaviour, and it's cost the pound a whole lot of money to hold them. It just doesn't make sense. So it's looking at data and how can we help? Where is the big need in the community? And working all together with local government, state government funding, and veterinary care is a really big issue. And helping those welfare agencies develop community veterinary clinics that they can be cost effective and provide low cost preventive health care.
Have we got examples where we've seen that take place? I think from memory I might have seen a flyer or something about, like it was a community pet day, or there were going to be vets available, or
Yes.
there's uptake for something like this?
Yes, and I'm you'd be best to ask the RSPCA who are appearing later, but certainly say in Queensland, the Animal Welfare League has community veterinary clinics which offer low-cost desexing, but if people can't afford it, they will do it for free. And other preventive, and dental is a big problem for both dogs and cats, accessing affordable dental, and getting more veterinarians to register so that payments can be made through Centrelink for low-income people. But there are some good charities around that are helping with veterinary care, but there's just not enough of them. And if you look at the benefit, particularly for older people, with their animal, it can be the reason that they get out of bed in the morning. But cost, a sudden veterinary bill of $1,000 or $2,000, how are they going to pay that? And saying, well, you shouldn't have an animal if you can't afford it. But does that mean only wealthy people should have animals? And what point do you draw that? Is it $1,000 in the bank, $2,000 in the bank? And I think many of us who own pets can think of when we didn't have $2,000 in the bank. But did we love our pet any less? So it's just being cognizant of what the issues are and developing really targeted solutions for them.
Okay, no, thank you. And Ms. Ryan, if I could just ask you a question. I just noticed some of the photos and some of the concerns registered in your submission relating to some of the regional pounds.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if there was something you just wanted to add to that, or what role should the government be playing in this space?
I think our submission outlines a number of recommendations. I think clearly we need to improve the welfare of and well-being of animals. We need to keep animals out of pounds where possible. A number of New South Wales rural councils I have worked with and battled with. Sometimes it's taken 12 months, sometimes longer, and it normally starts out as a bit of a David and Goliath battle, but we normally end up with some improvements that these councils have adopted, and I've worked with them, rehoming policies, expanding their network to work with rescue groups. There was, I think it was Dubbo Council Pound spoke earlier, and they spoke about the situation with Dubbo. I know Dubbo well. I rescued a small dog from Dubbo when they had a parvo outbreak, and to keep him alive before I could get him, I prepaid that council to have him vaccinated. So I'm really pleased to see they're vaccinating now. As late as yesterday, I received 2 emails from 2 different New South Wales rural councils. Both have had parvo outbreaks. One notoriously has parvo outbreaks. They're refusing to vaccinate on intake. Dogs did die in the recent outbreak. The other pound, which has in the past been probably at the bottom of my list, has now agreed to start vaccinating all dogs on intake, and now I'm talking to them about getting cats vaccinated against cat flu as well. So we need to be consistent. With one of the most pressing issues is this, and it's come up before today, but I would like to reinforce, the Code of Practice has never been fit for purpose, even back in 1996. It is an appalling piece of legislation. It is not enforced. Nobody is monitoring it. The animals continue to fall through the cracks between the welfare agencies that are authorised under POCTA, New South Wales Office of Local Government, and New South Wales DPI. If you come across a welfare issue in a pound and you try and escalate it, it is the most frustrating merry-go-round you have ever experienced. I would challenge you all to do it. You normally get a pro-standard type of reply. Even when I have escalated complaints to ministers, I'm waiting 3 months or more for a reply. Sometimes I don't get one. Where I've escalated complaints, and I'm talking serious welfare complaints, to the New South Wales Ombudsman, they bounce me back to New South Wales OLG because they've got an agreement in place. So I think we need to look at those agreements. But the Code of Practice was redrafted in 2014. I have seen a copy of that draft. It was a really good effort. There are some things that probably need tweaking, but it was a really good draft Code of Practice, and it got shelved. Now, in any other environment, if a draft Code of Practice had taken 9 years for somebody to do something, the management would be asking questions. So I would be saying this committee needs to prioritise that. And I would request you also consider audits of all of the pounds, even if they're desktop audits, unless you know how compliant and non-compliant things are out there, not just the pound buildings, but the practices, the way they advertise animals in spite of the requirement to publicise animals on social media. I can tell you there are many councils that aren't doing it and are still very confused about what they're supposed to do. So there needs to be a big discussion, but we certainly need to start looking at a new Code of Practice which is standalone, and we need to stop shooting animals in New South Wales Council pounds.
Thank you. We have gone over time, but the Honourable Peter Primrose has a question.
I won't ask my long question, but in light of what you've just said, can you, Ms Ryan, and maybe Professor as well, if you have a comment, is there any jurisdiction in Australia, New Zealand or Canada or wherever that is doing it better in terms of the Code of Practice that we should be looking at?
I would encourage, I am a supporter, and Animal Liberation is a strong supporter of the no-kill suite of policies, simply for the reason that they work. America is far advanced in engaging communities, improving and overhauling pound and shelter management, and there are numerous communities across America that are achieving weekly 97, 98, 99% live animal release rate. And it's not about just implementing one thing like turbocharging adoptions or engaging volunteers. So if you're understaffed, the dogs are still being exercised, the cats are still being socialised. There is a suite of very simple, very effective programs, and that is what I would encourage this committee to look at, because it works, and it's been working in the United States for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Professor.
And I don't think any state or territory in Australia has got it right yet. There is a guidelines for standards of care in animal shelters, which is put out by the Association of Shelter Veterinarians in USA. I can provide that to you, which has got many recommendations. And I'd just like, as a veterinarian and a registered specialist, I'd just like to make a comment about FIV testing. It's not recommended as a routine. The recommendation is you only test a cat that's got clinical signs consistent with FIV. Most cats infected with FIV will live an essentially normal lifespan and will die of other diseases. So it's not good use of limited funds. You're far better to spend the funds on vaccinating every animal on intake. So that's just a comment.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for your evidence today, and again, thank you for all the amazing work you both do for animals. If the committee has further questions, the Secretariat will be in contact in regards to those questions, and thank you both again. The committee will now break until 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back to the inquiry into pounds in New South Wales. I now welcome our next witnesses from the Australian Veterinary Association. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Zachary Letterhose. I'm the president of the AVA New South Wales division, and I am saying the affirmation. So, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Anne Quain. I am a New South Wales committee member of the Australian Veterinary Association, and I'll be taking the affirmation. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by giving a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this inquiry and the opportunity for us, the Australian Veterinary Association, to contribute through our submission, but also through having us here at today's hearing. As the peak organisation representing vets in Australia, the AVA includes members from all fields of veterinary practice, and I serve as the president of the New South Wales division of the AVA. I also own a companion animal practice in Goulburn in New South Wales, which is just a few hours down the Hume Highway. I'm accompanied by Dr. Anne Quain. Anne is a member of the AVA New South Wales Committee, but she's also a senior lecturer in vet science at the University of Sydney. She's a member of the Australian and New Zealand College of Vet Sciences in Animal Welfare, and she's a diplomat of the European College of Animal Welfare and Behaviour Medicine in Animal Welfare Science, Ethics and Law, and she's also a practising vet in Sydney. It's important to note that pet ownership in Australia is at a record high. About 69% of Australian households have at least one pet, and along with people recognising that animals are sentient beings, there's a growing public expectation for pounds to be sufficiently resourced and designed to ensure proper care for the animals held in them. The AVA's policy on animal shelters and pounds states that animals in these facilities must be housed under conditions that meet their psychological, behavioural and social needs, while also ensuring their health and welfare. We advocate for humane care of all animals and believe that only those with suitable health and behaviour should be rehomed. Additionally, suitably qualified vets should play a crucial role in assessing an animal's behaviour and its suitability for rehoming. In our submission to this inquiry, the AVA has provided guidelines for the design of pound facilities, maintenance procedures, capture methods, animal transport, rehoming practices, and also crucially the role of vets in these processes. Vet practices are often the first point of call for people who find a stray dog, cat, or any animal. There's a community tendency to bring strays to vet practices rather than to the pounds, and this is for a whole range of reasons. In September of 2022, we did a survey on strays and vet practices engagements with pounds in New South Wales, and we found some significant issues. Vet practices often are bearing the cost of housing and treating these stray animals before council collects them, and sometimes for extended periods. This is days or weeks. Some councils refuse to collect strays, especially cats and other animals, and that shifts the burden onto vets. Practices are struggling to contact councils after hours or on public holidays, resulting in prolonged housing of strays. And these delays can put vet practices in breach of the Companion Animal Act. Practices are sometimes advised by councils to release stray animals often onto busy streets, and this is contrary to animal welfare, the interests of the animal, and also the oath that we swear as vets in New South Wales. And public backlash against practices that refer strays to councils can negatively impact on business viability and the mental health of the staff in our teams. Approaches to pound services vary across local government areas. Some councils have successfully collaborated with vets, and we've heard about some examples today. But that's not uniformly the case. And these inconsistencies put a strain on vet businesses and impact the mental health of those that provide healthcare to animals. The AVA has provided supporting information in our submission where council policies, especially relating to the management of stray cats, have a significant and negative impact on vet practices and team members. The AVA is calling on the New South Wales Government to develop a consistent statewide policy for local government and vet practice interactions in stray dog and cat management. And the policy should address intake processes, management of injured strays, reimbursement for vet treatment, housing, daily care, and also the other impacts on vet practices. And considering the complexity of animal behaviour, it's vital for pounds to work with vet experts. If council non-vet staff are conducting behaviour assessments, their training needs to be comprehensive, regular and linked to possibly a certification scheme with ongoing education requirements as science evolves. Additionally, we suggest the inquiry investigates standardising management and legislative controls for animal shelters and council pounds, looking into strategies to keep animals with their owners, including improving the implementation of registration and supporting access to pet services and vet care, and accepting that euthanasia may be a necessary part of managing animals that are unsuitable for rehoming. In conclusion, our pets are more than just companions. They reflect our society and our humanity, and we have a collective responsibility to ensure that their time in pounds is as compassionate as it is professional. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at the opposition. Did they want to start with some questions? Thank you. The Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could just pick up your comment about often vets being the first point of contact in terms of the animal. I'm just wondering if you might just be able to sort of elaborate on that. Would sort of that be within sort of a rescue environment or a community? Yeah.
So we've heard that pounds are overwhelmed with the amount of stray animals coming in, but I think we need to realise that before an animal gets into the pound system or it sees a local council officer, it's often been diverted by the vet practice that's seen the animal first. People will bring animals to us because we're convenient, because we're open, because we have a position of trust in society, which we really, really value and respect. And we're doing our best to reunite these animals as quickly as possible. We deal with at least one animal per day that's brought into us, and it's probably, I'd say half of those that end up going into the pound system. And sometimes that's because we are full. We don't have any cages. Or it's leading into a weekend or it's after hours, and we know that people are going to be looking for these animals. And so those are the animals that go to the pounds. Most of them are reunited very quickly with their owners, but that's a time, that's housing, that's a disease risk for our patients that are being exposed to these animals. And all of that is happening without any oversight from the local government area.
Okay, no, thank you. And the other issue we've heard about this morning is just about in terms of the welfare of animals and veterinary services, and just in terms of access and affordability and things like that. Are there sort of established maybe community partnerships between maybe some sort of vet practices and local councils or pounds or?
It's a hodgepodge.
Yeah, sure.
Is the answer. In some council areas, they have an arrangement with local vet practices. These arrangements are often hard to understand, and the pricing arrangements are interesting. And the expectation is that vets will provide their services to council at a discounted rate, and that puts an impost onto the local vets to do that. And we have heard examples of councils that have negotiated cheaper rates for services, but our costs are increasing for vet services. And it's not sustainable to expect that there'll always be a vet to offer the cheapest service. And often, sometimes the cheapest service means cutting corners. And we don't want to see that for our patients either. Yeah.
No, that's fine, yeah. And just in terms of the sort of where during COVID we sort of saw a surge in sort of pet ownership, and we're sort of coming off the back of sort of post-COVID now. Just in terms of sort of the landscape, what are you guys seeing in terms of pet sort of numbers, ownership, welfare, where it might be?
We've certainly seen a huge increase in the number of people adopting animals. What's interesting is that quite a few people who were thinking they might eventually adopt an animal use the COVID time when they weren't able to travel to take on those responsibilities. Not necessarily perhaps having time to have done the research on the needs of those animals. So we are seeing issues where people have adopted animals, they don't quite understand their behavioural needs. Now that borders have opened up and people would like to go away and they have some high needs animals, it's a struggle for them. So I am certainly aware personally of animals being surrendered at an early age that had been adopted during the pandemic. The other issue that we have seen, as has been brought up on many occasions, the costs of veterinary care have increased. I'd like to stress that the costs of providing veterinary care have increased significantly for veterinarians and veterinary practices, and that's something that must be taken into account. So some people who perhaps hadn't had an animal for 10, 15 years and then have acquired another animal have been quite shocked because the rate of increase of veterinary fees has outpaced that of inflation, and there are complex reasons for that. There are important reasons for that. Councils also have not necessarily kept up with the increase in the costs of providing veterinary care. So, for example, it might cost $40 just in the wholesale cost of bandaging material to put a bandage on a dog's leg to do it properly to stabilise a fracture, and people don't necessarily understand that that's a cost that the veterinarian practice has to bear unless it's paid for. So I suppose there's a lot of things that are going on since COVID, and COVID's only part of it, but there's been a lot of price increases and a huge jump in the numbers of animals. So I probably conflated a few different answers there, but a lot going on.
No. Thank you. A good reminder. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A number of submissions have raised concerns about the way some pounds are killing animals when they don't have access to a vet. I just wonder if you could talk about some of the welfare risks associated with non-vets performing euthanasia, including methods such as shooting.
So euthanasia is a technical procedure, so humane killing of an animal, I should say. There's euthanasia is one reason for humane killing, so it's killing in the interests of an animal, and it's important that that's done humanely and well because animals are sentient, they're able to suffer, they're able to experience fear, anxiety and stress, and it's certainly not something that we wish for them at any part of their life, but particularly in the final moments of their lives. They're valued members of our community, whether they happen to be owned or not. We believe that it's very important that animals are treated respectfully and decently. And euthanasia is a technical procedure. It needs to be done carefully. It needs to be done well. If it's performed incorrectly, for example, incorrect use of a firearm, or if an animal is not sedated and moving, then they can be badly injured and there can be great suffering involved. That's not only very distressing for the animal, but also anyone who's in the presence of that situation. So that is something we are concerned about. The Australian Veterinary Association believes that veterinarians should be involved wherever possible in euthanasing animals, and where that may not be possible, for example in remote situations or in some emergency situations, that should be done with the oversight of a veterinarian.
Thank you. I also want to talk about burnout and stress for vets as well. And obviously, and I'm assuming this is possibly something that is more of an issue in, say, regional rural areas where there are a limited number of vets. And the difficulty for a vet that is asked to come into a pound to euthanise a large number of healthy animals, for example. What is the human cost in regards to this and the stress that puts on vets?
Sorry. So I think that, again, it's important to try to differentiate between euthanasia, which is humane killing that's performed in the interests of an animal to alleviate intractable suffering. I want to say that as a veterinarian, it's very important that we're able to do that and relieve suffering. And in many instances, it's an honour and a privilege and a source of what's called in the literature compassion satisfaction. It's seen as a good thing, and personally, having performed euthanasia myself, it's an important means of alleviating suffering and a way of, I suppose, doing good. There might also be situations where we're required to humanely kill animals, and that can be for reasons that are considered ethically justifiable or not ethically justifiable. And what's considered ethically justifiable differs between different individuals, and I won't talk about that too much now because I think there's a spectrum of views. However, What is difficult is when someone's asked to euthanize a group of animals, let's say they're asked to go to a pound facility and to euthanize a group of animals en masse, and there's perhaps no context, no story, no understanding of why they're doing so. They're just asked to essentially be a technician in that process. I think that becomes extraordinarily difficult, and it is emotionally challenging. It's normal, whether you're performing euthanasia or humane killing, to experience some grief. I think, it'd be very hard not to, but that's a little bit different. I suppose burnout is something that can happen when people feel like they are perhaps being asked to do something that goes against their morals. And that's a little bit of a different scenario, but certainly in a situation where you might have a system that facilitates this sort of accumulation of animals that people then have to dispose of en masse without understanding why, I think that's very problematic, and that is a system issue, and that really comes down to good urban animal management, and again, veterinary involvement in the process from early on. It's better not to be called at the very end just to dispense with animals that we can't deal with any other way, but actually being involved in the process of admissions of animals, protection of animals from diseases, managing animals' behaviour, helping people keep their animals in their homes, working with pounds to minimise disease, facilitating good urban animal management so we're not in that situation.
And could I just clarify in regards to that as well, that killing of healthy animals where, and I understand what you're saying when it's sort of not explained and there's lack of information, that obviously increases a more stressful environment. I'm assuming as well where it is explained that, say, we've heard and we've read submissions in this inquiry that pounds are at capacity, and so that's generally the reason why a healthy animal might be required to be killed as part of that pound process. Is that contributing to a lot of the stress and burnout that we're seeing in the veterinary industry?
It's very difficult to say because there's so many factors contributing to that at the moment. Certainly it has been documented in the literature as a source of distress and burnout. I think the issue is around addressing systems problems so that shelters aren't operating outside of their capacity for care. And again, having veterinary input early in those stages is really critical in ensuring we don't get to that end point.
Thank you. We've talked a lot, obviously, in another inquiry around the veterinary shortage and the impact of the veterinary shortage. But because this is a different portfolio, it can be quite difficult. And I know I'm sort of asking you to repeat probably some evidence that you've already given in another inquiry. But in regards to the veterinary shortage, how is that impacting on the pound system, and how is that also then, how is the pound system being overrun? And the rescue organisations reporting that they are also at capacity and overrun, affecting in turn on the veterinary industry.
I think when we talk about burnout, and it came up in the previous question, when we have a vet shortage and we have too much work, this work that the vets are doing and the rescue organisations are doing and the pounds are doing is all for the public good and all for the public benefit. However, these people are taking on real human costs and also financial costs to provide these services. In my practice, we do a lot of work with rescue groups for cats and dogs and a range of species, and we provide these services at below cost price to facilitate rehoming of these animals. Now, doing that all day, every day is not a way to run a sustainable business, to pay your staff well, to be able to exist in a regional community. So the question is not, are there vets to do the work, but by necessity, if I'm trying to run a business as a veterinarian, I can only take on a certain amount of that work before my business will shut down. And so when we're looking at the sustainability, we've got carers that are dipping into their personal savings. We've got vets who are doing work for below cost. That's a system that is operating because the pound and stray animal system is broken. And so if that's fixed, then you won't have that pressure. I would have no problem doing work on stray animals and vaccinating them and dissecting them and doing all of that if it was financially sustainable to do that in a regional town and pay my staff. Yeah.
Thank you. The government, the Honourable Emily Saville, do you have questions?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. I just wondered if I could take you to your submission on page 5 in terms of some suggestions around recovery and rehoming of animals. That the fees charged should be set to the facility's self-funding, and there is a realistic financial penalty to the owner. We heard some evidence earlier today that went to the impacts of costs of living, particularly on some regional facilities and towns, but also on some of the scale of the problems in low socioeconomic areas. I just wondered if you had comments on how this would work in light of that, and in light of the fact that it's sometimes the case that owners don't pick their animals up because they can't pay.
I think that the challenge with funding of companion animal facilities is a tricky one, and we find that companion animal facilities, as we've heard from rangers and councils, are hard to fund. I think the challenge of funding them is something we've explored from various different angles with various different ministers and various different departments over the years, and so this is definitely one way forward. But again, also in our submission elsewhere, we've highlighted that we really want to work on making sure that the registration process and the fees are structured in a way that it prevents animals from having to engage with that process. At the moment, people are struggling to do the right thing to register their cats or their dogs, and so the system fails at a certain point, and we're having council staff. I had a conversation with our local ranger a couple of days ago, and they said, we just can't pay for this, and the council staff are stuck. They're taking donations of food, so when we're looking at funding models, this is one area. I'd say in terms of our recommendations, it's part of it, but we're trying to think of solutions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all by the sound of it. I was interested in your submission as well, talking about the community cat program. And I'm not sure if you've been listening to some of the earlier evidence. We've had Associate Professor Jackie Rand, Emeritus Professor, I should say, talking about the community cat program, but also some of the programs they're doing over in Queensland. Is it the case that the community cat program could be improved? And if so, what is your suggestions for that?
Management of cats is a wicked problem. And I think in all of our talking about it and our previous submissions, we're talking about managing how cats fit into society. And I think the core input that we can have is programs that rely on low cost of sexing and bulk veterinary treatment for animals, again, need not to rely on the goodwill of local vets. And so if we're looking at these programs, they need to be properly funded and not use, I've seen dollar values of, $50 to $100 for desexing an animal. Now, that may work in bulk programs like overseas and charity things and things like that. But when you're talking about owned cats and cats that people value, they deserve all animals do, but these ones, the community expects that there's a certain standard of care, and that standard of care requires support. And so when we are talking about these types of community programs, we need to make sure that they're not relying on the goodwill of the vets in the system to get them over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was also quite concerned to see in your submission some of the stories around, and using the example of Newcastle Council and some of the stories from local vets in the Newcastle area. But what concerned, obviously the comments around the council not picking up stray cats, so that seems to be a fairly common narrative in some of our councils now. But the RSPCA is a 50-minute drive from most parts of Newcastle City Council. And I note that that's the animal holding facility for Newcastle City Council at RSPCA Rutherford. But it says there's no guarantee that if a member of staff takes the cat there, that the cat will be able to be accepted. Is that the case?
That's the lived experience across the entire state from a lot of our members. If you're after some more stories, our survey that we did of members was kind of harrowing in terms of the implications that it has on staff. And then I know in my practice, I don't know in Dr. Crane's practice, sometimes you get people drop an animal and you have to take it. And there's no facility to do anything apart from that, because you've got animal welfare risks, you've got quite threatening people who bring the animal in. And I've had phone calls at 3 a.m. that have woken me up, and the phone calls ended with them screaming at me saying, if you don't come and collect this stray dog that I've picked up, I'm going to trash you all over social media. Right? Now, as a business owner, that's a challenge, but also it's a challenge because people are frustrated because they've tried engaging with the pound system and the pound system's let them down. And so then they find the people who are supposed to care about animals, and we do care about animals, we want to look after them, but we're not set up to do services like that for no charge. And then if we do try to reimburse the council, we get either ignored or we get emails that are to that effect.
And my experience
if it's the case that it's sorry.
That's right. My experience is very much the same, and it does seem to be particularly focused on cats. So in practices where I have worked in the past, when we have accepted cats from the public because they've been concerned, they've found a stray cat, they want that cat to be safe, and then we've called the council and the council said, no, we don't take cats, let it go or take it back to where it was found. Now, that person who's dropped the cat off has already left the premises. We can't, in good conscience, let an animal go without knowing that it's going to be safe. And in one awful instance, we had a nurse who was punched unconscious by a member of the public because she said we wouldn't accept a stray cat. So it's a serious issue.
That's a horrifying story.
Correct.
And so the shelters, they're not taking them. You know, even the RSPCA shelter at Rutherford, you know.
That was not about the RSPCA. That was about local councils in the area where I was practicing at the time.
Yeah. And I think we need to recognise that
the issue is seems like it's across the state.
And it's very the services that the RSPCA provides are fantastic. But we've got to remember, sometimes the people bringing these animals in don't have the facilities, the means, or the time to take the animal to these facilities. And then if we accept the animal into our care, and then our only option is then to transfer it ourselves because no one will collect it to this facility, then that has an impost on us of time, cost, and also liability as well. The last thing you want to do as a vet is be seen transferring someone's cat and then something happens to it during that transfer process. It's we're very much between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, right. And so you mentioned you'd done a survey.
Yep.
Which sort of has drawn. If any of that would be of use to this committee's inquiry in terms of the recommendations that we might form, I'd encourage you to whether it's on notice or otherwise, if you can share that information, because there's many pieces of the puzzle here that we're going to have to sort of factor in terms of recommendations. I just wanted to leave you with one final question around, animal care standards. So we know that the animal care standards haven't changed since 1996. What practical consequences do you see these having day to day, and what needs to be amended?
As we've heard, there was a draft put together about a decade ago, and I've cited that draft, and I agree with the previous witnesses that it is a good first step. There are so many things. I don't think we can summarise them adequately. But in terms of the impacts, it's an impact on the welfare of the animals. It's an impact on their behaviour, and not just their physical well-being. Animal welfare science, and Dr. Crane can speak to this more accurately, has moved from just basic food, shelter, water to much more. And if we're assessing these animals for their suitability for rehoming, we need to make sure that the facilities they're kept in facilitate that process.
We know that the length of stay in a shelter is correlated with behavioural deterioration of animals. The longer they stay in shelters, the more their behaviour deteriorates, the less adoptable and appealing they become, and the longer that length of stay is. So we need to minimise that length of stay, and Zach's right, animal welfare science has evolved significantly. It's no longer acceptable just to provide, if you like, neutral welfare or freedom from bad things or freedom from negative affective states or emotional states, if you like, but there's an expectation by the community that we provide positive welfare to animals. They are sentient beings. We know they have feelings that matter. It's important that that is recognised and we allow them to lead lives that are not just okay, but worth living.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for coming today. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. But if there are further questions from the committee, the Secretariat will be in contact with those questions on notice. Thank you again for your time and thank you again for all the amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Now welcome our next witness from the Animal Defender's Office. Could I ask the witness to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Tara Ward. I'm the Volunteer Managing Solicitor with the Animal Defender's Office, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have a short opening statement that you'd like to give?
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for establishing this inquiry. It's very clear from the written submissions and evidence today that there are significant animal protection and general public policy issues needing to be resolved. Our contribution to this important process would focus on the regulatory framework and the improvements that could be made to that framework, some of which would include, and I'm sure many more will come out of this inquiry, producing, as we've heard often today, producing a standalone code of practice for pounds and shelters, or at least clarifying the application of the existing code to pounds and shelters. Considering broadening the scope of who can take or be responsible for companion animals, this could be combined with expanding the definition of owner in Section 7 of the Companion Animals Act regarding street cats. Consider mandatory desexing, as in the ACT and South Australia, as an important aspect of controlling companion animal populations, along with regulating breeding. For example, looking into requiring a licence to breed, as in the ACT, where anyone who breeds requires a licence, and that applies to the mums and dads breeders as well. You know, let our pet have one litter and then we'll get the animal desexed. Acknowledging the importance of and regularising variations of trap neuter release programs of semi-owned cats, including clarifying that releasing an animal as part of a TNR program is not abandonment under Section 11 of POCTA. Addressing the problem of undefined terms such as infant or feral or unsuitable for rehoming. That would allow facilities to put down any cat or dog they label with either of those terms. Removing restrictions on rehoming declared dangerous or menacing dogs where appropriate, bringing New South Wales into line with all other jurisdictions in Australia. Considering strengthening the rehoming measures in Section 64B through mechanisms such as penalties for non-compliance by facilities and stronger reporting and auditing requirements. And finally, recognising that the difficulties in implementing requirements such as those under Section 64B, so the rehoming requirements, difficulties such as the lack of either space in pounds or rehoming organisations with capacity, should be tackled directly rather than pointing the finger at the reform legislation or watering down what are still fairly minimal protections for animals in legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I might start with a couple of questions myself. You argued in your submission that there should be penalties for councils who do not comply with the new rehoming rules that were brought in last year. Do you think that under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, that the enforcement authorities under POCTA should actually have enforcement powers under the Companion Animals Act, so that that can actually be investigated and potentially fined and dealt with under that way?
Well, I think that would be a question best directed at those agencies. They would be the ones best placed to be able to comment on whether that would be a suitable role for them. But clearly there needs to be greater focus on enforcement, particularly of these new requirements. It did come as a surprise to us that there are no penalties built in or included in the new requirements, making it, on the face of it at least, somewhat of a toothless tiger. So as to who does that enforcement, that's something that would need to be sort of worked through, and it may be that POCTA enforcement agencies are best placed for this, but there may be resourcing issues there, capacity issues, and indeed conflict of interest issues there as well that would need to be worked through.
Thank you. A number of submissions highlighted the absence of any enforceable standards in pounds in New South Wales, such as the size of enclosures, waste management. What change do we need here?
Clearly, I think just echoing previous oral submissions, a fit-for-purpose code of practice that has legal force. So that would be one that is incorporated into legislation, and so that compliance is a legal requirement. So it's sort of one thing having guidelines that can be useful, but if compliance isn't legislatively required, then that really does limit the utility of those guidelines. In terms of making real change on the ground, of course, it then just raises the enforcement issue. But hopefully, if there were to be a fit-for-purpose code of practice designed in consultation with stakeholders, then enforcement would also be part of that whole reform sort of process.
Thank you. I'm just wondering as well, we've heard like a little bit of conflicting evidence in regards to what effect outlawing puppy farming and kitten farming, and also regulating so that we end backyard breeding, would have to reduce the number of animals ending up in pounds. I'm wondering if you've got a view on legislative changes there and how that might actually help the pound system.
I'm unaware of the link between, just because it's not my area of sort of experience or expertise, of the link between any kind of regulation of breeding and the flow-on effect to reducing numbers in pounds. I know that it's come up in many of the submissions that I had a chance to look at. There's a strong call for a ban on backyard breeding is the common cry. But how one does that and whether it's going to have that effect, I think the sort of inherent in the concept of backyard breeding is that it is under the radar. So, and sort of outside the whole sort of enforcement and compliance sort of framework. But coming from the ACT, we do have a licensing scheme in place where, as I mentioned, a license is required for anyone breeding from an animal, whether it's an accidental breeding one litter, or it's intentional breeding, and whether it's 1 or 2 litters, or that's what you want to do to make earn an income. So in terms of precedents, there is the precedent in the ACT. But further than that, as to whether it has had an impact on reducing the number of animals in pounds, that would be an interesting area to explore. But I haven't, unfortunately, looked into that or know that data is available.
And lastly, just before I move on, I just want to ask about breed-specific legislation and breed assessments. So currently breed assessments are done by kennel club judges just by viewing the animal. And there's far-reaching civil and criminal liabilities for breed assessors, so that there's no course of action that can be taken if a dog is wrongly identified as part of this process. And I wanted to get your thoughts about whether that needs to be reviewed. And then also, I suppose, this whole idea of breed-specific legislation in the first place, and the fact that a dog can be killed despite the fact that they don't have any they haven't failed a temperament test, or they haven't been shown to be in any way dangerous, and whether that's something we should be reviewing as well.
Whether it's part of this inquiry or not, I'm not sure of the connection between that and numbers of animals in pounds. I know that it has been raised in several of the submissions, so there must be a connection there. So again, coming from the ACT, we don't have breed-specific legislation, and I thoroughly endorse that. That it is, and I echo the sentiments from other witnesses that it's not the breed, it's the circumstances in which the animal has been raised, as well as those responsible, using that term loosely in some instances, for raising that animal. So I think that's the start of the problem, having breed-specific legislation, and then how to enforce it or ensure compliance with it leads to these problems of determining what is the breed and what is a part breed, as well. So it's not just the pure breeds, it's the part breeds. And I know that there are sort of processes for both those aspects. So certainly in a large part of our caseload is helping people whose dogs have been caught up in the whole dangerous dog or menacing dog declaration process. There are some really good aspects of the New South Wales regulatory framework and some not so good aspects. One of the really good aspects is the fact that after 12 months you can apply to, if your dog is declared dangerous or menacing, you can apply to have that revoked. That's really, really good. In the from our experience. In the ACT, we don't have that. A dangerous dog declaration is a life sentence for the dog. So we routinely see dogs who are only 12 months of age being declared dangerous, and then they're stuck with that label and all the conditions that follow, and now the very expensive licence fee, annual licence fee, for the rest of the animal's life. So I do commend New South Wales for that aspect, but and I think we discussed this in our submission, the ban on the blanket ban on transferring ownership of dogs who have been declared dangerous or menacing, or who are looking at that. I would suggest be reviewed, because it is the only jurisdiction in Australia that has that ban. I don't think in some of the submissions it was suggested that some dogs who come in because they've been involved in an attack should be, the council should retain the ability to be able to just put that dog down, i.e. kill that dog straight away. We certainly don't endorse that at all. In our experience, dogs are I can never get this word right, they can be rehabilitated. And it all depends on the responsibility of the keeper and their access to reputable dog trainers.
Thank you. The government have questions. The Honourable Emily Savell.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. I just wondered, I'll take you back to some of your earlier comments about some of the challenges with the trap new to release program as it currently stands here in New South Wales, given the POPTA Act and Section 11. What do you see as a way forward, and do you see the current, the POPTA Act as it is, as an impediment to this trap new to release program?
Our experience, such as it is that it is a deterrent. The view that the release aspect of TNR programs or variations thereof would trigger would, on the face of it, be an offence under Section 11 of POCTA, and we know that this has been taken seriously by the New South Wales Parliament or members of New South Wales Parliament who have introduced bills to try to rectify this grey area, if it is a grey area, in the sense that on the face of it, it is an offence. It would be an offence. Of course, that depends on the will of enforcement agencies to pursue that, or to prosecute, or to investigate and charge, etc. But it shouldn't come down to that. I think everyone would benefit from a clarification while we have our POCTA 1979. Possibly just amending Section 11 to clarify that it doesn't apply to the, just to make it, sort of clear that it doesn't apply to TNR programs.
In terms of your paper recommendation number 5 about the mandatory desexing of cats and dogs unless the animal's owner holds a permit to keep the animal entire. I just wondered, in light of some of the evidence we've heard earlier today around some of the challenges with the veterinary workforce and certainly councils who operate many of these pounds are not having any veterinarians working on their current staff, how that could be achieved?
This is why sometimes I'm kind of glad that I'm a lawyer and I'm not out there in the field, because enforcing these, it's mandatory desexing might look good on paper and in the law books, but out there in reality, how do you? And time and again, we see clients presenting to us from across the society, the spectrum of backgrounds, etc., who are unaware of the mandatory desexing, the mandatory registration. Usually they're animals microchipped, but it certainly is an issue. A large proportion of our caseload are clients from disadvantaged backgrounds, and the way that works is if their animal is impounded, they then have to get a voucher from our local RSPCA, and then, or it can be a vet, but usually it's the poor RSPCA, and then the animal is delivered to the RSPCA or the vet, and then once the animal is dissexed, then the client can pick up the animal and the animal is formally released. Now, of course, that just puts the burden on the RSPCA or the vets, and is only dealing with those animals who have been impounded and therefore can't be released until they are desexed, because it is a legal requirement. But in practice, it would just be the many suggestions for schemes, helping people who can't afford it to get their animal desexed, and certainly it is we even though we're not a sort of frontline advocacy organisation, we push that message about desexing, mandatory desexing, or getting your animal desexed at any opportunity, because we understand that it is central or a key part of this trying to deal with the sort of population of stray animals, companion animals.
Yeah, absolutely. Take the comment you had about the number of your clients are from that low socioeconomic status is interesting, because we've had earlier evidence around the owned cats in low socioeconomic areas being some of the biggest contributors to the issue of the overpopulation of cats, and certainly the need for impounding and high euthanasia rates. So it's very interesting food for thought. In terms of improving our regular amendments to regulation that may be considered by this inquiry, I just wondered whether or not your organisation had any views around the animal care standards, which haven't changed since 1996.
I think that well, I mean, it's not just that they haven't changed since 1996, is it? It's the fact that if we're talking about the code of practice for boarding establishments, well, the title says it all, doesn't it? That it's not even, as has been raised, fit for purpose. I looked at the ACT. Usually we're a leader in many animal welfare things, but our code of practice, which at least is was written for shelters and pounds, but it was released in 1995, so we can't help there. But I think, and I haven't looked at it myself, but the 2014 draft seems to have got really good reviews. So perhaps it is time to finalise that review and finalise a fit for purpose code of practice for pounds and shelters, given the many specific issues to those contexts that will have come out of this inquiry.
Given there is a lack of, I suppose, policies or standards in other states as well, would it be not more beneficial for something like an Australian standard to be developed, because there isn't one in that space either?
That's that's an interesting idea, and on the face of it, there's no reason why it couldn't be, I presume, couldn't be brought into the what used to be the Australian Animal Welfare Strategy, and the many codes of practice that have transitioned to national standards and guidelines that have been developed under that strategy, which exists in some form or other today, even though it was formally sort of disbanded. That is an existing process that has worked for other codes of practice, transport of farmed animals, animals in entertainment, just to think of a few, sheep, cattle, etc. So I think that would be definitely worth exploring. And ensure that sort of consistency with the ability for individual jurisdictions to tailor it, of course, in that process of because they still have to be incorporated into the local legislation. So there's that opportunity to tailor it, if required, to the local situation.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So I just got a quick follow-up from that one. If it was to be a federal standards process instead of a state process, how long are these sort of federal processes taking? Like, how long would we then have to wait to get recommendations from that before any sort of state action were to take place?
An extremely long time. So that is, of course, the problem. But we're looking at long periods anyway, when it's just been a state matter. So I don't think this is going to be the quick fix or a quick fix. But whether it's any quicker than what has already sort of taken place here in New South Wales, one would hope so, because otherwise we're looking at decades.
Decades before a federal process could.
That's right.
Finish,
So the process is that the code of practice has to be developed and agreed to by all the relevant sort of jurisdictions, and then there's that's one thing, and then you end up with what is in effect a guideline. Then there has to be the process of incorporating it into local legislation. So, but that, one would hope, could be a relatively quick process, but it's that initial stage that takes the time.
Thank you. The opposition.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ward. Got my glass on. Ms. Ward, if I could just take you to just recommendation 2 on your submission, and it was just really looking at the triaging and the rehoming there. Would you just like to elaborate a bit more on the 7-day, 14-day?
Yeah, so thank you. So really, if I can sort of just actually clarify, so what our sort of main aim would be, that there would be a standard time frame that applies to both, let's call them owned or unowned or unidentified animals. We would just want, we wouldn't want unowned animals to suffer any kind of disadvantage purely by that status when they have the same objective, sort of staying alive and being rehomed, etc. So anything that would standardise that period, make it the same for owned or unowned animals, and whether that's 7 days, which I think is the case in the ACT, or 8 days for both types of animals in Victoria, that would be best determined by those on the ground who have experience in the pros and cons of a longer or a shorter period.
Okay, all right. No, thank you. And you've spoken, at quite some length about the rehoming and provisions, and I'm just thinking, what more do you think we could be doing in the rehoming space?
From a legislative perspective?
Yes. Or just in terms of sort of practical application from what you've sort of seen in your experience. I mean, earlier today with somebody sort of made the suggestion that just in terms of sort of social media and different campaigns on animals and profile and attention, or costs have been examined.
For us, it's difficult to separate the issues, even though it may be sort of technically they're not connected. But the issue of we can't reconcile the fact that in one sector of our society we're pumping out the designer animals in a fairly unregulated space and in an unregulated way, and on the other hand we have these pounds absolutely sort of bursting at the seams, not just pounds, rehoming organisations, the little or the sort of even the informal rescuers, etc., who just can't cope or are finding it difficult to cope with the number of animals, healthy animals, who we as a society are, turning our backs on, basically. So while I know it's a difficult sort of issue in terms of regulating breeding, and I think it was just this afternoon where sort of, and how you would go how you would go about regulating it is of course a difficult issue. But so I think focusing on the production of the animals, while we have so many animals who are healthy and could be kept as pets being put down, is one of the many issues that needs to be addressed somehow in legislation, and looking at the various models and working out what's working best.
Okay, all right. No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Okay, well, fantastic. I would like to thank you for your evidence given today. The Secretariat will be in contact in relation to any questions on notice that come through on the committee, and thank you again.
Thank you.
I now welcome our next witnesses. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Catherine Jerd, RSPCA New South Wales General Counsel. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Dr. Gemma Ma, I'm Project Manager of Keeping Cats Safe at Home and Community Veterinarian. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Troy Wilkie, RSPCA and AWL Senior Government Relations Manager. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Stephen Albin, CEO of the Animal Welfare League New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Is there a short opening statement from a representative from the RSPCA?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
RSPCA New South Wales welcomes the opportunity to give evidence on this very important topic. I know I'm in good company when I reflect that the people of New South Wales clearly treasure the animals they have the privilege to care for. Indeed, when we tell people that we work for the RSPCA, very few can resist telling us about their beloved family pets. And yet, from a funding, regulatory and decision-making perspective, this area of our practice generates significant amounts of contention and controversy. Our submission makes 13 recommendations in response to the terms of reference. The outcomes they seek to achieve are simple: addressing the underlying companion animal overpopulation issues, improving the welfare of unwanted and straying animals, and clarifying the regulatory environment to reduce the burden on a range of stakeholders, including some of the witnesses this committee has heard from today, vets, shelters, and the pounds and shelters themselves. At their heart, the recommendations can be distilled to 3. Number 1. Currently, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, its associated regulations, the Companion Animals Act, its associated regulations, do not speak to each other at all. They are both old, and some members of this committee would recognise my comment from several inquiries now. They are looking and feeling their age. At best, this creates ambiguity on roles and responsibilities and confusion on compliance. At worst, animal welfare is compromised in order to comply. A holistic, considered and evidence-informed review needs to be undertaken of each act, the regulations and codes of practice. We have been reviewing animal welfare laws in New South Wales since at least June 2018. Number 2. Evidence exists that targeted, subsidised desexing, prevention, outreach and education programs reduce surrenders, stray animal populations, euthanasia and improve animal welfare outcomes. They have been run by not-for-profit organisations, sometimes in conjunction with councils and other government departments for years. They need ongoing and recurrent funding, including funding for the research to develop best practice. Number 3, pounds need to be funded in line with the function the people of New South Wales feel that they play. They are often criticised for how they exercise this function, but it's a function that frankly very few people or organisations would want to exercise. And yet I'm sure you've heard today and in submissions that they do a lot with a very little. That's not to say some criticisms aren't warranted. However, this area requires an investment in infrastructure, staff to support the good work volunteers constantly perform, and training and education. Resourcing for staff, animal attendants and veterinary professionals will have positive animal welfare outcomes. RSPCA New South Wales has spent 150 years doing animal welfare in New South Wales. We are happy to assist this committee to improve animal welfare outcomes and keep companion animals out of pounds.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from the Animal Welfare League?
Yes. The Animal Welfare League New South Wales is one of the leading animal welfare organisations in New South Wales, and we were founded in 1958. Thank you for the opportunity to present to this committee and inquiry. We rehome about 3,500 unwanted companion animals every year. Our rates of euthanasia are amongst the lowest of any shelter in the country. I think this year we're reporting 4%, and 98% of that 4% is due to medical issues. Our level of care for animals is unparalleled, with dogs being exercised 4 times a day at our shelter and high animal attendant to animal ratios. We've got a veterinary hospital, and our inspectorate team helps enforce POCTA and the Companion Animals Act. We're a rehoming organisation, not a traditional pound, and we are primarily funded by generous donors and benefactors. AWL New South Wales has 21 branches across New South Wales that rescue, foster and adopt surrendered animals. These branches are primarily run by a team of dedicated volunteers. The community expectations of pounds have changed markedly in recent years. Rightly, the community expects better treatment of impounded animals and lower rates of euthanasia. These expectations are placing traditional pound models under pressure. There's little doubt that the pounds have improved from what they were a decade ago, but some still fall short. Biggest challenge confronting pounds under changing expectations is operational costs. As a rehoming organisation, we fully appreciate the cost of placing an animal in a new loving home. As more pounds move to a rehoming model, which is likely, the financial cost will be significant, not just for the infrastructure, but for the operations. While this inquiry is focused on pounds, the solution to fixing those pounds goes far beyond the pounds themselves. New models of operation need to be explored, but so too measures to avert burgeoning companion animal populations due to low rates of dissexing, animal neglect through lack of medical care and food, and cruelty and abandonment. The Parliament should be congratulated on undertaking this inquiry, and it's a step definitely in the right direction.
Thank you. Thank you all. I might go to the opposition first if they have some questions.
Thank you for being here. My question is to representatives of the RSPCA. I understand that RSPCA New South Wales used to manage pounds on behalf of councils, but has moved away from this work. Could you talk a bit about that and explain why that movement had happened?
Sure, I'd love to, thank you. Look, at the end of the day, you can't serve two masters. RSPCA and AWL operates the largest animal welfare enforcement agency in the country on behalf of the state government. This leads to huge volumes of animals being brought into us at a moment's notice across the whole state. To manage this while also having to accept, care for, rehabilitate and rehome animals seized by councils creates an impossible situation. We're determined to prioritise the animals who are most in need, and we don't shy away from the difficult decision to not renew any council pound management contracts in the state. Now, many councils have benefited from RSPCA subsidising their pound operations for decades and want to continue that. And I completely understand why they want that to continue. But I can't look our supporters in the eye and tell them that it's more important for their donation to go and subsidise a council that brings in more than $100 million a year in annual revenue, rather than have that dollar spent on prevention programs or spent rehabilitating an animal that's been treated cruelly and been exposed to severe neglect. So to support all 128 councils across the state, the better use of our donations is expanding the prevention programs and community programs we already run. And while it's a difficult decision, it means that our organisation can prioritise the animals most in need.
And just a practical question, and excuse my ignorance, but does that mean that councils now have to physically set up a pound in which to hold animals themselves, whereas they might have relied on your facilities? Or
for some, that's been the case. Others have partnered with existing council pounds or existing rehoming organisations, and others have been able to successfully transition by creating their own holding facility in their LGA.
And in terms of rehoming or animals needing to be surrendered to pounds, is it the same volume in city areas and in regional and rural areas, or is there more of a demand in city areas?
I think it would depend on what city areas you're talking about. Of course, some LGAs in Sydney have got very different looking communities and SEO groups than other ones. So I don't think you could divide it by city, metro versus regional so much, but certainly it varies significantly across all the LGAs in our state.
It's actually much more dependent on the socio-demographics of the areas.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see some council areas in regional areas that have very high intakes, some that have relatively low, and the same in urban areas where low socioeconomic areas have hugely high intakes, whereas others have almost none, just based on the demographics of the area.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to work out was, are there, in regional areas, what sort of distances might have to be travel to get to, because some of the LGAs have a very wide geographical spread, and I'm just wondering what the kilometres to be travelled to the closest pound or facility, if you had any concept of that.
Well, again, that certainly does vary across LGAs, and you're going to have huge distances. I mean, our veterinary clinic that we operate in Broken Hill is the only RSPCA vet clinic for hundreds of kilometres. So for a person to come and see us and get that help, it's a huge distance, not so much for a person who's living in city metro areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If I could just go back to, and I think it was early 2023, and we've discussed in the committee today about sort of the surge in pet ownership sort of during COVID. And if I could just recall that in response to the surge in pet ownership during the pandemic, the Perrottet government pledged $40.6 million towards improving animal welfare and rehoming. I understand that as part of that announcement and the committed funding that was made available, that the RSPCA was given $20.5 million to significantly step up its enforcement of animal cruelty laws. And I was just really seeking an update as to where that might be and what you guys have been able to do in that space.
So that's right.
Yeah.
The RSPCA is responsible for enforcing the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, also known as POCTA. There has been 28 inspectors. They're at a training day right now. The 28 inspectors have joined the RSPCA inspectorate, creating a team of about 50 inspectors across the state of New South Wales, deployed in the north region, a southern region, kind of a metro region. Yep. They're divided essentially on population lines, and having taken into account historical cruelty complaint numbers to best target their deployment throughout the state.
If I to add to that, I mean, effectively, the first point I want to make is how incredibly grateful we are for that funding. It is funding of a scale that we haven't experienced before, and it funds the inspectorate entirely for RSPCA and AWL for 1 year, so until the middle of next year. Having already gone through Q1 of that funding agreement, we've almost doubled our inspectorate, and with them now completing training and getting out in the ground, that is going to have a significant increase in the level of service we can provide for the community, which is a wonderful outcome.
So would you like to hear what we've done with ours?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. You're my next question. Yes, thank you.
We got $5.5 million. We've recently doubled the size of our inspectorate. We've given and we had a rehoming facility at West Hoxton that was held in abeyance. We've thrown that land in for free into the grant to offset that with what we call an inspectorate command centre. Now that centre will provide 15 kennels for domestic violence on extra 15. It will provide 84 kennels for dogs, 64 cat condos. It will also be an overflow facility to assist councils that are having difficulty setting up their pound facilities as a result of changes in some of the changes that have gone on recently. So we've got an overflow facility that will assist Liverpool, Wollongong, Shell Harbour, and we'll be having an inspectorate command centre at West Hoxton. We also have setups. Our inspectors have joined. We'll be covering Glen Innes, so we'll have an inspectorate there. We'll have a regional command centre in Dubbo and another regional command centre in Bega. This should all be up and running by April the 14th next year. Our project plans are off and running, and we've started demolition works on the site.
Thank you very much. That's very, very interesting. If this question could be for both of you, just in terms of where we're sort of a bit of a sort of a post-COVID area, and we saw a spike in sort of pet ownership during the COVID time. I'm just wondering where we might be at the moment in terms of demand for your services.
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
Totally different. It's totally different to where it was just after COVID. So you may have heard a lot of people saying that there've been dogs purchased during COVID. Well, what we're finding now is that we're not only is the demand going through the roof, no one's adopting. So at least just after COVID, we had reasonable adoption rates. So we were doing record adoption numbers up to June 2023. But now we're starting to find pet stores aren't selling their pets. We're getting as many surrenders as the public as was going on before, but we're not getting anywhere near the adoptions. And vet clinics are starting to see a bit of a fall in demand as well. So, the cost of living crunch is coming away that I don't think we anticipated at the front end.
The only point I make to the same for RSPCA, and I think the same for a lot of shelters and pounds across the entire state. I don't know if you can put the entire situation that we're now in down to COVID per se, although they did increase the number of animals in the state and the number of animal owners in the state, so therefore the volume has just increased quite dramatically. But the cost of living crisis, I think, is probably having a bigger effect on people's ability to adopt and to continue to care for their animals than anything else. It's not so much about a office worker returning to their office job and no longer being able to care for their animal. It's more about people who can't find a rental with their animal, or people who can't afford to continue to care for their animal because of cost of living pressures.
Okay, no, thank you. Just an inquiry in terms of what sort of practice might be in place in terms of canvassing or assessing the suitability of sort of prospective, new pet owners when they may come, to a facility and look at acquiring a pet. Is there an assessment, research? Yeah.
We're careful not to put too many barriers between people adopting animals because we want to get them into homes, and we're conscious that putting blanket rules on eligibility of adopters creates equity issues. And we just want to see animals get into good homes. We do an interview sort of process where we'll try and match the animals to the home that is best suited to them. Also based on really thorough and careful assessments and evaluations of the animal's temperament and behaviour to keep everyone safe and to get the best welfare outcomes.
Ours can go from very similar to RSPCA, but if you go into our branches, they will do house visits as well to actually check the environment where the animals are being adopted into. We've got such volumes that we don't really do that in the shelter, so we're pretty similar to what the RSPCA does in our Kemps Creek shelter.
All right. Just getting an understanding of the pricing of dogs and cats in the shelter for new owners. Sort of how is that determined?
I'm not sure if anyone brought a price list.
No, I do know that we have different rates for adult and kind of puppy or kitten prices, and we sometimes run specials for our senior citizens, that is senior citizens within the shelter, to try to get them loving homes in the latter years of their lives. Every now and again the RSPCA nationwide does a Clear the Shelters type day where we devote our advertising resources to those animals who might have been in care for hundreds of days, and those animals are our shelter favourites. So they're animals that the staff really are very emotionally invested in, and so we try to devote our advertising resources to getting those animals good homes. We can the quantum is on our website, but we can take the actual figures on notice and provide the committee those details later.
I can tell you how much we charge. $250 a dog. And cats can be, and they will change whether it's a kitten or a cat, but the kittens are a little bit more expensive. They're sitting at about $150, and then the cats can be $120. Our branches charge different prices. Look, our concern is, and I often get, Sam March, who unfortunately can't be here today, but he's the head of our shelter, coming to me and asking to discount. One of the issues with discounting animals. If people come and get the animals, they may use them for purposes that we don't support, or may even be illegal, or alternatively they come back into the shelter. So price is not necessarily the real issue for us in terms of adopting or putting animals out into new homes. But when you look at our figures here that show that a dog alone will cost you $4,400 to take through our shelter, and the cats, I think, cost $1,978. That money goes nowhere near covering it.
And just one for just in terms of sort of volunteers and sort of not-for-profit community support. I'm aware of the RSPCA sort of the membership, the support program, and I think I might be a life member of the RSPCA. But I'm just wondering, in terms of sort of community engagement, how's that running at the moment?
There are peaks and troughs with volunteers. Certainly, it's a difficult time at the moment. We have thousands of members who are financial members or otherwise support the RSPCA in combination with a significant foster care network. We also liaise with other rescue organisations, and we have kind of quasi-partnerships, not legal partnerships, but quasi-partnerships with other not-for-profits, including Vets Beyond Borders and other not-for-profit entities, to try to make the dollars we have stretch as far as we can across New South Wales.
We certainly couldn't do all that we do without the volunteers and supporters that we've got. We did a calculation a little while ago, and volunteer support in the shelters and foster caring is worth tens of millions of dollars to our organisation that subsidises all of our work, and we're so grateful to them for doing that.
And foster care is critical, because if you're going to expand capacity, so this is the only business I've ever worked in where the more you get, the more money you lose, or the more you sell, the more you lose. And the good thing about foster is you can do it in a more cost-effective way. The problem's going to come where there aren't enough foster carers out there in the market to support our efforts. But at the moment, we've got more animals in foster than our shelter's 100% full, but we've got more animals out there in foster than in our shelter.
Thank you. The Honourable Emily Savell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you all for appearing today. Could I just ask the Secretariat to confirm that the documents that I've asked them to circulate have been circulated to the witnesses and the members?
Yes, they have.
Great, including the witnesses?
I'm just getting
they're getting them now, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. They're publicly available documents, so there shouldn't be any concerns with that. It's a shame your CEO isn't here in person, because my first question was to him. Feel free to take it on notice if you can't provide the answer. How much does your CEO at RSPCA get paid annually for their salary, including any package and benefits?
I'd have no idea. It's none of my business. Oh, I could take it on notice.
Take it on notice? Yeah, thanks. That'd be great. I'll take you now to your financial report. If you turn to page 11 of the report, could you confirm the figure for the 2023 net assets, which I read as being $136 million, $136,069,000 for the net assets for 2023?
I can see that written here. It's not a document I'm very familiar with, and I've just gotten handed it, but I can see that figure on the page.
Now, I'll take you to current assets net assets rather, at $136,069,000. I'll turn you to page 23 now, which has listed the figure at 11A, which is that the RSPCA New South Wales currently holds financial assets of shares at a value of $48 million and $410,000. Sorry, $48,410,000.
Yes.
Can you see that figure there? Could you
I can.
confirm that's correct?
I can see it.
Now, in terms of we'll go to now page 25 of the report, which lists investment properties. Can you confirm that the balance at 30 June is $18,085,000 in investment properties?
I can see that figure.
Yes.
Thanks. Now, page 30. We will go to at item number 24. It states the society is the parent entity which has 100% of the share capital of Hanson's Proprietary Limited, ABN 6700382721, which was acquired as a bequest. Hanson's owns a property which is leased on commercial terms. The following information below are the financial results of the parent entity alone. And there are a number of figures that are listed below. But I'll read out one, which is the total equity associated with that parent entity of $135,939,000. Can you confirm that figure?
I can see
total
it.
equity. Would you agree that RSPCA New South Wales is in a pretty good financial position?
I think RSPCA is having its finances managed very, very well, and it would be irresponsible for the organisation that's relied upon by the state to enforce animal cruelty laws and to help so many animals and people in the state to not have a reserve that would cover it for at least 2 to 3 years, which is what these figures represent. This isn't some big fund of money for us to sit on or make any money from. It's there as a reserve in case we have a situation where we aren't able to fundraise or we need additional funds in a very dire situation. If we learned anything from the bushfires, COVID, mouse plague, floods, and the continuing natural disasters that are ever increasing in this state that we respond to, I don't think it will be responsible for us to be running on a balance sheet of some small figure that wouldn't be able to give us a reserve to back ourselves up. Fundraising in this climate.
Many local councils would agree with you, and yet they're expected to operate animal holding facilities as well. I'll take you now to the article that I've had circulated from the Blue Mountains Gazette. We've heard earlier evidence from the Blue Mountains City Council today, and there's an article that I think captures the mood of Blue Mountains residents pretty well. I'll read out in part of it. A motion was passed which read, the present shelter was bought by the Blue Mountains branch of the RSPCA and paid for by donations from residents of the Blue Mountains. Therefore, it should be given or sold at a very reasonable price to the Blue Mountains community. The article goes on to say there was a sense of frustration at the meeting that the 50 kennels are sitting unused, even as the RSPCA New South Wales sends out regular emails seeking donations to save animals. A Facebook post by the RSPCA New South Wales at around the time that the Blue Mountains shelter was closed read, at RSPCA New South Wales, we are still at a crisis point with our capacity, and even with recent adoptions, we have over 300 animals available for adoption. Given the Blue Mountains community fundraised and donated their time in the 80s and their energy, not only in establishing the facility, but in maintaining it, indeed building the enclosures, why aren't you giving it back to the community?
So to your earlier point about how it's a large amount of money which is in reserve, I would point out that the council you're talking about has a larger figure than that coming in as annual revenue every single year.
And they're expected to maintain roads, they're expected to pick up people's garbage, they're expected to, respond to national events. They're a council. They're not a charitable organisation.
I understand that, but my point is that to try and paint us as the big organisation compared to a council which is much bigger isn't particularly fair. I understand that.
I'm just reading out the facts. So you expect the community to pay for it twice then? They've given it to you in the first instance, and you're now asking the community to buy it back for $2.45 million. Why are you making them pay for it twice?
We haven't demanded that figure. We've just had the Blue Mountains Council representatives come just yesterday to have a look at the shelter with a view for them and how they want to either utilise that or they might not want to utilise that particular location. We haven't had negotiations commence regarding that. We haven't asked for any amount of money, and I'm not going to prejudice those discussions by talking about particular figures or deals or outcomes here today.
Can you confirm that 2 days after RSPCA announced leaving the Blue Mountains facility, your CEO went on ABC 702 and stated that the volunteers are too difficult as reasons for pulling out of the Blue Mountains contract?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Take it on notice. I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
It's up to the witness if they would like to take that on notice.
Sure, I'll take it on notice.
Great, thank you. Ms.
I
Abigail
have
Boyd.
further questions, Chair.
Well, in recognising that obviously you've had a fairly large amount of time, I'll come back to you.
20 minutes of time, Chair.
I will come back to you. The crossbench
Thank
hasn't had
you.
any time, but if there's time at the end, I will come back.
Thank you. I was going to use my time to actually talk about the Pounds inquiry, but I feel obliged to just allow you to have the chance to talk about your finances to clear this up. Can I just clarify, when we did the RSPCA and AWL inquiry a couple of years back, we discovered, I think, that the RSPCA funding from government was about 3% or something of what was required in order to operate, and the rest of the money that you get is discretionary, comes in from bequests, and you're completely at the mercy of whether someone gives you enough fundraising. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. Under
Sorry,
the
and can I just say it was 2% at that time.
2%. What is it now?
Now it's a little bit more on account of the $20.5 million that we received, but that is only for this financial.
Yeah.
well, to
So
the
is your
middle
core
of next-
funding still between AWL and RSPCA about $500,000?
Core?
Core?
Yes.
Outside of the 25.
Outside of the
To
25.
outside of the 25 mil that you've been given this time?
Yes.
To enforce the entire animal cruelty laws in our state. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
That's
correct.
Right.
And our primary function is under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, not under the Companion Animals Act.
Yeah. Okay. I do find it a little unfair, perhaps, that the focus is going off of government's lack of funding over the last 20, 30 years onto you, so I wanted to give you that chance. Just coming to talk about the idea of mass desexing, which I think a lot of stakeholders have been talking about in this inquiry. It seems that that's a really smart idea, but whether or not we have, firstly, the funding, but also the capacity to sort of roll out a program like that. Can you talk about, if there was the funding from government that's needed to run such a mass desexing program, what would be needed, perhaps in addition to the stuff you talked about in your submission around changing the law to allow those trucks that AWL have to do the surgery? What would we need to do to make sure we had that capacity?
I might start if that's okay. We're doing lots of desexing all across the state. Through Keeping Cats Safe at Home alone, we've got 10 cat desexing programs partnered with different councils, where we've partnered with 25 local veterinary practices. We try and work with local vets because we try to build local capacity. These are expensive programs. Desexing a cat costs on average $300. And as Anne Quain was saying previously, it's really important that vets aren't subsidising this work. They're private businesses. They have to be making money. They're very enthusiastic about doing this work, but they shouldn't be subsidising it out of their own profits. And we find actually when we're offering a fair price for the surgeries, for these desexing programs, vets are very willing to make the space for the surgeries. They see it as being important to support their communities. But you have to pay an appropriate price. They don't want to do it subsidised at very low cost. Does that answer your question? I feel like there was more to the question.
Maybe I can ask Mr. Alvin the problem that there is at the moment with the regulations and I understand it's to do with the what's allowed to be a surgery. Is that why the trucks can't do the desexing?
That's the truck, but I'll address
Okay.
the first question that you presented now that you asked, and that was about mass desexing. Now, we allocate $1.2 million every year out of our raised monies to subsidise low-income households to go to a vet and get desexed. We have relationships with our 21 branches have relationships with about 60 vets around the state to do that. We are working with RSPCA and Gemma with Keeping Cats safe at home as well. But that's pretty much why we were started. We had an inspectorate and we were there for animal desexing. In terms of the truck, at the last inquiry, yes, I did say it would be great if we could change the laws. I have to say, though, that the Veterinary Practitioners Board has been quite flexible since that presentation, but that would also help, changing the laws. But one of the key issues to desexing that we found is the laws relating to ownership of animals. So we have a lot of people who feed cat colonies around the state, and the thing is, as soon as if they took that animal and took it into desexing, they'd have to own that animal if they were releasing it. So some laws that could change in that regard would be very beneficial, I think. We could actually do proper community cat colony management. At the moment, we're relying on them microchipping and owning those animals to get them desexed. I think it would be a very big job to run these colonies, but if you look at the Campus Cats project, where they started off with a major cat colony there, I think they're down to 4 or 5 cats, and that's Professor Helen Swarbrick that did that at the University of New South Wales with Colleen Ring. So, look, it is something that would be a lot more beneficial if we can keep animals, the desexing will stop us getting animals surrendered to our shelters.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions as well. I wanted to ask whether there was, we've talked about, the cost of living crisis and things like that. I'm wondering if the rental crisis has also been one of the reasons why the pounds and for yourselves shelters have seen an increased number of animals.
There's a few factors that are contributing. The big one is overpopulation. There are just too many cats and dogs being born and not enough homes to go around. That's where the desexing really comes in to prevent that as being an issue. Cost of living is a big one. People can't afford to keep their animals, but the housing is another big one, that there is not enough pet-friendly accommodation for people, and people are being forced to move and they can't find accommodation that will accommodate their animals as well. As an example, in the last quarter, like the last 3 months, we've supported over 200 clients with emergency boarding for their animals who've had to move for domestic and family violence or aged care or homelessness. We've provided over 1,000 nights of safe accommodation for animals just from domestic and family violence situations. These sorts of programs are so important to keep animals out of pounds and keep them with their families in the long term. So yeah, a number of contributing factors, but the big one's the overpopulation for sure.
And on that, I would note that at RSPCA, we always ask people why they're surrendering an animal to us when they bring it in. And anecdotally, about 1 in 5 are being brought in due to rental concerns, being unable to or thinking they can't get a rental with that pet. And about half, 50%, are due to cost of living pressures. So it does show, and that's a huge uplift from previous years for both of those. So it does show the massive issue that the rental crisis and the cost of living crisis are causing.
We're seeing similar trends to Troy, but what we're also trying to do is use new techniques. So another chunk of people wanting to surrender are ones that can't deal with the animal's behaviour, and we're trying to develop techniques to assist them keep their animals in home and not surrender them and help them with those behavioural challenges. But some of the stuff what you found, the trends you found, are consistent with us.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about the draft code, I think it was from 2014. Ms. Jerd, I'm wondering first of all if you know much about that draft, and if you've got any feedback on it. I know it might be a bit scratchy on the memory if it was 2014, but also if you know sort of what happened to this draft, if you've got any background information, given it's nearly 10 years ago that apparently this draft was circulated.
I know it exists. I know that RSPCA New South Wales was consulted in its development, and that's the extent of my knowledge. There's probably some internal corporate knowledge that predates my own. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Thank you. You talked also about in the opening statement that we've been looking at reviewing these codes and as well as POCTA and all the legislation in terms of animal welfare since June 2018. You know, I don't think it comes to any surprise that I've found this process extremely frustrating, the fact that we go around in circles. You know, what do we need to prioritise in this space when we're looking at pounds? What should be sort of urgently done, and what can we do to help drive some of that change forward?
Yeah, so I mean, one version of the draft animal welfare bill has already been considered extensively, both by stakeholders and by upper house committee already. It would be distressing to think that we're back to the drawing board, and so we can build upon the work that's already been done, in my respectful view. In the interim, there are simple things that can be changed. For example, Section 7 of the Companion Animals Act defines owner in accordance with what we would understand to be a personal property. That is, animals are owned as personal property. It's a state that animals have occupied now for hundreds of years. Section 4 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act doesn't define owner, but defines person in charge. Were serious consideration given to standardising that definition? It's just a definition. Just those definitions, if serious consideration were given to standardising those definitions, there would be some measure of certainty in respect of who is entitled to surrender an animal. Often the RSPCA is called on to be the arbiter of what constitutes a quote-unquote owner, often in the context of family court orders or other apprehended domestic violence orders, and that is not our role. It's not a role we can play, and it's not a role that the New South Wales local court really relishes playing either. They don't realise that at the point that they're making property recovery orders, for example, that some order needs to be made at the same time for the family pet, or that pet might be in danger where it is. So there are things that can be done kind of at the coalface, quote unquote, now, if there's will to achieve that. Alternately, both POCTA and the Companion Animals Act need wholesale modernisation and sweeping reform, frankly. And the outcome to the Animal Welfare Bill inquiry determined that the regulations need to be reviewed before the Act could be. If we're waiting for regulations, I fear we will be 5 or 6 years from workable legislation in the POCTA or Companion Animals Act space. And I think that's too long for the people of New South Wales and the animals that are in their homes.
Thank you. I've just got one more question, which goes back to something that Ms Boyd was asking about as well, in regards to funding. And obviously all day today we've heard about Pounds struggling with their funding and saying that they need the state government to step in and help them with funding. Do you think it's fair that private charities would step in and help with that funding, or is that really a local government issue that needs to sort of stay within local and state governments in regards to the lack of funding for Pounds?
I think that as long as the Companion Animals Act is specific, some of the issues that have been taken with the funding for pound facilities that I've read relate to a lack of certainty about the role councils are required under the Act to play. I know that there's reliance placed on an OLG circular, I think from 2015 possibly. That's relatively aged now in any event, that essentially exhorts councils to comply with their obligations in respect of particularly stray cats. And so some specificity there in lieu of wholesale legislative change would be a good way to start, I think. Were that to happen, then the RSPCA is ready, willing and able to play its animal welfare function. It's not that we're kind of playing keep away with these are Companion Animals Act animals and these are POCTA animals. Our job is animal welfare, and we're willing to play that job as in accordance with the strategic priorities that our organisation have developed over the years. That is now out of Pounds, so that we can focus on enforcement, community outreach, things like that.
Could I give you a response to that as well? So I've worked in multiple industries, focusing on economics and public policy. I've never been in an industry before where there is no plan for where you are going to put your pounds, where you're going to put your infrastructure. There is zero plan. So no wonder they're all turning up and asking for money, because it's a very inefficient way to be operating your animal welfare industry. If you 1 minute you've got, and Blacktown's got a great pound now, it hasn't always been great, but that decision was made by Blacktown. There needs to be a sort of higher level of planning and investment in the infrastructure. And I think we say, well, I know we say in our submission that we were talking about hub and spoke infrastructure to support animals. But before you give any money, you need to actually have a plan in place. You need to consult with those in the animal welfare industry, and you need to have a plan about where you want the pounds. Because what happens if RSPCA pulls out, and this is that's your business decision, but suddenly there's a big black hole and you're asking other councils to actually stump up. And RSPCA, I must admit, have operated a lot of these pounds longer than their contracts said they had to, so there could be a transition period. But there needs to be a plan in terms of how you actually house these animals, and how you collect them, how you house them, and how you adopt them. In terms of how we can play a role, we aren't a pound. I've got a funny feeling that where we're heading with community expectations, pounds will become more like rehoming facilities and shelters like ourselves, which is probably a good thing. It is costly, but we're very willing to help, and we're helping at the moment with various pounds that are struggling, and hopefully we can continue to do that in the future.
Thank you. That has brought us to time.
Chair, do you mind, for the benefit of my colleague who did have some more questions, and I do think that not much time was allocated in proportion, do you mind if we spend a few minutes just tying that up?
Very quickly, I did actually do a bit of a breakdown of the time, so obviously there was a few minutes for the introductory statements. There was a lot of time taken by the opposition, about 14 minutes. And then there was time for the government about 12 minutes, and then the crossbench got about 12 minutes.
Okay.
I'm happy to provide an extra 2 minutes. Otherwise, perhaps questions on notice is probably more suitable.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just be quick. My question again to the RSPCA. In 2021, the RSPCA New South Wales received $1.34 million in state government grant funding for a purpose-built wildlife and companion animal facility in Katoomba. Has that facility been built?
No.
What are you doing with that grant funding?
I'll take that on notice.
Thanks. How many veterinarians and animal welfare specialists does RSPCA employ in New South Wales?
I have to take the exact number on notice, but we have at least 20 veterinarians. We have several qualified behaviourists, including a veterinarian with clinical behaviourist qualifications who consults for our shelters, and a whole behaviour and rehabilitation team, all who have tertiary qualifications in animal behaviour.
We've heard evidence this morning from a number of councils who hold animal holding facilities who have no vets or animal behaviour specialists on their books. Given your submission on page 3 states that insufficient access to expertise in the field of canine and feline behaviour and welfare is a significant risk to the welfare in pounds, how are you assisting in the prevention of cruelty to animals when councils don't have these resources and you're pulling out of contract with them?
I'd agree that this is something that should be funded by the state government so that councils can do that job effectively.
Anecdotally, we help a lot of councils with a lot of their requirements, whether it be advice on how to operate, or it be veterinary care at a reduced or $0 rate, or programs being rolled out in their communities with the council or for the council with at no cost. So there are a lot of ways which we utilise the expertise that we have at RSPCA to assist all the councils right across the state.
Thanks. And if you could also, I'll send through questions on notice about some of these other council areas, but Central Coast council received $720,000 in grant funding in that same year. I don't think they have an RSPCA animal holding facility. Would you advise how that money's been spent?
We have got a facility there which is closed to public. It's for long-term rehabilitation of of dogs that need a lot of rehabilitation work. So we also call it BARC, which is a behavioural animal rehabilitation centre, not to be confused with the Council Pound in Western Sydney. And while it may no longer be open to public, it's still very much being utilised for the care of some dogs that are in serious need of help.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, that takes us to time, so thank you very much for your evidence today. If there are questions on notice, then the Secretariat will be in contact with you in regards to those. But thank you again for your evidence and for your time, and of course for everything that you're all doing for animals. Thank you.
Thank you.